Chapter 1. Looking out over the village, she waited patiently for her student to arrive. Her gaze was trained on the west gate. It was only a matter of time, and the quietness she has come to enjoy and love would soon be gone. But she didn't let that bring her down. She also knew that she needed his unpredictability as much as she needed his smile to warm her heart. Just as she started to reminisce of the good times, she was interrupted by a knock on the door. "Enter." "You wanted to see me, Lady Tsunade?" the young woman asked tentatively. "I did, Sakura. Please sit down," Tsunade answered. "Yes, my lady." Sakura swiftly sat down in one of the open chairs in front of Tsunade's desk. "I wanted to ask if you know what today's date is," Tsunade said. "The date, my lady?" Sakura asked, confused. Tsunade smiled. "Now, Sakura, I didn't think that you of all people would forget the date on which your teammate is to return to the village." Sakura's eyes grew large when she heard this. For what seemed like minutes she just stared forward, not moving. As Tsunade watched her response, Sakura regained her composure. And as she lowered her gaze, she put a small smile on her face. This is the reaction Tsunade wanted to see. She lowered her head and sighed audibly. Sakura snapped out of her trance and looked up at her sensei. Tsunade smiled and said, "You can go now, and don't shock him too much. He has been gone for a long time." "I won't, my lady, thank you." And with that, Sakura got up from her chair and left the Hokage's office. Tsunade raised her head just as the door to her office closed shut. She knew this was going to be a long day, and she was going to do what she always did when she was having a long day. She reached for the drawer of her desk to pull out that certain book. The wind was blowing lightly as two men walked down the road. They both had been silent for the past few miles, and the younger of the two was getting noticeably more anxious to get to their destination. The older and more experienced man was rather calm and collected. It was a journey he had made countless times, so he knew what to expect. In the distance, a giant wall started to come into view. As the duo kept walking, they could also see one of the many entrances to the village. It was either mandatory to check in with the gate guard, or you had to be living in the village to be granted access. As one of the world's largest and well-known villages, security was a must. So as the duo neared the gate, they paid the two guards no heed. Neither of the guards were really paying much attention on the road. They had enough paperwork in front of them they needed to fill out to have enough time to watch the road for the occasional old couple walking in and out of the village. To help calm his mind, one of the guards leaned back in his chair and put his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he slowly opened his eyes and stared in awe. He recognized the older man very quickly. He was Master Jiraiya, the legendary Toad Sage. But he couldn't quite put a name to the face of the younger man. He casually reached over and got the other guard's attention. He asked, "Hey, it's Master Jiraiya. But who is that with him?" The second guard looked over at the duo. He strained his eyes and said, "I'm not sure, but doesn't that look like Naruto?" "Wait, yeah, I can see it. No, it's got to be him. No one else would have that kind of hair if they could help it," the first guard commented. As the two guards tried to make sure of what they were seeing, the two men casually made their way past the guard station and through the gate. As they entered the village proper, the younger man stopped and took in his surroundings. To him, the village didn't seem to have changed at all since he left, over 3 years ago, but he knew that was all going to change. He was finally home. His gaze shifted to the Hokage monument. Now there was something that was different. There was a face added to the previous 4. As he stared ahead, Jiraiya, who also stopped as to not run into him, asked, "Hey Naruto, what's up?" Pulling him out of his train of thought, he turned to his master and said, "I'm home. I am finally home." "Well, come on, you will have all day to reminisce about the good old days. You know that if we don't go and see Tsunade soon, she will wring my neck for not telling her we have arrived," Jiraiya said. "Why do I have to go with you? My neck isn't on the line here. I thought you were the powerful and all-knowing Toad Sage. Can't you handle her on your own?" Naruto asked with a sarcastic tone in his voice. "I can handle her all by myself. I just Wait a minute. I'm your master, so you're going to do what I tell you to do. Consider this another part of your training, Jiraiya said in return. Oh yes, making sure you don't get the crap beat out of you is part of my training. I thought you were supposed to make sure I didn't get the crap beat out of me. Naruto shoot back. Jiraiya folded his arms across his chest and said, Just do as I tell you to, boy. I don't need to make sure you stay safe anymore. I'm rather sure you can do that on your own now. As the two continued to argue back and forth, Sakura made her way towards the west gate. She was excited that her old teammate, Naruto, was returning to the village today. Ever since she found out that he was leaving for a few years, she vowed to herself that she would train and make herself stronger. She didn't want to be a burden to her teammates and friends anymore. She wanted to be useful. So every free day she had, she trained. She trained on her medical ninjutsu and her taijutsu as well. And now that Naruto was coming back, she wanted to show him how strong she had become. Before she turned onto the main road that led into and out of the village's west side, she could hear people arguing. The closer she got, the more the voices started to become familiar. As one of the individuals began to yell, she immediately recognized that it was Master Jiraiya. And with that knowledge, she realized that the person he was yelling at had to be no one else other than his student, Naruto. With her spirits raised, she gained a new vigor and began to jog, if not run, towards the shouting. I still may be your student, but that definitely does not make me a kid, Naruto answered. Jiraiya countered by saying, Boy, you will be a kid until I deem you other. I am your master, and my word goes. Oh bullshit. I think I know if I'm a kid or not. You may think you know when you stop being a kid and become a man, but there is a universal definition. Don't you start with that dumb crap, you pervy old sage. Jiraiya was fed up with Naruto now and yelled, Hey now! Haven't I told you countless times not to call me that? Well, it's true, that's all you think about when we enter a new village. You head straight to the bar and… Before Naruto could finish his sentence, someone latched onto his back and hugged him fiercely. Welcome back, Naruto, Sakura exclaimed. Turning his head, Naruto could see a head full of pink hair. Hello, Sakura. It's been a while. Not to sound mean, but could you please let go of me? I can't breathe. Oh, I'm sorry. Sakura abruptly released her grip on Naruto and back a foot away to get a clear view of him. Well, look who it is. If it isn't Tsunade's medical student, Sakura Haruno. My, look how you have grown. Would you be interested in… Jiraiya was cut off with a swift jab to the gut from Naruto, causing him to fall to the ground. He never liked it when his master tried that or similar pickup lines on women, so there was no way he was going to let him try it on a very close friend of his. I'm sorry about that, Sakura. I guess he never will be able to break old habits, Naruto said. What do you mean, Naruto? Sakura asked. Jiraiya started to pick himself up and answer Sakura's question. I was just going to ask if you would. This time Naruto delivered a swift kick to Jiraiya, hoping that he would drop the subject for good. You're not going to ask her that question, let alone any of my friends, Naruto nearly growled. Naruto, calm down. There is no need to get physical. I'm pretty sure he wasn't going to ask me anything wrong, Sakura said. Naruto shook his head and said, Sakura, take it from me. I know what he was going to ask you. And if I didn't stop him, I know Tsunade would have pounded him into next year. Okay, I'll take your word for it, Sakura said. Now, are you going to behave and keep your manners? Naruto asked Jiraiya, who was still on the ground. Staggering to his feet, Jiraiya slowly nodded at Naruto and just stood silent next to the two teenagers. So, Naruto, what do you plan to do now that you have come back? It's been a long time. Sakura put both her hands behind her back, looked down at the ground and said, Many things have changed since you have been gone. Naruto stared at Sakura with a bewildered look on his face. He tried to quickly figure out what she meant by things have changed. He quickly shoved those questions into the back of his mind and regained his prior train of thought. Well, the first thing I want to do now that I'm back is get everyone together. All of the Konoha 11. There's something I need to tell and show you guys. As if almost on cue, Jiraiya took that as a signal and stood up straight. As he started to walk away in the direction of the Hokage Tower, Sakura turned to him and asked, "Master Jiraiya, where are you headed?" Jiraiya smiled and said, "Oh, there's someone I need to see for a little while before I go off and do some research. You do know that she will hurt you if you mention what you plan to do while you're here, don't you?" Naruto asked. "Kid, I can handle myself. Don't you worry," Jiraiya answered. Naruto smirked at Jiraiya. "So, all of a sudden you have gained a whole lot of confidence. What was it you were saying just a few minutes ago, that you wanted me to go with you when you talked with her?" "I said no such thing. I have no idea what you're talking about." And with that, Jiraiya quickly started making his way towards the tower, leaving the two standing in the road. Naruto clapped his hands together and said, "Well, come on Sakura. There's quite a bit I got to do. Need to find everyone, get them all in one spot, and then the show can begin." "What are you talking about, Naruto? What is so important that you can't wait till after you've gotten back into the grove of things to tell us?" Sakura asked. Naruto looked at Sakura, winked and said, "Just wait and you will see. Trust me, I think it will be worth it." Walking down the crowded streets, Naruto started to realize that, indeed, the village has changed while he was gone. He remembered when he was a little kid, he could run through the village and not get lost one bit. He knew it like the back of his hand. He could point to where any shop was in the village, and he knew the best places to eat at. He even could, blindfolded, take anyone to his favorite eating place in all of the world. According to him, the best ramen stand there ever was and ever shall be, the infamous Ichiraku. Even with all those memories running through his head, he couldn't quite tell where he was. He didn't want to admit it, definitely not to Sakura of all people, that he was a little lost, but he realized that he must not have done a good enough job to hide his anxiety, 'cause Sakura picked up on it quite fast. "Naruto, is there something wrong? We've been standing here for about 5 minutes now." No, nothing's wrong. It's just been so long since I was last here. I can't fully remember where Shikamaru's house is." "Well, instead of spending all of the day looking for just one person's house, how about you go ask Lady Tsunade where everyone lives?" Naruto, in his trademark response for all situations nervous or whatnot, raised his hands and put them behind his head, put on the biggest grin and laughed. "That was my next idea. I just wanted to greet everyone in person." Yeah, whatever. Come on, let's go before people get the wrong idea about us." "Hey, what's that supposed to mean?" "Naruto, sometimes I wonder if you are even a real human being. You can be so dense at times." Leaning back in her chair, Tsunade gulped down another cup full of sake. She enjoyed these moments when she could take a few minutes for herself and have a few cups of the good stuff. From the countless folders that ran across her desk every day, she believed she deserved to have breaks every now and then. As she was pouring her fourth cup, someone jumped onto the open window. Well. Long time no see, Tsunade. You're looking as good as ever." "I'm glad to see you too. But if you keep up with that line of thinking, you won't be looking so good yourself." Jiraiya cowered like a little child on the other side of the window, not wanting to get pummeled by Tsunade. He had had enough of those in his life, one almost ending it at that. "What do you want, you old pervert? Now, is that any way to greet an old friend? I would expect more hospitality from the Hokage." At hearing that, Tsunade shot up from her chair and stood up. Jiraiya, at seeing the sudden movement, cowered underneath the windowsill, thinking that it may provide some kind of protection. But to his surprise, there was no vengeful strike or brutal pummeling. He slowly began to lift his head, and was either relieved or shocked. Tsunade had her forearms resting on the windowsill and looking out over the village. Jiraiya slightly flinched when she began to speak. "So, how did it go?" How did what go? Oh, come on. Where were you just these past 3 years?" Jiraiya was just about to answer her when she interrupted. "Wait, don't answer that. I wasn't anywhere I normally wouldn't be found. Jiraiya, I'm being serious. How did the training trip go? Jiraiya now sat up and leaned against the outside wall, next to the window. Well, it went just like any other long training trip would have went. It was full of peril around every corner. Unknown places never before seen by the eyes of man. Strange things that could only happen in your worst nightmares. As Tsunade listened, her facial expression changed to that of perplexity. She was intrigued now and wanted to hear everything. And worst of all, yes, and what? There were. Go on. So many. Jiraiya's face began to brighten up and he almost laughed when he exclaimed, "Beautiful women to research, it would have taken me 100 lifetimes to fully get to know each and every single one of them." And as he was remembering all those beautiful women, he never noticed the fist barreling towards his face. As quickly as his sweet dreams began, they were gone with a flash of pain. He went flying through the air and completely through the wall of the building next to the Hokage's tower. I should have seen that coming, Tsunade grumbled under her breath. She'd been around Jiraiya for so long. She could finish his sentences. Well, sentences she deemed fit to finish. Why she couldn't see that coming was the simple fact that her mind was on someone else. She'd been worrying about him for the past 3 years, and Jiraiya starts making her worry even more than try to make it all funny. That was one thing she never fully understood about him. Ouchie wowa, that one really hurt Tsunade. She turned and looked at him, and not in a good way. He truly knew how to piss her off, but what could she do about it? That was Jiraiya for ya. I didn't know it was supposed to feel good, you idiot. Well, if you wanted to make it feel good, don't you even dare to finish that sentence. All I was going to say was you could heal my cheek, since you did hit me. Humph, whatever. Just get over here then. Jiraiya staggered to his feet and limped over to the hole in the wall where he came through at. Stop acting like you're hurt, or I'm going to give you a reason to be hurt. Upon hearing that statement, Jiraiya quickly straightened up and leaped back over to where he was previously sitting. Landing next to Tsunade, he bent over just enough for her to quickly heal his fractured cheekbone. After she finished healing him, Tsunade went back into her office and sat down in her chair. Jiraiya was quickly in step behind her, keeping in mind not to say anything that could be deemed inappropriate in her eyes. He calmly and casually walked over to the front of her desk and waited. Well, are you finally going to tell me what you guys did on your trip? Or am I going to have to send you to the interrogation department and let them get the information for me? I'm not going to tell you. What was that? I don't think I heard you correctly. I said, I'm not going to tell you. Jiraiya, for God's sake, stop playing around and just answer my question. Jiraiya just stared at Tsunade, with his arms across his chest. He was patiently waiting for her to say one single magical word. Will you please tell me what happened? Like I have been telling you. This is getting old. I told you I'm not going to tell you, but that doesn't mean he won't tell you. Tsunade raised her head as she heard her old teammate say that. She finally had some kind of confirmation that he was okay. With some of her fears put to rest, she let out a big sigh. Wait, where is he? As she finished that sentence, there was a loud knock on her office door. She didn't think that it could be Shizune. She had sent her to the hospital to check on a few on the critically injured patients. She thought to herself, who could this be? Gomein. Hey Bachan, I need to ask a favor from you, hehe. Naruto, is that you? Well, of course, who else would it be, haha. I'm sorry, my lady. I told him he needed to wait at the front desk until you were informed that you had a visitor. It's okay, Sakura, I think I can overlook it. It is really good to see you back, and in relative good health. Oh, come on, you know me. Nothing is gonna happen to me until I become Hokage. Tsunade just smiled and nodded and replied, Yep, that is your dream, and we all know how you never go on your word. Yeah, we all know that. Now back to what I can hear for. Could you please locate all of the Rookie 9 for me? There's something very important I need to tell and show everyone. Tsunade looked at Naruto, completely dumbfounded. Tsunade thought, he has only been here for 2 minutes, and he's already asking me for something. I guess things will never change. What do you need with all of the Rookie 9? You do know how much work I would have to do to get all of those people, don't you? Jiraiya shuffled his feet, which got Tsunade's attention. Tsunade, just trust him. Tsunade looked over at his old partner and contemplated what they might be doing. After she could come up with nothing, she audibly sighed and lowered her head in defeat. All right, let me see what I can do. It's gonna take maybe an hour to locate everyone. None of them should be out on any missions. Now, once everyone is located, where would you like them to be told to meet at? That's a good question. Oh, I know. How about Training Ground 13? That one is a little bit away from the village, if I remember correctly. Okay, Training Ground 13 it is then. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Well, that's a nice change in you that I will not mind to see more often. Come on, Sakura, let's get going. I don't want to be late.
Ok, Naruto.
Goodbye, Lady Tsunade, Master Jiraiya. As soon as Sakura closed the doors, Tsunade turned to Jiraiya and just looked at him. Starting to feel like a hole was being burnt through his head, Jiraiya spoke up. What's that look for? I want to know what he is planning. And seeing as you're his so-called master, I have a feeling he talked to you first about what he wanted to do. He couldn't keep it from her anymore. She found him out. He knew he couldn't keep it a secret for long, especially from her. Well, let's just say he's not afraid of who or what he is, and he's going to tell his friends the truth. Is he sure he wants to tell them that he is a Jinchuriki? Oh, it's not just that. He's also going to show them. What do you mean, show them? Just as I said, he is going to show them how good he has become, how strong he has become to protect them and everything he holds dear. And how has he become that strong? Well, plain and simple, he has done it. You don't mean?
Yep, Ido.
Surprisingly, Naruto waited patiently in Training Ground 13. Sakura also waited, but was more fixed on Naruto than on their surroundings. They were leaning against a set of rocks, near a cleared field with training posts in the middle. It was just about the 1-hour mark since they left Tsunade's office, and no one had arrived yet. Naruto didn't mind too much that no one had arrived yet. He wanted to make sure everyone was there before he made his entrance. He was taking in the beauty he long ago left behind to become stronger and get closer to his dream of becoming Hokage. Sakura, on the other hand, was not feeling very comfortable just sitting there, not saying anything. She really wanted to start a conversation, but she didn't really know what to say. They've been apart for 3 years. She knew she needed to break the silence. So, Naruto, how have you been? I've been good. There is so much I've seen, so much I've endured, but it's all been worth it. I've become strong enough to protect myself and all of my precious people. So, is that what you want to show everyone? That you've become strong? I don't know, Naruto, all this seems kind of over the top just to show people that you've become strong. We know you have become strong, we all have. It's not just that. There's something I need to tell you guys. I'm pretty sure a few of you already know what I'm going to say, but the rest of you need to know too. Sakura was going to ask him something else, but the sounds of distant chatter caught their attention. Ah, it seems they're finally here. Well, come on. There's no point in making them wait. So, what do you guys think Lady Tsunade wanted us out here for? Me and Akamaru were just about to go training. Meh. I just hope it doesn't take all day. This is such a drag. Will you two just calm down? If Lady Tsunade told us to be here, then there must be a good reason. Niji is right. Lady Tsunade wouldn't have us come all the way out here if not for a good reason. Maybe it's some kind of training exercise. Oh, come on, Lee. Not everything revolves around training. Sometimes you just need to take a break and smell the flowers. Munch, munch. Ino's right, Lee. Not all of us are like you and Guy Sensei. But that does not mean you should waste the flames of youth that burn so brightly in us all. You're right, Lee-san, but some of us aren't all for the training and constant missions. Some of us would rather enjoy staying at home with the ones we love, cherishing every moment. That would imply that you've already found someone, Hinata, Ino said with a quiet giggle. Yeah, Hinata, you've turned down everyone in the village that has asked you out on a date, and you've never mentioned that you liked anyone to us. Well, for your information, there is someone I truly admire, Hinata replied with a slight blush on her cheeks. Oh, and who would this be? Now I'm curious. Drop it, Ino. If Lady Hinata is interested in someone, she will make us aware of it on her own terms. You don't need to get so protective, Niji. I was just asking a question. Hey Shino, what's up? Someone's coming. Everyone stopped and looked across the field. They could clearly see two figures walking towards them, but with the setting sun, they were shadowed by its intense radiance. As the two figures got closer to the group, they could tell the one on the right clearly had pink hair. So, without a second thought, they deduced that that had to be Sakura, but as for the second figure, the sun still shone at just the right angle to hide any identifying traits. As the two got even closer, the figure on the left raised a hand to the group and yelled, "Hey guys, what's up? Long time no see." Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. The person standing before them was none other than the unpredictable knucklehead himself, Naruto. The only sounds that could be heard was gasps. It seemed nature itself wanted to hear what was going on, and decided to be quiet just this once. Naruto, with a bewildered look on his face, asked, "What? It's like you've seen a ghost or something." Well, Naruto, you could kind of say that. They haven't seen you in over 3 years. Kiba, the first of the group to move since seeing Naruto, walked up to him, face to face. He took a big sniff of the air and held it in. After a few seconds, he let it all out, quite audibly, through his nose. Well, it's really you, but you were just a little shrimp the last time I saw you. How the hell did you get so tall? It's called I got older, Kiba. Naruto started laughing, which in turn caused Kiba to laugh as well. As the rest of the group started to come to grips with what they were seeing, Hinata's mind was in turmoil. She prayed for this day, every night since he had left with Master Jiraiya all those years ago, but she didn't know if she could trust what her eyes were showing her. She became used to not seeing Naruto around, and for all of the sudden for him to show up out of the blue. It was all too sudden. She felt like she was going to faint, but someone's hand on her shoulder snapped her train of thought back on the real world. Is everything okay, Hinata? Oh, I'm sorry for making you worry, Shino. I'm okay, really.
Okowo.
Shino lowered his hand back into his hoodie's pocket. He was like Hinata's big brother, just like Niji, doing whatever needs to be done to make sure she is happy and safe. Noticing Shino turning back to where the others were, Hinata regained her composure and rejoined the group.
Okay.
I know you all must have many questions for me, but for right now there is something I need to tell you. Well, actually, I think it would be better if I showed you, rather than told you. Naruto took a few steps back from everyone. That gained him some looks of confusion from his fellows, but they didn't question him. Now, I know what you're about to see may frighten or scare you, but trust me, you are in no danger. If his previous action didn't get enough reaction, this certainly did. As the crowd looked on, Naruto stood completely still. A minute passed, and nothing happened. Kiba was about to ask what was going on, but Naruto spoke first. I'm sorry about this, it normally doesn't take this long. He's being a little unruly. Shikamaru and Niji slightly flinched at Naruto's remark. They didn't entirely know what was going on, but they suspected something. Even back when they were younger, they knew Naruto was different from everyone else. Not in the normal sense as being taller, bigger, or smarter, but there was just something about him that the adults knew and weren't telling the younger generation. Give me a few more seconds. Naruto closed his eyes, breathed in deeply, and calmed his mind. In his mindscape, Naruto stood in a large wooded forest and looking over at a very large tree. A creature could be seen laying underneath it. Naruto walked up to the creature, which when he got to it was enormous and stood directly in front of it. Naruto patiently waited for a response from the creature, but when it did nothing, he decided on a more direct approach. He walked up to the creature's face and placed his hand on its nose. The creature stirred under his touch and slowly opened its eyes. It certainly didn't look happy, for it started growling at Naruto, but it didn't do anything else, it just growled. "Ah, I see you're finally awake. Well, come on, it's time to go to work. Why should I lend you my powers? You're not in any danger." "Because I said so," Naruto replied while glaring at the giant beast. "Fine, just don't save someone's life this time. Learn to have fun and destroy lives instead. I told you I do what I want with these powers. If I want to save people, then I'm going to save people." Naruto growled back at the beast, this time making it visibly cower back. "Now, stop resisting and just do what I tell you to." The beast didn't say anything more, just laid down and obeyed. He was never a creature that was controlled by man. He was a creature of unbridled power that rained destruction wherever it pleased. How he became trapped inside of a boy, he might never know, but since he was trapped, and now tamed, all he could do was just lay there and accept it. On the outside, the group still waited for Naruto to do something. He hasn't moved in a long time, and a few of them felt like leaving. Until they all felt something they all hadn't felt since that day back during the Chunin exams. Everyone quickly focused their full attention back on Naruto, now that something was indeed happening. Naruto could feel the power start to flow through his veins. He loved the feeling of that power, it never got old. He knew what he was doing, he had done it many times in the past. He started out really slow, only drawing on a very small amount of the beast's power, but in order to show them, he knew he needed to draw on a lot more, and that's exactly what he was going to do. Everyone gathered at Training Ground 13 gasped in awe when they noticed something happening to Naruto. All around him, seemingly coming out of his skin, was chakra. It wasn't normal chakra, it was red, not blue, and it was slowly engulfing his entire body. After it did that, it started to form what looked like tails behind him. After the tails were fully formed, they started to whip around as if they had a mind of their own. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, only to see what he half expected. They were all in a state of shock. He tried to ready himself for this, but the looks on their faces almost crushed his resolve, but he knew, if he explained to them what was going on, then they might never look at him the same way again. "Okay, this is going to be hard for me, so I'm only going to say this once." Breathing in deeply to calm his nerves, he readied himself for the worst. "I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Beast." Chapter 3. As the teenagers started walking back to the village, Naruto called out to one in particular. "Hey Hinata, can I talk to you for a minute?" At hearing his voice, and then realizing that it was directed towards her, Hinata froze in place. She didn't know what to do. She had always wanted to hear Naruto calling her name, but after what she had just learned, she wasn't so sure anymore. Frightened, and yet with an aura of calmness, Hinata replied, I'll be right there and Naruto." Walking nervously over to where Naruto was standing, Hinata couldn't help but ponder what he could possibly want to talk to her about. Could he want to know what I think about him being a Jinchuriki? Could he ask me to spy on the others to find out what they think about him? Could he even ask? Before Hinata could finish her last thought, Naruto spoke up. "Hinata, what's up? From the minute you guys got here, you've been acting nervous about something." "Oh, it's nothing, nah, Naruto. I'm fine," Hinata answered, fidgeting with her fingers. "Are you sure? I just don't want there to be anything wrong. You do know that I worry about you guys a lot, right?" Naruto asked. He worries about us? He worries about me?" Hinata couldn't get those thoughts out of her head. They were playing over and over again like a broken record. They sounded so sweet and sincere that they had to be true. She knew they had to be true. Naruto had always loved and cared for the village, so why would it be any different with the people in it and his friends? And then it hit her. She realized what he said. He worries about us. He didn't single her out. That thought made her high spirits sink back down to reality. Though she wanted to be so much more than just friends with Naruto, she could no longer see it coming true. Hinata lowered her head slightly and became quiet. When he saw this, Naruto didn't know what to think. Did I say something wrong? No, I don't think I did. Well, that's all I wanted to ask you. I'm glad to see that everyone is doing good. I'm going to be busy for a little while. So if you could tell everyone that I'll try to see them later on some time, I would really appreciate it. Okay? Hinata quickly raised her head up as she realized that he was talking again. She heard his words, but was still comprehending them. Yeah, I can do that for you, Naruto. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Anyways, I'm gonna get going then. I got a lot of work to do. Tsunade still wants to talk with me and stuff. I really don't want to keep her waiting, Naruto said. As he turned and began to walk away, Hinata felt something. Something deep down. She couldn't quite tell what it was. All she knew is that it was her, and not some outside influence. Before she could think about what it could be, she felt herself moving. In the blink of an eye, she had her arms wrapped around Naruto's body, holding on for dear life. Naruto didn't know what to do. He couldn't ever remember anyone giving him a hug before. Of course, he has seen just about everyone else giving them out and receiving them, but he has never had a real hug before. The only thing he could do was return the favor. He slowly put his arms around Hinata like she did on him. He didn't squeeze as tightly, of course. Hinata didn't know what she was doing. She never told her body to move. She never told her arms to wrap around her longtime crush. They just did it on their own, as if they knew it was the right thing to do. She so badly wanted to let go of Naruto and just run home and hide in her room for the rest of her life, but she couldn't let go of him. It felt so good to feel the warmth of his body, to feel the strength of his arms around her. This is what she had always wanted. To stay like this forever would be her one and only wish, but she knew that it had to end. Reluctantly, she loosened her grip on Naruto, and he did the same. She took a step back and started to twiddle with her fingers feverishly. Naruto, not knowing what to do, put his hands behind his head and shyly giggled. Both of them were blushing, but Hinata's was obviously worse than Naruto's. I'm glad that you're back Naruto. I've missed you, Hinata said. I'm glad that I'm back too, Hinata. I've missed you too, Naruto replied with a smile on his face. Good night, Naruto. Night, Hinata. I'll see you later. As both teens started to walk away in their separate directions, Hinata's head was full of thoughts. Why did I just do that? What will Naruto think about me now? What will other people think if someone's seen us? What will father think? As for Naruto, his head was full of thoughts too. Though he did have a thought or two about what just happened, his main concern was something to eat and about meeting the Hokage. He knew how mad she could get if someone kept her waiting, and he personally didn't want to get hit for something so small as being a little late. With that, Naruto picked up his pace and headed towards the Hokage's tower. In the dark and expansive chamber, a single figure could be seen among the shadows. As he sat perfectly still, meditating, he could hear a single drown-out voice in the back of his head. Over and over, the voice kept speaking one word and one word only. At first, he couldn't understand what the voice was saying, but after a few minutes, he could make it out. Kill, 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 kill what? He thought to himself. And then the voice seemed to answer back to him. Kill him. After hearing those chilling words, he slowly and calming opened his eyes. He stared at the large door that allowed entrance to the room. He patiently waited. He knew his teacher would be coming to get him soon. They had to move again. Move to another deep, dark hole in the ground and stay there for months at a time. He despised acting like a rodent hiding from the predators. He no longer was a rodent. He was now the predator after years of hard training. He no longer wanted to hide in the shadows. He wanted people to see his face and fear him. He wanted people to fear his power. It was his right as the last of his clan. He would make his clan be known throughout the world again, why they are to be feared and respected. With his bare hands, he would bring his clan out of the mud and put them back on top of the mountain where they rightfully belong, where they have always belonged. "Sasuke, it's time," was all that was said from the other side of the door. No one could mistake that voice for someone else. Even if you haven't heard him speak before, you would know just by the way he spoke. He had that distinctive snake-like attribute to his voice, so menacing and vile that you would think it's the voice of the devil himself. Unafraid of the voice, Sasuke stood up and walked to the door. Gripping the handle, he opened it slowly. On the other side of the door was none other than his teacher. The one person that helped him to become strong. The one person that taught him not to feel any emotions. The one person that now stood in his way to becoming stronger. The voice that was just a faint whisper in his head was now screaming out, "Kill him! Kill him!" He paid the voice no heed and looked at his teacher. Snake-slitted eyes meet with cold, unmoving ones. Ones that the snake valued above all others. The legendary Sharingan. After what seemed like an eternity, his student answered back in an emotionless tone, "Let's go." His sensei, not sensing anything wrong, manically answered back, "As you wish, Sasuke." As both walked down the long and unending hallways, that voice in the back of Sasuke's mind became louder and louder. He could no longer ignore it. There was truth in its words. He knew that if he wanted to become stronger, he would have to kill him. And now would be a perfect time. They were alone, and he had already learned all that he could from the old Sannin. He decided he would act on his instincts and do as the voice said. Perfectly silent, Sasuke drew out his Kusanagi and held it at his side. He knew that he would only get one chance to end this quickly, and he had to wait. As the two walked silently down the corridors, he struck with vicious intent and perfect precision that only his eyes could give him. Chapter 4. "Sasuke," was all that Orochimaru could manage to say. If not for his many years of battle experience, he would not be talking at all. Sasuke aimed to put his sword straight through his neck, severing his spine, but Orochimaru leaned his head to the left at the last moment. With his element of surprise now gone, Sasuke knew he would have to battle the legendary Sannin if he wanted to survive. Orochimaru also knew that he would have to fight, just to make sure his prized body wouldn't walk away from his grasp. But he wouldn't hurt him. He couldn't hurt his perfect replacement body. With that thought taking out most of his ninjutsu, he decided that now was the time to preform his living corpse reincarnation jutsu. "I will have your body, Sasuke." Sasuke knew what his teacher was talking about, but he was not afraid. He stood still and allowed Orochimaru to go through the proper hand seals and use the jutsu. Orochimaru, one not to waste an opportunity, quickly preformed his jutsu. The only thing Sasuke saw was darkness, and endless darkness. Stretching only a few yards around himself was an aura of light. Moments passed, and nothing happened. He began to look around himself calmly, trying to see anything. Out of the darkness, he heard the sinister laugh he'd come to despise. He turned and looked to where the sound was coming from. He could see a figure smaller than himself emerge from the emptiness. Sasuke just stared, emotionless, at the figure coming towards him. He knew that this was Orochimaru's true form, the form that has endured countless battles with his previous hosts' minds. As he came into the light, Sasuke had to fight the urge to laugh. This was it, Orochimaru's true form after countless experiments and body switches. Reduced to nothing more than a hunk of flesh with a face, Orochimaru did indeed fallen from glory. "I've waited 3 years for this moment, and I will not be denied what is mine. You are mine, Sasuke." As Orochimaru started to walk closer to Sasuke, he suddenly stopped. His eyes opened up in shock. He could remember this sensation from somewhere. But when? Then the answer came to him. His brother. He thought to himself, how could this be? He is the youngest remaining Uchiha. He isn't supposed to be this strong. It's impossible. No one can resist my ultimate jutsu. I believe you have misjudged my power, Orochimaru. You think you can attack the fledgling and win? When you face an Uchiha, you never win. This is impossible. This is my justu, crafted and perfected over decades. How are you resisting me? All justu are useless against these eyes. With that proclamation, Sasuke readied himself to finish this fight once and for all. Without wasting any more time, Sasuke walked over to where Orochimaru was. He looked into his snake-like eyes and just stared. As he stared, that familiar voice reappeared back into his mind. This time it said something different, something that made the Uchiha think. It said, kill the traitor. Unfortunately for Sasuke, he didn't have that much time to ponder the voice. He knew that Orochimaru wouldn't need much time to get free from his Genjutsu. Sasuke withdrew his sword from its sheath and held it at his side. In one swift motion, Sasuke thrust his sword straight through Orochimaru's face, right between the eyes. Still staring into his teacher's eyes, he said, "You are a relic of a past age, Orochimaru. You no longer have a place in this world." Tsunade sat patiently in her office waiting for Naruto to arrive. She wanted to talk to him and find out for herself if what Jiraiya said was true or not. Naruto better not be late. If he is, a knocking at the door snapped her out of her thoughts. "Come in," she replied. As the door opened, the first thing she saw was the obnoxious amount of orange. Holy crap, he is actually on time. What did Jiraiya do to him? Well, hey there, Bachan, long time no see. Obviously, he didn't teach Naruto that much on their trip. Tsunade had the urge to get up and hit him, but she decided against it. He did just return after all, so she was going to cut him some slack. It has been a long time after all that she had seen him, and she missed him. She wanted to make pleasantries, but there were more pressing matters at hand. Correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I have heard, you have become pretty strong over the past 3 years. Is it safe to assume that you have full control now? Naruto's normally calm attitude and happy facial features suddenly melted away when he heard her question. His face became ridged and serious. Yes, it's true. I have complete control over him. Well, I never thought I'd see the day that the fox was put in his place, Tsunade commented with a bit of hatred. Bachan, please, don't say things that you don't really mean. He has feelings too, and I don't think he likes people making rude comments about him. Oh, I'm sorry then. I didn't realize that demons had feelings. Before this gets out of hand, is there anything else you wanted from me today? If not, I would like to go home. If it's still the way I left it, of course. As a matter of fact, there is. I personally want to test out your newly obtained skills for myself. In just a little sparring match, of course. She really wants to fight me now, knowing that I have control over the fox? Naruto almost couldn't believe it. A personal sparring matching with none other than the Hokage. At most he thought he would fight Kakashi or another Jonin squad leader. Maybe even 2 at a time. But the Hokage. Okay, I accept your request. When is this sparring match set for? Right now, if you don't have any objections. Haha, are you kidding me? I would never pass the chance to kick the Hokage's butt and show everyone how good I am. Besides, I need to tie up our little personal score. Don't think I would forget about the time you beat me when I was younger now. How could I forget that? The day I was proven wrong. An eerie silence encompassed the room. Though there was an aura of tension and suspense, no one moved. Okay, you seem ready to me. Let's go. This is going to be fun, Bachan. I let it slip the first time, but now I'm going to beat the snot out of you, Naruto. Where have you been, my daughter? It's late out. Hinata froze at the sound of her father's voice. Ever since she was a young girl, her father always pushed her beyond what she could handle and punished her for giving up without even trying. He instilled an everlasting fear into her, for he thought she was weak in every aspect of her life, and he would not let such a weak individual one day be the leader of their clan. Father, didn't see why. You there. I'm sorry for being late. Was just seeing an old friend. Her father looked at her with such piercing eyes that it felt like she would faint. His normally unmoving face turned into an angry scowl. I know who you went to see today, and I do not approve. Hinata gasped in shock at her father's words. How did he know Naruto was coming back today? Do not believe something this important would slip past me, Hinata. As the clan head, it is my job to know these things, my duty, and to protect this clan. Hinata thought to herself, protect the clan? What does father mean? As from this moment forward, I don't want you to associate with him. Why father? You are too young to understand. You are to do as I tell you to do. It's for your own good. Too young to understand? Too young to understand what? Hinata's father was a little shocked. Ever since Hinata could talk, she never raised her voice, even slightly, to him. What has come over her? This is not like her at all. Now he was getting upset. First he shows back up to the village after so many years. And now his daughter is raising her voice to him. He already begun to theorize what could have made her this way, and only one major thing stood out. He is not one of us. He does not belong here. Now Hinata was irate, furious even. Not one of us. You mean just because he is a Jinchuriki he is so different that you or me? After yelling at her father, Hinata stormed off through the house and went to her room. Her father just stood near the front door and just stared at Hinata as she walked away. He couldn't figure out how, but he knew that that boy was the reason why his daughter was acting completely out of character. I will not lose another family member to that monster. I will make sure of that. Slowly smoking, Asuma was leaning against one of the many trees next to a field at the Hokage's personal training ground. He wouldn't miss this for anything, well, almost anything. Also, the Hokage personally requested him to come. Imagining how this sparring match could turn out, Asuma turned his attention over to where Master Jiraiya was standing. What caught his attention was that he was not alone. There were two other people standing with him that he'd never seen before, or seen the likes of for that matter. They most certainly didn't look like anyone he'd ever seen during his travels across the elemental nations, although they wore traditional garb, one dressed as a monk, with no discernible weapons, and the other wearing something similar to Anbu body armor and armed with a single katana strapped across his back. So what do you think of those two foreigners are over there with Master Jiraiya? Asuma asked his fellow jonin. I don't know. I've never seen them before, Kakashi murmured without looking up from his book. Perhaps they are some of Master Jiraiya's contacts. No matter who they are, they look really suspicious to me. If Master Jiraiya trusts them enough to bring them into the village, I trust them. You can't always judge people on first appearances. Kurenai, you need to open up to more people than just Asuma, you know. Kakashi almost didn't notice the left hook aimed at his face because of his giggling. Kurenai never liked it when Kakashi hinted that there was something going on between her and Asuma. They were keeping it a secret, and that's the way they both wanted it to be until the time was right. You two need to cut it out. Lady Tsunade is going to be here soon, and I really don't think she will take it well if two of her best ninjas are fighting amongst each other. You're lucky, Kakashi. Any other time and I would have wiped that smirk off your face.
Ok. Give, Kakashi hastily replied.
He never liked to fight unless it was necessary. Across the field, Jiraiya and his two companions continued their conversation. He was asking them what they thought about what happened over the past few years and what the immediate future may hold. So Kevin, how do you think Naruto will handle the news? Kevin snorted at that. At first he'll probably get excited. Then after it sinks in he'll probably start doubting himself. If he can continue to grow and learn at the pace he has been, I think, in time he will do quite well. Kevin was not old, but he did have well over a decade of experience traveling throughout the elemental nations. While only 21 years old, he had crossed the great ocean with his companion and lived through two wars, one in the homeland of his youth and the final year of the Third Great Shinobi War. Witnessed and survived the fury of a Bijou attack and explored some of the darkest corners of the elemental nations, fighting nightmarish creatures and walking away with the scars to prove it. What do you think, Eric? Kevin asked his companion. Eric hummed thoughtfully and rubbed his chin for a moment before answering. I'd have to agree, especially considering the sheer determination he puts into everything he does. He paused for a second, then chuckled. And after what I saw in his mind, I'm certain he'll be just as unorthodox in his dealings as he is now. Most people that encountered the duo automatically dismissed the older man, at 34, as a threat due to his quiet and unassuming manner, but those that were foolish enough to attack them quickly learned the error of such assumptions. Even before he'd been forced to flee his home with a much younger Kevin in his care, he'd been a force to be reckoned with in the war and had faced down a bijou in an epic, yet futile, attempt to divert its wrath shortly after settling in the elemental nations. Jiraiya calmly looked up, noticing a difference in the air. About time they're here. Everyone also looked up from their own conversations and waited. As they waited, they began to think that maybe Jiraiya was starting to lose it with his old age. But the sudden appearance of Anbu and subsequently the Hokage and Naruto drowned those thoughts. As Naruto regained his bearings, his gaze was drawn over to Kevin, who had waved jauntily, and Eric, who'd shouted, "Surprise!" the moment they'd appeared. "Hey you guys, what are you doing here?" Naruto shouted in confusion. "I thought you said you had business to take care of somewhere else." Kevin face-palmed and shook his head in exasperation. "Come on, Naruto. It wouldn't be much of a surprise if we told you we were coming here, now would it?" "No, I guess not," Naruto replied sheepishly, realizing that he'd slipped back into his old habits. It really bothered him when he had his dense moments. Though he had worked hard over the past couple years to try to minimize their recurrence, he still regressed every now and then. "Dude, it's okay. It's nothing to get down about. We just came to watch your big fight is all. And there are things to discuss afterwards as well," Eric added. As the three were talking, Tsunade had the ANBU squad set up a perimeter around the training ground and set up a barrier. She didn't want to take any chances of their battle being seen or possibly any debris hitting anyone. When she was given the signal that everything was set up, she turned to Naruto. "Okay, Naruto, are you ready?" Putting on a more serious face, he turned towards her and replied, "You better believe it, Bachan." "Well, aren't you going to get into a fighting stance? Or are you just going to let me hit you?" With a huge smirk on his face, Naruto replied, "About that, I was planning on give you a free shot at me." Trying to make it fair and dash, Naruto was abruptly cut off with a swift right punch straight to the stomach. It completely knocked the wind out of him, making his face drain of all color. But Tsunade didn't stop there. She followed through with the punch, not giving Naruto a chance to recover from the blow, and plowed him into the ground. Not wanting to let up, also wanting to get a little revenge on Naruto for calling her Bachan more than once in a single afternoon, she used her full power and drove him deeper and deeper into the ground. She withdrew her fist and readied one more punch. When this one landed, a crater formed around the two. As she leaped out of the hole, the sides caved in, burying Naruto. When she landed on solid earth, she turned and looked at Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, is that really as strong as he has become?" Before Jiraiya could answer her though, Tsunade felt a hand on her shoulder and she nearly jumped out of her skin. "Hey now, I said you could have one free punch. Not two, Bachan." Chapter 5. Who does he think he is? He doesn't even know him at all. Hinata sat quietly on her bed, questions and emotions running rampant through her head. She was so full of anger and rage. She knew this wasn't like her, to talk back, even yell at her father in that manner. All she could think of was that something overcame her. "I'll show him. I'll show them all. He is not a monster. I will show them no matter what." Leaping away quickly, Tsunade looked at Naruto, perplexed. Did he really get that strong as to not even be hurt? "That's pretty good, Naruto. It would seem you haven't suffered any damage from that attack." "Thank you, Bachan. But come on, you shouldn't be that surprised if I have control over the fox. Should you?" All three of the gathered Jonin looked very surprised when they heard Naruto say that. They thought that after 3 years of training he would have learned some new jutsu, enhanced his current arsenal, and done extensive physical training. This, on the other hand, blew their minds. To think that the village knucklehead in 3 years would be able to control one of the most feared bijou. They just couldn't believe it. "Well, Bachan, I did give you your one free shot. Granted it was 2. I'll let it pass," Naruto stated with a smirk and a giggle at the end. That is true, Naruto. Now, are we going to get this underway? Or are you going to keep giving me free shots? I'm going to admit those hits did hurt. I wouldn't mind giving you more free hits, but we came here to see what I have learned, not to see what you are already renowned for. So, if you don't have any more objections, shall we begin? Naruto lowered his stance and readied himself for battle. Not at all, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade readied herself as well. It was the responsibility of the Hokage to protect the village. Granted, the village wasn't in any danger, she still had to fight. She wasn't going to back down from a duel, and she sure as hell wasn't going to let Naruto win via her quitting. She was going to show him why she was chosen to be the Hokage. The field was dead silent. Nothing stirred but the blades of grass from the gentle breeze. Both Naruto and Tsunade stared at each other, waiting for the other to make the first move. Naturally, Tsunade was waiting for Naruto to act first. Unlike his previous years in the village, Naruto was calm and not rushing into anything. This made Tsunade think that Naruto, after all, had finally grown up and learned something. What is he doing? He's acting totally unlike himself. If he's planning something, well, I'll just have to put an end to that. Tsunade lunged forward at Naruto, attempting to land a swift right hook. Naruto easily parried her attack and countered with a right jab of his own. Tsunade jumped back to avoid the attack, and Naruto followed after her. As soon as she landed, Tsunade delivered a quick left kick. The only way Naruto could guard himself was to block with both of his arms. Just before the kick landed, he brought both his arms to his side and caught the kick with his forearms. The force of the kick sent him flying up into the air. Not wanting to let the opportunity slip away, Tsunade quickly leaped up after him. Closing in, Tsunade readied another viscous right punch. At the moment of impact, Naruto grinned at her, and then exploded into a cloud of smoke. Tsunade exclaimed, "What the?" So, he's using a move from my book. Not bad. Kakashi wasn't surprised by what just occurred. He had seen this kind of tactic used before because he himself has used it countless times before in battle. For to know one's enemy's fighting methods is to know the outcome of the fight. Oh, I see how it is. Are you going to hide all day, Naruto? Or are you going to fight me yourself? Tsunade was starting to get impatient. She was, after all, the Hokage of a hidden village. Even though she asked for this duel personally, she still had very important things to get back to. I'm sorry, I just had to see how you fought is all, Naruto replied. As he slowly climbed his way out of the crater, Tsunade noticed he was tossing something in the air, over and over again. When he reached the rim, he caught the item and no longer tossed it. Tsunade focused on the item in his hand, trying to figure out what it was. All she could tell was that the object was round like a little ball, round like a smoke bomb, or like a poison bomb. Noticing Tsunade's worrying look, Naruto drew back his arm and threw the item at her. Seeing the item drawing closer, Tsunade quickly drew in a deep breath and closed her eyes. Being a master medical ninja and an expert at making antidotes for poisons, she understood perfectly how they could enter the human body. All she had to do was either hold her breath until the poison blew away, or jump out of the way of the poison cloud. Tsunade opted for the first option, because she didn't want to be an easy target for an attack. As the object came within range and exploded, there was no poison cloud. To her surprise, all she felt were hundreds of tiny pieces of paper hit her. She opened her eyes and exhaled. Noticing that Naruto was still standing stationary, Tsunade was puzzled as to why. He had the perfect opening, why didn't he attack? What is he thinking? Naruto just stood still, smiling. What are you thinking about? Why I didn't attack you when I had the perfect opportunity? Let's just say I wanted to test out one of my new skills. One of your new skills? She replied back questioningly. Ja. It was something my dad was world famous for, but mine of course is nowhere near as good as his was. There is no way in hell he could have learned sealing. He doesn't have anywhere near the required concentration or skill, no matter how much training he did. I can see by the look on your face that you don't believe me, but let me ask you something. Do you think those are just ordinary pieces of paper all over you? Tsunade slowly and cautiously picked up one of the pieces of paper and looked at it. All she could make out was a set of small writings spread across the whole surface. For the life of her, she couldn't figure out what they meant. If you're having trouble figuring out what they do, let me show you. Naruto raised up his right hand with his middle and pointer fingers straight up and the other two held down by his thumb. He sent a surge of chakra out from his hand to the pieces of paper. As the words activated, Tsunade felt something strange occur. Within an instant, she was forced to the ground by a tremendous force. All of the onlookers were shocked at the sudden event. None of them could tell what had just happened. Tsunade herself was dumbfounded too as what just occurred. One moment she was standing there, and the next she was on the ground feeling as though she had a building on top of her. How do you like it, Bachan? It took me a while to complete, but I think my weight seal stickers are pretty clever. Tsunade could hardly think, let alone move, with the huge weight on her body. I must get this cloak off. Slowly reaching up and grabbing a hold of her Hokage cloak, she started to, with much effort, pull it off her body. As the cloak came off, she could feel the amount of weight decrease. The moment the cloak was completely off, she rose to her feet, breathing heavily. There were still a few tags on her, but the weight was manageable. Come on, Bachan, you're over there out of breath and I haven't even broken a sweat yet. Is that all the Hokage can do? I'll show you what the Hokage can do, Tsunade yelled back. Naruto had a feeling she would act like this, and was prepared to go as far as he needed to win. Almost simultaneously, both Naruto and Tsunade started to use the summoning Justu. Before either could complete their respective summons, they were stopped. Jiraiya, Eric, and Kevin appeared to stop them. Jiraiya at Tsunade's side while Eric and Kevin stopped Naruto. Naruto, surprised, asked, "What are you guys doing? We were just starting to have fun." I'm going to say bringing the Chief Toad and Lady Katsuyu for a friendly sparring match seems a little much to me, Kevin replied to his question. Oh, come on. You all knew what could have happened. She wanted to test out my skills, and I was going to show her just how good I have become. Eric calmly replied, even though you have great power at your disposal, that doesn't mean you need to flaunt such power whenever you feel like it. Yeah. With great power comes great responsibility. Blah blah blah. Don't think that you're above us, Naruto. You may have the fox at your disposal, but you lack the experience. If it comes down to it, we will teach you a lesson, Kevin replied with a hint of menace in his words. Across the way, Jiraiya was having a bit more trouble controlling Tsunade than they did with Naruto. Hey now, Tsunade, calm down. Why are you getting so riled up over a simple sparring match? Jiraiya asked in what he hoped was a soothing manner. You know damn well why. Didn't you teach him some manners among other things? Tsunade replied. I taught him all that he needs to know. Now it is up to him if he wants to use what he has learned or not. Well, he better start if he wants to ever be Hokage. Quickly walking down the streets of the Leaf Village, Hinata thought of where she might be able to find him. After a few minutes, however, she realized that she wasn't just going to come up with an answer, so she needed to ask someone, one of his closest friends. Rounding a corner and walking up a flight of stairs, she stopped at her destination. After knocking 3 times on the door, Hinata waited patiently for a reply. From the other side of the door she heard, "One moment, be right there." Waiting a few more moments, the door swiftly opened to reveal Sakura on the other side. Hey Hinata, what brings you around this time of night? I just wanted to ask you something really quick, if you don't mind, Hinata happily replied. Oh, well then, come in. No, that won't be necessary.
Okay.
What is it you wanted to ask? Do you happen to know where Naruto is? I'm sorry, Hinata. I don't know where he is right now. The only time I seen him was earlier today with you guys. Sakura was perplexed. Why would she want to know where Naruto is, especially at this time of night? Oh, I see. Well, thank you for your time. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Sakura. As Hinata started walking back home, Sakura called out to her. You know, now that he is back in the village, I don't think he will be assigned to any missions for a while. I know he will be quite bored with nothing to do, so in the next few days you might want to check out the training grounds. When he isn't sleeping, on a mission, or eating, he is training. Thank you, Sakura. I'll have to remember that. Night. Hinata waved to Sakura and continued on her path. Sakura waved back to her and then closed the door. She went and sat down on her couch and started thinking. Why is she so interested in Naruto now that he is back? Over the next few days, nothing out of the ordinary happened in the village. People were being sent on missions and returning from them, spending time with their loved ones or spending their free time alone. Naruto, on the other hand, loved to train and hone his skills on his time off. And since he just recently returned to the village, it was going to be a while before he could be put back in the midst of things. That didn't bother him at all, really. He knew that if he wanted to become the Hokage someday, he would have to be the best he could possibly be. And the only way he knew to do that was to train and keep on training. Naruto hated training alone. It was so boring and lonesome. That's why, a few years back, he figured out that he could spar with a shadow clone. It wasn't like fighting a real person, but it was better than nothing. And as an added benefit, he realized he gained the knowledge of the shadow clone, but that also came with a cost. After he was done sparring, even if he himself wasn't tired, he gained his clone's exhaustion. So for the most part, he used this training method mainly for working on his dodging and counterattack speeds. As Naruto was taking a short break, he felt a presence draw near him. He was a little on edge, but he had nothing to fear once the person got closer. He instantly recognized her calm, timid aura. He was though a little perplexed as to why she came and sought him out. Before she could address him, he spoke first. "Hey there, Hinata. What are you up to today?" Eep was the only sound that escaped Hinata's throat. How did he sense me coming? I thought I completely hid my chakra.
Oh, iem sarina Naruto.
I didn't see you were busy. I just came to ch. How you were doing since why you got back. I'm not doing too bad, actually. Granted, I hope I get to do some missions here soon. It's been too long. Hinata replied timidly. Yeah, I kinda do too. So, what are you doing today? And nothing much really. I just wanted to ask you something? What's up? Hinata almost couldn't believe what she was hearing. They were having a normal conversation. Come on now, calm down. Just calm down. The worst that could happen is he says no. Is that really that bad? I wanted to ask you if you wouldn't mind helping me train. Naruto stared at her, pondering her question. Why would she ask me to help her train? I would think Niji, her sister, or even her father would help her train. Sure, Hinata, I would love to help you train. It will also give me some experience sparring with a Hyuga. Hinata now thought she was in a dream. Did she just hear him right? Did he really say he would help her train? You will? OTH. Thank you so much, Naruto. I won't let you down. Naruto giggled slightly. I know you won't. Hey, do you mind if we start training tomorrow? I got a few more things I need to take care of today. No, I don't mind at all. Tomorrow is fine with me, Hinata quickly replied. Okay, then I will see you tomorrow. Let's meet up around, let's say 11. That sounds reasonable. Okay, then it's settled. I'll see you tomorrow then. Later. Bye, Naruto. With that, both teens went their separate ways, both eagerly waiting for tomorrow to arrive. One wanting the chance to train, and one wanting the chance just to spend time with the other. Lady Hokage, Master Jiraiya, I believe it is time for us to leave. So much shit that needs to get done. Ugh. Eric shook his head at his friend's comment. Granted, he didn't really like this kind of work either, but it did need to get done. Well, seeing as we are heading over that way as it is, I don't see why we can't help out a little. It is very kind of you two to be helping us out. If you ever need anything, just ask, Tsunade commented. Kevin was just about to reply to her when he was stopped by Eric. Kevin, don't even say it. You know what she meant. I know, I was just playing around, Kevin cautiously replied. Eric, getting bored with the situation and slightly annoyed by Kevin, decided it was time to go. Thank you, Tsunade, for your hospitality. We shall head out now. Okay, have a safe trip, Tsunade replied with a smile on her face. And with that, the duo left the Hokage Tower and the village hidden in the leaves. Over the next week, Naruto and Hinata meet every day and trained. At first, Hinata was nervous and a bit timid to show Naruto what she could do. But after many times of him telling her she could do it and he believed in her, she opened up. Her stuttering just about completely vanished when she was with him. She never fainted anymore. She did blush a lot still. One day Naruto decided to do something that, if he told Tsunade or Jiraiya, they would probably hang him. He seen how far Hinata had come in her training, and noticed that she was very good with her chakra control. And seeing that she rarely used more than 2 or 3 jutsus when they sparred, he decided to try and change that. Hinata, do you want to learn a new jutsu? What? The question was so sudden she never would have expected it. She knew he was generous, but to teach her a whole new jutsu, it blew her away. I have been noticing that you don't tend to use that many jutsus when we're sparring. I think it would be in your best interest if you added another one to your arsenal, seeing as you're more of a close combat fighter and all. You really think so? I'm not sure I could it that easily. I have faith in you. You can do it. And seeing that I learned it and I had the chakra control of a newborn when I learned it, you should be able to master it in now time, Naruto countered with a huge grin on his face. He meant every word that he said. He knew she could do it, she just had to try. Okay, Naruto, for you I'll try, she replied shyly. Okay, I'm gonna show you the jutsu and then explain on how to actually do it. It will take time. I'll have you learn it in steps just like I did.
Okowo.
Naruto stood back a little from Hinata, as to not spook her or anything. He quickly used his signature move. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He only summoned one clone though. Hinata's eyes grew wide when she realized what he was doing. Slowly rotating chakra in the palm of his hand, his clone stood next to him and added even more chakra. The process only took about 2 seconds, and it was done. In his hand, he held the infamous Rasengan. Hinata couldn't believe her eyes. He was going to teach her how to preform the Rasengan, his favorite jutsu. So, what do you think? Think you can learn the Rasengan? Naruto asked calmly. I'm not sure, Naruto. Isn't it supposed to be a very hard jutsu to use, yet a lone master? Maybe not. Just think the village clown, learned this in just under 1 month. If you put your mind to it, I think you can learn it even faster. There was a few moments of silence while he waited for her answer. When she didn't give one, he spoke again. Okay, how about I make you a deal? Hinata looked up at him, confused. A deal? Yep, a deal. If you can't learn this jutsu in under 1 month, I don't really know, get back to me on that one. On the other hand, if you can learn it, I'll take you out for dinner. Chapter 6. Hinata nervously waited as Naruto had to run into town and get a few things before he had her start training. She was so nervous but happy at the same time. Having the privilege and honor to be taught such a powerful jutsu, it was almost too much for her to handle. And to top it off, Naruto was going to teach her it. As she waiting for him to return, she thought back on the past couple days. She had never spent so much time with him in her whole life. They would train together for up to 5 hours every day. Normally she would only be able to handle 2 or 3 hours for at the max, but for him she was going to give it her all. It was the least she could do for him since he was the one that gave her the will and determination she lacked in her younger years. He was the one that believed in her when no one else did. When she remembered her those times when she was a genin, she couldn't help but blush. Every time she would show her affection for him, he would only think of it as a kind gesture, and nothing more. She didn't care, she still loved him nonetheless. As she reminisced about those old days, she didn't notice that he finally returned. Hey Hinata, are you okay? When he suddenly put his hand on her shoulder, she just about jumped out of her skin. Naruto, it's you. I'm sorry, I was just daydreaming, she replied, breathing quickly from his unexpected gesture. Oh, I'm sorry then for disturbing you. You looked as though you were liking what you were seeing, he said, laughing. When he stopped laughing, he asked, what were you dreaming about? Before Hinata could come up with a respectable answer, she blurted out, you. The moment she processed the word that just came out of her mouth, she tensed up and went silent. Oh my God, did I just really say that? Naruto just stared at her. She couldn't tell what he was thinking or what he was going to do. As the moments went by, she felt like standing up and running home. Before she could though, Naruto started giggling. She was tempted to just stare at him and wait for his next reaction, but she was too nervous to do so. After a few seconds, Naruto stopped giggling, removed his hand from her shoulder, and stood up. It's okay. Everyone does sooner or later. Now Naruto was laughing uproariously. Hinata, on the other hand, just became more nervous and sported a blush so deep it was a wonder she hadn't fainted. As Naruto calmed down, he noticed how red she was getting. He took a deep, calming breath and held out his hand. Hinata, come on, let's get back to work. Hinata slowly raised up her head to show her response. Seeing his gentle, sweet face staring back at her, she began to calm down. She accepted his offering and, with his help, stood up next to him. I'm sorry for acting like this, Naruto. Naruto now looked perplexed. Sorry for acting like what? Oh, what do you have to be sorry for, Hinata? You can't help it that you have a crush on me. Now can you? Now Hinata was as stiff and straight as a stone pillar, her eyes wide open in shock. When did he find out? How did he find out? When did find out? She replied, now with her stutter back and worse than ever before. I found out a while after I gained control over the fox. I had a lot of time to think, so I started to remember my childhood and the years in the academy. Throughout all of those years, the fox was listening and watching just about everything that happened. Naruto looked up at the clouds as he continued. With the fox's senses and added input, I got to look at things in so many different ways. Turning his attention back to Hinata, Naruto took a breath and went on. Needless to say, I finally realized all the things you did for me and why you did them. And for that, I thank you, Hinata. Hinata stared into his eyes, those luscious blue eyes that only he had. He thanks me? He thanked me, visibly becoming calmer. Hinata replied with a small smile on her face. You're welcome, Naruto-kun. It's okay. Now, what do you say we get back to training? That is what we're here to do after all, right? Naruto asked humorously. Without any objections, Hinata nodded her response. Now, there are multiple steps to learning the Rasengan. Step number 1, you need to pop a water balloon only by spinning the water inside as fast and hard as you can. Once you can do that, the next step is to make a rubber ball explode by using raw power. The third and final step is to combine what you have learned in the previous steps, using the water balloon again. The only thing is you can't have the balloon moving, it must stay stationary. You need to combine the spinning aspect of the chakra and the sheer power of it as well. Hinata looked on in utter amazement. She knew that this jutsu was high level, but she thought the training would be a little more advanced. For such a revered jutsu, the training was so simplistic. That's it? That's all the training involved? Hinata asked. Pretty much, yeah. I know it may sound simple, but trust me, it is very hard to do. Without wasting any more daylight, Naruto pulled out a balloon and filled it up. Holding it in the palm of his hand, he demonstrated the first phase of training. Oh, something that may make this even easier for you is if you use your Byakugan, so you can see how the chakra is supposed to look. Right? Hinata replied, quickly activating her Kekkai Genkai. When she was done, Naruto proceeded with the demonstration. Two figures sat in a dark cavern. Slowly, the taller of the two stood up and took a few steps forward. He calmly, yet authoritatively, called out, "Assemble!" One by one, figures appeared around him. They weren't made of flesh and blood, though. They were holograms. After all 7 were there, the man in the middle slowly opened his eyes, revealing strange circle patterns in both. He looked around at each of them. Satisfied, he began to speak. It is time to begin the operation. You all are aware of who your targets are and how to apprehend them. Now go. With that proclamation, all the attendees either nodded their response or just simply left. Back in their bodies, Kakuzu and Haydn stood up and continued their walk down the road. My, Jashin is going to love the sacrifices I will present to him. It has been a while since the last one. He is growing impatient. Haydn, I could give a shit less about your stupid rituals, but we must take the one alive. As for his companion, don't mess up his face too bad. I need to collect his bounty. What the fuck, Kakuzu? You know I need to perform my rituals to Lord Jashin. How many times do I have to explain it to you? They are a waste of time and boring at that. There are more important things than your stupid ritual, like bounties. That's all you give a shit about, isn't it? This stupid bounty and that stupid bounty. You would not make a good follower of Jashin with that attitude. The only thing I follow is money. Money makes the world go around. Without it, everyone would be the same. And we need vast amounts of money to complete our plans. So I don't want to hear you again patronize me about how useless money is, or I'll fucking kill you. 1.5 weeks later, Hinata was still training with Naruto on the Rasengan. She did very well with the first step, getting through it within 2 days. She was having some trouble with the second step though. She was always taught to use chakra sparingly and precisely. For this step to work, she had to use a large amount of chakra explosively. Though she was getting the hang of it, the main problem she was having was she didn't have a large chakra supply. So, frequently Naruto and her would take breaks and just relax. For the most part, they would mainly talk about their pasts, what they were currently doing, and about the future. Naruto's plan for the future hadn't changed since he was very young. He wanted to become the best Hokage the village had ever seen. As for Hinata though, she was losing sight of what she really wanted to do or become. All her life, she wanted to be a strong ninja and powerful head of her clan. Recently though, she dreamed that future less and less, and started focusing more on something else. She couldn't fully remember what her dream was, but she knew she was someone important to the village. Okay, break time is over. Time to get back to work. Already, Naruto? It feels like we just started, Hinata weakly replied. Yes, otherwise you're never going to make your 1-month deadline, Naruto said with smirk on his face. This instantly brought Hinata her second wind and she was eager to get started. Continuing where they left off, Naruto showed her one more time on how to accomplish the second phase of training. When it was her turn, however, she still couldn't get it to pop. She just wasn't feeling the strength aspect of it, as Naruto put it. She was just too kind of a person to use her chakra as she needed to. As Naruto was watching her struggle to pop the rubber balloon, he got an idea. Hinata, stop for a minute. I think I may have figured out why you haven't popped the balloon yet. What do you mean? I'm thinking it may have something to do with cause you're so kind. I think you need to get a little angry and that may give your chakra the little extra boost it may need. Of course, that is just a theory after all. Hinata pondered what he said. He did make some sense. Throughout all her years of training and out of missions, she did notice that when people got angry, they did seem to have more energy, more strength. Okay, I'll try. Hinata readied herself to try again. This time, she started to think about things that made her mad. The first image that popped into her head was her father. Amazingly, that was all she needed. The moment his image appeared in her mind, she remembered all the times he called her a failure, called her weak, called her useless. Then she could hear his words reverberate through her head. He is not one of us. He does not belong here. That was all she needed. Within moments, Naruto watched as her face contorted into one of pure rage, maybe even hatred. Before either one of them could react, the ball expanded rapidly and violently exploded, shocking both of them back into reality. Now, that's more like it. Good job, Hinata, you passed the second step. Thank you. That was easier than I thought it would be. It actually felt good. Well, it is better to let out your emotions than bottle them up, you know? Otherwise, you could become insane, lonely, or just plain out evil. I'm going to have to remember that little tip for later. Okay, now on to the third and final step. You seem to have gotten through the first two with no problems, and quite fast I may add. The third step, however, is going to take you quite a while. In this step, you need to combine what you've learned in steps 1 and 2, adding the rotation control of the chakra with its explosive power. Hinata only nodded as Naruto spoke. He was right, the first 2 steps were easy. Now all she had to do was pass this third and final step, and she will have a new and powerful jutsu at her disposal. Not to mention a date with Naruto. That thought alone kept her going, not wanting to give up. She knew if she gave up, it would be like giving up on him. And that's one thing she would never do. Hey Eric, wake up. It's time to get moving. Slowly stirring from his sleep, Eric reluctantly awoke from his slumber. He had a most unpredictable sleeping schedule. He slept only when he was truly tired, and if not woken up, would sleep half the day away without a care. Yawning and rubbing his eyes, Eric sat up. Patently waiting, Kevin stood on the road. Keeping watch all night took its toll on him and left him exhausted. But that's how he lived, and he didn't mind. When he could force himself to sleep, he would toss and turn all night. As he rubbed his eyes and yawned, he didn't notice Eric get up. Come on, let's get moving. Fuck dude, you got up quickly. Eric didn't bother to acknowledge what he said. Instead, he began walking again towards their destination. Kevin just shook his head and followed after his companion. As the duo were walking, Kevin took in his surroundings. Something seemed off, it was quieter than normal. Hey Eric, is it just me, or is it a lot quieter around here? It is, was his only response. I wonder why, was all Kevin got out before he felt it. An undeniable feeling of anger, hatred, murderous intent. He was now wide awake, all his senses on full alert. Something was coming, drawing nearer to them. It seems they are finally making their move after all these years. Are you ready? Kevin calmly asked Eric. I was born ready, my good man. Further up the road, 2 cloaked figures walked on the same road, only going in the opposite direction. For the most part, they were quiet, unless the younger of the 2 decided he wanted to whine about something or just argue for fun. Don't you ever take your nose out of that fucking bingo book, Kakuzu? If you don't live life, you're going to die unfulfilled. I am living my life, and my life is to collect bounties. Bullshit. The meaning of life is to have fun and take life, not go around collecting some worthless paper or medals. I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. I will live how I want to live. You're not going to change my mind. Now shut up or I'm going to kill you. That right there. With that attitude, you would be a perfect follower of Lord Jashin. Haydn. Shut up now. Kakuzu felt them nearing them. Haydn, on the other hand, was in his opinion too stupid for that kind of thing. When Haydn looked at Kakuzu, he got the message loud and clear. He wanted to have some fun, well, he was going to get it. As the 2 groups drew nearer to each other, no one did anything hastily. They all continued on their paths, not even acknowledging the other's existence. The moment all 4 men crossed paths, you could almost see the tension in the air, but nothing happened. As the distance increased between them, no one attacked. Kevin closed his eyes and mentally sighed, hoping the fight was averted. As he continued walking, he faintly heard a keening sound, like something sharp moving through the air. Not hesitating, he reached for his sword, opened his eyes and spun around, deflecting the rather large scythe weapon. Haydn quickly withdrew it with the rope-like tether connected to it. When he grasped it in his hand, he darted towards Kevin. Kevin looked on and sighed. I guess this was unavoidable. Oh well, you gotta do what you gotta do. Haydn, don't mess around with him. We have a mission to complete, Kakuzu called out to his teammate. Haydn didn't respond to his friend's words. His goal lay in front of him. Someone who used the same style of fighting as him, a close combat specialist. Oh, thank Lord Jashin for this glorious day. I get to have a challenge after such a long time. Please don't die quickly now. I need to revel in your pain and bask in your blood. Kevin did not flinch in horror or tremble in terror. He was used to death threats, and this was no different. He did not want to die, at least not yet. There was so much more he needed to do in his life, and he was not going to let some blood-crazed psycho take that all away from him. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I have no intention on dying today, or any time soon for that matter. Haydn yelled back with an unholy laughter. I don't care what you want. It is the will of Lord Jashin that you be sacrificed. Kevin didn't respond to him. He was fed up already with his supposed God. Though he couldn't fault him either, everyone had a choice in what they believed. Before Haydn got within striking range, Kevin leaped backwards. He didn't want to be close to Eric when he started to fight. Getting caught in that crossfire was not on his personal agenda list. Satisfied that he was far enough away, Kevin stopped running. Haydn, though, kept on charging, swinging wildly. Haydn jumped at Kevin, swinging straight in front of him, hoping to cut him in half. Kevin jumped straight in the air, dodging the attack, and as Haydn flew under him, got in an attack of his own. After he landed, Kevin turned to watch his opponent tumble across the road. He was amazed, though, when he quickly stood up and faced him. Now this is something odd. I just cut both of your Achilles tendons and you're somehow standing. That is a nice trick you got there. Motherfucker. That really hurt, you asshole. Kevin just smirked at him. You think that hurt? Just wait for this next one. Dashing forward, Kevin readied his sword for a fatal strike. As he drew close, Haydn quickly threw a metal rod at him. Kevin barely had time to dodge in mid-air. Though he dodged the projectile, Haydn got him with a swift kick to the back, sending him flying into a nearby field. Not giving up, Haydn quickly picked up his scythe and charged after him. As he was tumbling through the air, Kevin saw Haydn giving pursuit. Seeing him arc his weapon over his head, Kevin decided to continue rolling as he hit the ground, making the attack miss in the process. Pushing off the ground, Kevin regained his footing and parried yet another slicing swing. While Kevin and Haydn's exchanges became increasingly violent, their partners simply stared each other down, sizing each other up. At first glance, Kakuzu wasn't all that impressed by what he saw. The man was tall, a couple inches taller than him even, but was somewhat chubby and dressed in drab monk robes. He didn't carry himself like a ninja or a warrior either, seemingly at ease even now as he smiled blandly at the S-rank missing Nin before him, and that more than anything set off alarm bells in Kakuzu's mind. Unlike his companion, who had a healthy bounty on his head and a respectable rank in various bingo books, there was almost no information on him or any possible abilities he might have, so Kakuzu was completely in the dark about their target. That was not a situation Kakuzu was comfortable with in the least, but he had his orders. Leader Sama has ordered us to collect you, foreigner, with force if need be. I suggest you come quietly, Kakuzu declared with a healthy dose of killing intent to try and cow Eric. I see, Eric replied quietly, seemingly unaffected by the killing intent. And what of my friend? Kakuzu narrowed his eyes dangerously. His life is forfeit and his bounty shall be mine. Surrender yourself to us or face the consequences. I shall not say it a third time. I see, Eric said again with a sigh. I'm afraid that neither of those outcomes are something we can accept. Eric widened his stance a bit and clapped his hands together but otherwise didn't move from where he was. Kakuzu examined him for a moment, weighing his options before rushing forward in a blur in an attempt to overwhelm his opponent physically, and was caught completely by surprise when he slammed face first into a wall of earth that had risen up out of the road. He recovered quickly and leaped away in time to avoid a massive spike that would have pierced straight through his chest. Kakuzu eyed the wall critically as it melted back into the road, revealing Eric still standing in the same place in the same exact stance. What the hell was that? Before Kakuzu could begin to analyze his foe's defense, he felt the ground shift beneath him and leaped up and forward, narrowly avoiding another earth spike, and lost his cloak as he was forced to twist in midair to avoid another smaller spike that had branched out from the first. Oddly enough, the attack didn't continue, but as Kakuzu angled himself for a smooth landing, he realized that those two attacks were just a lead for the true attack. A large portion of the ground between him and his target was shifting and growing into odd pillar-like shapes before his very eyes, and he was going to land right in the middle of it. The moment his feet hit the ground, Kakuzu was forced to dodge and dodge again as dozens of earthen spikes formed out of the pillars at odd angles attempting to pierce him. Kakuzu tried to use his superior agility to maneuver around the pillars and get at his foe, who still hadn't moved, but the pillars began to move, effectively cutting off any route he tried to take to get closer. With a snarl, Kakuzu leaped high into the air again and began flashing through hand signs. Enough of this. Wind style. Pressure damage. The tightly compressed whirlwind of air shot down and struck the ground with a roar, expanding violently and demolishing the earthen pillars. Eric blinked once in surprise but infuriatingly refused to move as the wind-driven debris shot towards him. He instead extended his arms out to the sides with his palms facing out. It was Kakuzu's turn to blink incredulously when his attack suddenly dissipated mere feet from the man and the debris seemed to bounce off an invisible barrier. "So that's how you want to play, is it?" A shiver raced up Kakuzu's spine at how cold Eric's voice had become. His senses were screaming at him to move, but before he could even mold the chakra necessary for a substitution, he was struck in the back by what felt like a boulder. He stumbled, then dodged to the side, hands going through another set of hand signs, but was struck again across the face by some invisible force before he could complete them and sent tumbling away. Kakuzu barely had time to breathe before he was struck again by a hammer blow that drove him into the ground, but this time he managed to pull off a substitution before a third blow cratered the spot he'd been in moments before. Kakuzu breathed a sigh of relief from his perch in a tall tree just off the road and took a moment to examine his surprising foe. Fucking Zetsu didn't warn us about what he could do. This is ridiculous. How is he attacking me? Why is he just standing there? He raged silently. Kakuzu took a deep breath to calm himself. It's not as though this is the first time I've faced a powerful opponent, even if his abilities are an unknown. He reasoned silently. He's trying to keep me at a distance, so I just have to get in close and this is over. Just as he began planning his attack, a howling gale tore into the stand of trees he'd been hiding in and ripped him off his perch. As he was flung violently back towards the road, it finally hit Kakuzu just what he was dealing with. The bastard is using nothing but pure elemental manipulation. How much chakra does he have? Any further thoughts were cut short as he was plowed head first into the ground with enough force that his neck would have snapped if he hadn't used his earth spear jutsu and left an impressive crater. Kakuzu cracked his neck irritably as he rose and stepped out of the crater. He glared balefully at his adversary, who now had his arms crossed and was watching him with a raised eyebrow. "So the rumors were true, I see," Eric mused aloud. "You are going to be damn hard to kill." Kakuzu snorted in derision. "You don't know the half of it, foreigner. I warned you that I would use force to take you down, and you have left me with little choice." He grunted as black threads burst forth from his back and two of his masks separated from him, one with red markings and another with yellow, and formed into demonic-looking creatures composed entirely of the same black thread. Eric frowned slightly as they took up positions just behind Kakuzu, then his eyes began to glow a deep electric blue. He flinched slightly as he felt a concentrated wave of chakra wash over him and his hearts reacted to it. Even the ones that had their own bodies shifted uneasily behind him, but otherwise nothing seemed wrong. Other than the rather disturbing grin that grew on Eric's face as the glow in his eyes faded away. "So that's your secret, huh? Now you've got my attention, little ninja," he drawled. Kakuzu nearly snarled. "Do not patronize me, child. I was killing before your parents were even born. You just keep telling yourself that, little ninja," Eric cut in. "You may be 3 times my age, but that has done nothing to cure you of the ignorance that seems to be bred into your people. In one place it's foreigner, in another it's monster or freak. My favorite by far was an old monk who kept calling me demon spawn while trying to banish me back to whatever hellish pit I'd crawled up from, shortly after I first set foot on this stagnant little continent." He paused in his rant and took a deep breath, almost visibly reining himself in. His mocking little grin returned as he refocused on Kakuzu. "Sorry about that. As much as I can hope, I suppose trying to talk you to death isn't going to succeed anytime soon." Kakuzu silently ordered his masks forward rather than answering. The red mask flew straight at Eric while its yellow counterpart darted off to the left in an attempt to flank him, and Kakuzu moved to the right to do the same. Eric ignored them, focusing first on the red mask as it was the nearest and closing fast. He slapped his hands together before him, intending to bring up another earth wall to delay it, when it suddenly stopped and began swelling ominously. His eyes widened when the air around it shimmered and hints of fiery red became visible at points of its misshapen body. Eric thrust his hands out toward it, palms down and the tips of his thumbs touching, just as it inhaled sharply and spewed out a strangely small fireball at him. He narrowed his eyes at the seemingly benign attack. He'd seen larger fireballs used in jutsu before, but his senses told him that this attack wasn't something he wanted to hit him. So Eric reached out with his power and latched onto the fireball, halting it in its tracks. He raised an eyebrow when he felt the sheer power that drove it. "Son of a bitch, I definitely don't want that anywhere near me." He expanded his senses to find his other two opponents and frowned a bit when he did. The strange yellow mask was floating nearly 30 feet up and to his left but didn't seem to be doing anything other than observing him and Kakuzu. Kakuzu was to his right, and Eric could feel him molding chakra in preparation for what felt like that wind jutsu he'd attempted earlier, and his frown turned into a savage grin when he realized what the Akatsuki member had planned. He let the fireball come a little closer, putting on a show of straining with the attack, as he waited for the man to launch his jutsu. Wind style, pressure damage. The moment he heard that cry, Eric redirected the fireball with a thought to intercept the wind jutsu in a spectacular explosion. He took a moment to redirect it away from him and back towards Kakuzu before he snapped his hands out to the side and refocused on the red mask as it swelled again. A second later it hit the ground hard courtesy of a concentrated blast of wind, and a small spurt of flame escaped it as it was flattened out. Eric turned away from it before he could crush it, and the heart contained within completely as the yellow mask finally made its move, swooping down at him and molding chakra for a jutsu. He had only a moment's warning, a slight tingle over his skin almost like static, before it unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning right at him. His hands blurred as he brought them together again, this time with a few inches separating them and with his fingers slightly curved inward, and barely managed to divert the attack. It passed so close, though, that Eric still received a slight shock that brought him to his knees, but he managed to keep his hands in the same pose, which was fortunate as the mask unleashed another bolt the moment the first one dissipated. This time Eric was ready for it, however, and before it had gone a few feet he'd seized it and reversed the bolt straight back at the mask, punching through it and destroying its heart. He didn't even pause to watch as it began convulsing, the threads that made up its body falling apart, while Eric rose to his feet and turned towards Kakuzu in one smooth motion, 5 balls of crackling lightning forming and circling around him in odd crisscrossing patterns. "The jutsu you ninja use are so crude," Eric said in a conversational tone, "bending and twisting your own inborn energy, the very energy that gives you life, I might add, into unnatural imitations of the powers that drive the natural world." 2 of the orbs shot forward in a blur the moment he finished speaking, forcing Kakuzu to twist and dodge around them, and nearly caught him by surprise when they reversed suddenly and came back for a second pass. "Now for pest control," Eric muttered as he turned his back on Kakuzu. The red mask had risen just moments before, still a little misshapen from its sudden collision with the ground, and was floating towards him unsteadily. Although he hadn't managed to destroy it, Eric could tell he'd caused some serious damage judging from the chakra he felt leaking off of it. Best to just finish it off quickly. He clapped his hands together once again, and claws composed of earth rose up and grabbed hold of it, dragging it bodily down to the ground where it was swallowed whole. Eric felt a ripple of power as it was crushed, and he nodded decisively. 2 down, 3 to go. He turned back to Kakuzu, who was still dodging the rather determined balls of lightning. With a mental command, the other 3 shot forward to join the fray. Much to his surprise, the Akatsuki member continued to avoid them by employing some rather impressive acrobatics, a few short-range shunshins, and even replacing himself with one of the orbs. "That is quite enough," Eric murmured when he pulled off the replacement and waited until one of them passed close to Kakuzu before he made it explode. A bright flash of light lit up the area and a wave of energy washed over the missing nin, frying him and stunning him just long enough for the other orbs to swoop in and strike. Eric quickly shifted his hands and formed a wall of earth to shield him from the resulting flash and discharge. "That's the last time I used that many at such close range," he grumbled quietly as his muscles spasmed periodically. Eric reached out with his senses and sighed in exasperation when he felt the all-too-familiar energy of his opponent clearly and closing quickly. Why won't this bastard just die? Suppose it's time to up the ante. In his anger, Kakuzu had abandoned any attempt at finesse, not that it was a strong point of his in the first place, and simply smashed through the barrier with brute force and nearly tumbled head first into the pit that had appeared where Eric had been standing. He barely had time to right himself before several 100 pounds of solid earth slammed back down on him, with Eric standing calmly on top with his arms held out to the side again. The entire thing lifted back up and floated several feet away so that Eric could stare down into the hole and at the rising form of Kakuzu, whose skin was quickly losing the dark tinge that came from his earth spear jutsu, who glared venomously up at him. "I underestimated you, foreigner," the missing Nin snarled. "I suppose I shouldn't have, considering what we've learned about the powers granted to Jinchuriki by their Biju." Eric cocked his head to the side with a puzzled expression on his face before he suddenly burst into laughter. "You really think what you've seen so far is the result of a demon's influence?" he asked incredulously. "I see my original estimations of your intelligence were greatly overblown, little ninja. You have yet to see what I am truly capable of." His hands dropped down listlessly to his sides, but to Kakuzu's surprise his little platform remained airborne, and worse yet, for him at least, 5 spears composed of ice formed in the air above him. "Besides," Eric drawled, "you hardly rate high enough to warrant his attention." With a lazy wave of his hand, 3 of the spears shot forward to skewer the Akatsuki member, who once again was forced to dodge. The spears slammed into the ground just behind him, and the other 2 were already soaring towards him. Kakuzu flashed through a familiar set of hand signs for the 3rd time in this battle. Wind style, pressure damage. To his shock, the spears simply swerved around his attack and kept coming. Kakuzu managed to keep his eyes on his opponent as he stepped back to avoid the spears at the last moment, and grimaced when Eric simply caught the jutsu and began idly tossing it up and catching it like it was some kind of ball. "You know I'm getting real tired of you throwing this thing at me," Eric said with a theatrical yawn. "How about I show you how mana is supposed to be used?"
Mana?
What the hell is mana? Kakuzu wondered briefly before any further thoughts were wiped away as his jutsu exploded forcefully in Eric's hand. He watched in amazement as the man stood calmly in the center of the deadly whirlwind that was slowly tearing apart his platform until it was just wide enough for him to stand comfortably on, and spinning the chunks of dirt and rock into a makeshift barrier that quickly swirled up above his head and solidified into several jagged missiles. "Dance for me, little ninja," Eric cried with a rather disturbing smile on his face. The ice spears surrounding him began to glow brightly before exploding, sending thousands of razor-sharp shards spinning wildly in a sudden gale that converged on Kakuzu. He activated his earth spear jutsu yet again, then howled in agony when the empowered ice shards tore through his toughened skin. Blinded by the pain, Kakuzu nevertheless had enough presence of mind to use another jutsu to escape, sinking down into the earth like it was water. Eric frowned as he felt Kakuzu's power split up once, and then again. One moved around to flank him underground, one of the masked creatures if Eric wasn't mistaken, while Kakuzu and the other remained in place. He was tempted to simply crush the Akatsuki member right then and there, but he was quickly reaching the limits of his channeling, holding his platform and the rock projectiles above him together and aloft while keeping his ice storm formed and raging all at once. So he decided to simply wait the ninja out. He had nothing but time on his hands after all. The one mask that had moved around him, the tallest yet with light blue highlights, burst out of the ground with a chakra-enhanced boulder held over its head. It never got a chance to launch its attack as the ice storm descended upon it, shredding through the threads that made up its body. Its arms buckled under the onslaught, then collapsed, letting the boulder fall and crush it and its heart completely. Eric let the ice storm dissipate finally. It was too far away now to be useful against Kakuzu and was taking up too much of his energy and attention. He was glad he had a moment later when the missing Nin burst out of the ground as well with yet another masked creature. This one with odd-looking wings and dark blue highlights, right behind him. It was time to end this. The earth below them shifted then reached up in the blink of an eye, closing around the masked creature's limbs and dragging it back down. It was swallowed by the ground and crushed before Kakuzu could even register that something was wrong. He was focused solely on the rocks that were hurtling straight at him. He contorted his body in such a way that the projectiles would shoot harmlessly past him, but Kakuzu was not prepared for when small whip-like protrusions snapped out and grabbed hold of him, dragging him back down to the ground with them. They impacted the ground and slipped in seamlessly, but he was not so lucky, crashing down with enough force to stun him momentarily. Before he could recover, the ground moved yet again, fluidly rising up and forming restraints around his hands, feet, and waist. Kakuzu was stretched out across what was looking increasingly like a sacrificial altar as Eric descended on his platform and began walking sedately towards him when it melted back into the ground. Kakuzu struggled against his restraints, using all of his considerable strength, but it was useless. He couldn't form hand signs, and something was preventing him from substituting away even. The Akatsuki member glared venomously up at Eric as he stared stoically down at his captured opponent. "It's almost tempting to just leave you here," he stated absently. "But that won't do, not at all." He turned his back on the missing Nin. "Check and mate, little ninja." Kakuzu's body jerked spasmodically as hundreds of spikes shot up out of the surface of the altar, piercing through every part of his body. He slumped, dead at last, and his corpse was sucked down into the altar that also sank back into the ground in turn. With a wave of his hand and a flare of power, to repair all the damage done to the road and surroundings, Eric walked off to find his young companion. Kevin was perplexed. He knew he was hitting him, but it was like he didn't care. He was actually enjoying the pain, and nothing seemed to have any effect on him either. Cutting his tendons did not hinder his movement. Slicing major blood vessels didn't result in death. He seemed to be, for a better lack of a word, invincible. "Oh, the pain! Such wonderful, joyous pain. I want you to feel it too." Haydn was blood-drunk. His path was set and laid out before him. He wanted, no, needed, his victims to relish in the agony they caused on him. He wanted them to feel alive through pain. Laughing hysterically, he swung his scythe at Kevin, aiming to cut off his head. Just before impact, Kevin raised his right hand to his neck, his palm facing the direction of the incoming blade. An inch before the blade made contact, it stopped completely. Haydn looked on in utter amazement. If he had to guess as to what had just happened, he would say Kevin was using wind-style jutsu. The only problem with that was he never used a hand sign. Haydn thought to himself, what kind of jutsu is that? Confused? Well, that's too fucking bad. I have heard rumors about what you can do, and believe me when I say it, I will make damn sure your blade never touches my skin. Kevin flexed his hand, creating a huge gust of wind that sent Haydn's weapon flying in the opposite direction. Before Haydn could withdraw his scythe, Kevin gripped his sword and swung down, cutting the tether between him and his weapon. Haydn was outraged. No one had ever took his scythe away from him before. "How the fuck did you do that, you little shit? Tell me now." Crouching low to the ground, holding his weapon at his right side, Kevin replied, "This fight is over." With that, Kevin dashed toward the now unarmed Haydn with lightning speed. Haydn tried desperately to raise his arm to try and block the attack, but it was futile. In the blink of an eye, Kevin appeared behind him, kneeling on the ground. Haydn quickly turned his head to face him, but something felt wrong. As he thought about what it could have been, he noticed that it looked as though the world was turning. Then it was upside down. He realized that his head had been cut off. As his head fell to the ground, he noticed Kevin spin around and dash at him once again. He stopped just in front of his still-standing body, and with 3 quick and precise cuts, his arms, torso, and legs quickly followed suit and toppled to the ground. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, at one of the numerous training grounds, Naruto and Hinata were training once again. Hinata was continuously working on the 3rd phase of learning the Rasengan. Non-stop she worked at it, trying to combine the concentration for the rotation with the raw power needed for its explosiveness, and so far, she had failed. Watching the remnants of the jutsu scatter to the wind, Hinata slumped over, gasping for air. She never imagined that this jutsu would require so much chakra. She'd seen Naruto preform the jutsu multiple times, and he never seemed fazed. She had heard that he was born with an unusually large chakra supply, but that couldn't possibly explain it. She didn't care to try to elaborate on it any longer. She was just too exhausted. Hinata, how about let's call it a day? It's hot out and you've been working for hours. You need a rest. Slowly raising her head to look at Naruto, Hinata calmed her breathing down just enough to speak. I don't want to stop just yet. Standing straight up again, Hinata let her head hang back, still breathing quickly. Just one more try. After that, we can call it quits. Naruto looked on in awe. He didn't know exactly where she got this new determination, but he liked it. In the back on his mind, he thought, if she starts acting like this, I will have a new endurance training partner. I won't have to rely on Lee or Mike Guy. Okay, one more shot. Then that's it. You know what can happen if you push yourself too far, but it's your call. Thank you. Just give me a minute to catch my breath. A little more, Hinata replied. After several minutes of controlled breathing, Hinata regained her composure. Standing just a few feet away, Naruto eagerly watched as Hinata readied herself one more time to try mastering the Rasengan. With her hand held out, Hinata slowly began to focus her chakra to the center of her hand. Once it was there, she began to rotate it. Slowly, a tiny visible sphere of chakra could be seen in the palm of her hand. Now was the difficult part. Hinata began to add more and more chakra to the sphere, increasing its size. There you go. Now you just got to keep it up. Registering what he said, Hinata concentrated on nothing other than the sphere in her hand and her chakra. Still adding more chakra to the steadily growing orb, Hinata almost didn't catch part of the sphere started slowing down its rotation, inevitability causing the whole sphere to slow down and stop spinning. Without thinking, she brought her other hand and began to add chakra to help keep the rotation steady. Naruto watched on with a smirk, not knowing if she figured out that using two hands is easier than using only one, or if her instincts just took over. Hinata now was starting to sweat and pant. Naruto knew she was reaching her limit, but he didn't know if she could keep this up much longer. I'm close. I'm so close, I can feel it. I need to push forward. I can't stop, not now. With that thought of encouragement, Hinata gritted her teeth and pushed chakra into the sphere with both her hands, wanting to quickly get it to usable size. Once she thought it was large enough, she stopped adding chakra and focused solely on maintaining its rotation. She apprehensively moved her left hand away from the now completed jutsu. Holding it in her hand, she just stared in amazement. She could feel the power emanating from it. Her eyes widened and she smiled. I did it. I actually did it. Before she got the chance to look up at Naruto and see his approving face, she heard him yell, Hinata! As she started to look up at him, she could see him lunging at her. Before she could think of why, she felt something strange in front of her. Her eyes trailed down to her hand just as the Rasengan exploded. Chapter 7. Hinata sat on the couch as she always did while waiting for him to return, gently rocking the infant in her arms. She disliked that he never returned home on time, but that was to be expected. He was, after all, the Hokage. She understood that certain situations required more time than others. Sighing to herself, she turned her attention to the sleeping child she was holding. She could hardly believe that it had been 6 months since she gave birth to her child. Their child. He was declared a miracle by most of their friends, and an abomination by a select few. Though those thoughts deeply hurt her, she never let it show. She found out over the years that if you dwell on what others say and think, you will start to believe it as well. She no longer listened to those voices. She chose her own path in life. Still smiling at her baby, Hinata could hear footsteps coming up the walkway. She looked up to the door and eagerly awaited for him to enter. As the door opened, the afternoon sun shone bright. Hinata quickly closed her eyes from the blinding light. As she had her eyes closed, she could hear sounds that were odd, that didn't belong. Wanting to know what was making them, she slowly opened her eyes. Oh, well, hey there, sleepyhead. Looks like you finally came to.
Naruto, where am I?
Hinata groggily asked, attempting to sit up. Walking to her hospital bed, Naruto gently put his hands on her shoulders to stop her. Hey now, take it easy. You need to recover your strength. Hinata tried her best to understand what he said. Regain my strength? Sitting back against her pillow, Hinata asked, what happened? Standing next to her, Naruto crossed his arms in front of himself and answered her. You passed out. Overexertion, basically. Hinata looked at him, then at her hands. Upon looking at her right palm, she noticed it looked as though it was slightly burnt. Noticing that Hinata started to look frightened, Naruto spoke up. You don't need to worry about that. The doctors already looked at it and said it will heal within the week. Perplexed, Hinata asked, how did it happen? The Rasengan exploded in your hand. You were already tired, and when you tried to do it again, you couldn't hold the rotation. Slowly allowing what Naruto just said run through her mind, Hinata began to remember what happened. That's right. We were training, weren't we? That's right, I was practicing the Rasengan. I was working so hard, I must have passed out. Hinata began to contemplate on what went wrong and how she could correct it next time, but a more prominent question came to mind. If we were at the training grounds and I passed out, how did I get here? Did Naruto bring me here? Did he carry me here? Hinata began to slightly blush at the thought of Naruto carrying her to the hospital in his arms. Naruto, noticing her quite obvious change, asked, what's with that face? Nothing, Hinata hastily replied. Naruto couldn't help but giggle slightly at her response. He had a few ideas of what she could have been thinking, but didn't want to push the subject any further. Hinata needed to rest and recuperate. Since you're up now, I'll be right back. There's some stuff I need to go get. Hinata had a confused look on her face, but replied, okay. Naruto calmly walked out of her room and down the hall. Hinata strained to see if she could hear his footsteps, but all she heard was the quiet loneliness of the empty corridor. As the minutes ticked by, she began to wonder what Naruto was doing, or if he was even going to come back. As she lingered on that thought, she began creating fantasies about what could happen, about what would happen. Now that I have failed Naruto, will he want to train with me anymore? Will he look at me and think that I am strong and independent, or will he think I am weak and not worth his time? Before she could let herself fall into a depressed mood, she was brought back to the real world by the quick and rather loud opening of the hospital room door. She quickly looked over and was surprised by what she seen. One of the nurses was nervously holding the door open so Naruto could wheel in a cart with assorted dishes on it. Hinata eyed the nurse as Naruto passed by her and came over to her bed. She noticed that the nurse never made eye contact with him, and as soon as she could, she hastily left the room and ran down the hallway. Hinata was taken aback by what she saw. The nurse acted like she would be murdered if she didn't do what Naruto wanted. Like he was some kind of monster. Only if everyone could see him the way she saw him, as the kind, gentle, caring boy man that he is. I didn't know what you're used to having, so I picked out one of everything. Hopefully some of this stuff is edible, because I'm starving. Hinata shook herself back to reality, realizing that Naruto was talking to her. What is all this for? Hinata calmly asked. Well, if I recall correctly, I made a bet with someone, and it seems I was wrong. I'm holding up my end of the bargain, Naruto replied with a smile on his face. Hinata almost began stuttering, but she gained control of herself enough to complete a sentence. You mean, I actually completed my training? I mastered the Rasengan. Her heart began beating wildly at the thought of her, a failure in her father's eyes, mastering one of the world's most heard of jutsu. I wouldn't say that you mastered it, Naruto countered. After he said that He could visually see the change in her mood. One moment she was as happy as he had ever seen her, and the next she looked as if her world fell apart. Not wanting to upset her, he continued, "But you're clearly on your way to very soon. All it's going to take is some practice and you will be firing off Raisingans like you have been doing it your whole life." Hinata knew he was right. She hadn't mastered it yet, but she was well on her way to doing so. Before she could start figuring out when and where she would begin practicing, she remembered what the details of the bet were. She slowly began to blush at the prospect of her and Naruto on a date, something she had secretly wished for many years. Looking on, Naruto couldn't help but smile at Hinata. He knew what she was so happy about and he was glad that he was the person to make it happen. "In light of your recent achievement, I hereby present you with this feast. We better start digging in before it gets cold, even if it is hospital food." Hinata couldn't help but giggle at Naruto's comment. She had to agree with him. She would rather prefer better prepared foods right now, but since this is all she had, she would live with it. Plus, it was from Naruto. She knew she couldn't turn any of it down even if she wanted to. The cool night air was crisp and easy-flowing. Nothing stirred but the leaves gently being pulled along by the wind. All was calm and quiet. As she laid fast asleep in her bed, recuperating from the day, a solitary figure appeared next to her. Hidden within the shadows, the figure moved to stand next to her. Looking down upon her sleeping form, the figure gently bowed down and kissed her forehead. Moving to her ear, the figure whispered, "I have to go for a little while, but I will come back." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Please stay safe, Hinata." Hiding stealthy among the foliage, two figures patiently, well, one of them, wait for their mission to begin. Keeping their keen eyes on everything around them, both of them noticed their target finally coming into view. About time he decided to leave. I was getting fucking bored. Yes, about time indeed. I hate being kept waiting. Nurse, I need the release form, please. Here you go, ma'am. Hinata was glad that the doctors allowed her to leave the hospital today. She was anxious and full of energy from sitting in the hospital for that long. She needed to get out and do something. "Here you go, everything should be filled out correctly," Hinata said to the attending nurse. "Thank you, Lady Hyuga. Have a nice day," the nurse respectively answered back. Hinata nodded to the nurse and calmly walked down the hall to the main doors. As soon as she stepped outside, she was almost pounced on by a rather large dog. "Akamaru, calm down," Kiba yelled at his companion. He had a feeling that Hinata wouldn't want to be bombarded the moment she came out of the hospital. Hinata, noticing the saddening look on Akamaru's face, knelt down next to him and gave him a big hug. Instantly, he began waging his tail vigorously and barking with excitement. "It's good to see that you have fully recovered, Hinata. We were worried about you." "Thank you, Shino, I appreciate it. Thankfully, it wasn't anything serious, so I healed rather quickly." "So, do you think you're good enough to start training again with us? It's been a while since we trained together. And you never know, we need to keep in shape just in case we get a mission," Kiba interjected. "Kiba, she was just released today. I don't think," Shino was saying before Hinata cut him off. "I think we can start training later today, if that's all right with you guys." "Yes, that's great," Kiba exclaimed. "Let's say around 3 o'clock we meet up and start." "That sounds good to me. I just need to go home and take care of some things first, then I'll be out there," Hinata replied. With that, the three teammates each went their separate ways. "Man, Shino, I can't wait to get back to training and sparring like we used to. I've learned some new stuff since the last time we all were together." "Is that so, Kiba? I have as well learned new things regarding my area of expertise. I have also heard a few rumors that Hinata may have learned something new too. I hear that she has been training with Naruto a lot lately." "With Naruto?" Kiba's face shone a slight hint of anger and disgust with Shino's last statement. He never per se liked Naruto, but he didn't hate him either. He thought of him more or less just as a comrade, and because they were around the same age, maybe a friend at best. When the thought of him and Hinata alone, that didn't sit well with him. He always looked after Hinata like a big brother looks after a little sister would. And sometimes he hoped there would be something more, but never in his darkest dreams did he think that Hinata and him would be that way. Shino, closely keeping an eye on his friend, asked him, "What's the matter, Kiba?" Kiba shook his head, trying to get the images out, replied, "Nothing, it's nothing." Shino quickly dismissed any of his thoughts regarding Kiba and focused on new ones. "Well, I guess we are the late ones this time, Kiba." Kiba, looking a bit confused, looked over at Shino and asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Well, it seems that Hinata has begun without us." As the days went by, the three comrades met every day to train. They mainly focused on attack and defensive plans and search formations. To help with their tracking abilities, they each took turns hiding among the trees, hiding and camouflaging their presence as best they can. Each of them found the others that would in hiding, but Hinata found them faster and more easily every time. His teammates were surprised with how much she had improved. They began to wonder if the training she supposedly did with Naruto really helped her that much. As the group continued to practice, Hinata stopped abruptly. "Guys, that's enough for me today. I'm going to call it a day." Kiba and Shino stared on with confused looks. Kiba spoke up. "What do you mean that's enough for me today? We just got started, you can't quit now." "Kiba, if she doesn't want to train any more today, we cannot force her to train." Kiba reluctantly gave up and conceded to what she wanted to do. "I'm sorry guys, but something just doesn't feel right. I just want to go home and relax." Quietly laying in her bed, Hinata looked out her window at the slowly darkening sky. She loved how the setting sun made the clouds turn such beautiful shades of red, purple, and many other colors. She wished so badly that Naruto was here to see what she was seeing. She knew he would love it. Deep in her thoughts, she was startled by the knocking on her door. "Yes, come on." She spoke to whoever it was outside. "My lady, sorry to disturb you. You have been summoned by the Hokage. You are to get your mission gear and meet at her office." "Thank you," Hinata replied to the servant. "Come in," Tsunade ordered. Without hesitation, Hinata quickly entered the lightly lit office. She wasn't surprised to see that the rest of her team, including her teacher, were there. She knew that generally if she was called in by the Hokage, she could expect the others there as well. Whenever she was called in, it was for a mission. Tsunade never called for her just to talk or hang out. It was always business, and this time was no exception. "I have summoned you all here for an emergency mission. This is a S-rank assignment and you leave immediately." Kurenai looked at the Hokage and asked, "What is the mission, Lady Hokage?" Kiba, Shino, and Hinata all waited patiently for her response. Tsunade looked at all of them and replied, "Your mission is to locate Naruto. He is missing." Chapter 8. No one spoke while they fiercely ran through the large trees of the forest. Leaping from branch to branch, everyone had their own theories of what was going on and what was waiting for them. Everyone except Hinata. The only thought running through her mind was if Naruto was all right or not. Ever since he had left while she was in the hospital, he was always in the back of her mind, watching her, giving her comfort, giving her courage. Hinata's thoughts were running wild, and it quickly became apparent to the rest of her squad that her mind was somewhere else. "Hinata, are you okay?" Startled back into reality, Hinata turned over to her teammate and answered, "Yes, Shino, I'm fine." Kurenai quickly glanced back at Hinata, then refocused her attention in front of her. She knew the severity of the situation, and from the information Tsunade told her about the people that would eventually go after Naruto, they may not even find him. And if they did, he would more than likely be dead. Noticing there was a small clearing coming up ahead, she signaled to her squad to stop. "From here on out, we'll be split up. We need to cover more ground. We have intel that Naruto was headed to the Cloud Village. We will spread out in 15-degree increments, starting with Hinata heading due north. Now move out." Naruto rested up in his makeshift camp for the night. He still had a long journey to go, but there was no reason to rush it. This was one of his first times actually alone in a long time. He wanted to soak up every minute of it while he could, because in the next couple days he would be doing nothing much hard training. As the flames of the small campfire danced and mingled with each other, Naruto watched in amusement. You sure got it easy, don't you? All you do is burn and consume, nothing more. You don't have any choices to make, you just do what comes naturally to you. I know this is going to sound stupid, but I envy you. Out of seemingly nowhere, a dark, malevolent voice spoke. What are you speaking of, boy? Oh, so the all-powerful demon fox isn't as wise as I thought, Naruto replied with a hint of sarcasm. You had better watch your tone when you speak to me, boy. You may have control of my power, but sooner or later, you will lose it and I will take everything from you. At first Naruto acted as if he was unaffected by what the fox had said, but after taking in a deep, calming breath, Naruto appeared within his mindscape and in front of the fox. The fox was surprised that Naruto had appeared, but didn't show it. While Naruto stood in front of him, not moving, the fox began to wonder what he was thinking or going to do. Before the fox had time to think though, Naruto slowly raised his head and opened his eyes to look directly at him. This time, the fox was frightened, and it showed. He visually cowered in what appeared to be fear. I will warn you right now, if you even think for a moment of trying anything, I promise, I will not hesitate in killing you, Naruto coldly replied. Leave me, the fox quietly retorted as he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Naruto, satisfied with the outcome of their talk, left as fast as he appeared. Returning to reality, Naruto's gaze quickly fell back onto the barely burning fire. Deciding it was late enough, he closed his eyes and laid down on the forest floor to get a few hours of sleep. Laying there, he could hear all the sounds of the forest, from the deer foraging for food to the insects skittering around. He enjoyed the peace and quiet of nature. It helped soothe his mind. On the verge of falling asleep, Naruto noticed something odd. There were no sounds coming from the forest. He quickly sat up and looked around, but he couldn't see anything. It seemed that all the wildlife just vanished. As he kept scanning the area for signs of life, an insect jumped out of a bush and started walking towards him. Naruto heard the sound of rustling leaves, so he instinctively turned to where the sound came from. He was glad that he saw a bug that put to rest his worries of something wrong. He did find it very strange that the bug continued to walk in his direction. Naruto eyed the insect for a long time, attempting to remember if he had seen one like it before. In the dim light provided by his campfire, he swore the bug looked white. While he was searching through his memories, the insect stopped moving. Naruto now had a confused look on his face. He didn't know what to think. To him, it was as if the bug was targeting him. Naruto slowly began to step backwards, but to his horror, the bug also stepped closer. He stopped moving and the bug followed suit. Without warning, the bug leaped at Naruto. Not knowing what could happen, Naruto jumped out of the way. Just as the bug landed on the tree behind where Naruto was just standing, it started to hiss. Knowing only a few things that hissed, Naruto didn't take any chances. He hastily spun around and began sprinting away. When he took his first step away from the area, the bug exploded. The blast threw Naruto off balance and he tumbled to the ground. Regaining his balance, he looked around himself for another possible attack. It didn't take long for him to spot another white insect moving towards him. This one, however, was not walking, it was sprinting. Without hesitation, Naruto leaped into the canopy and began running. What the hell was that thing? Naruto asked out loud. In his 2.5 years of training, he had never seen, or even heard, of anything like that thing. Not knowing anything about it, he made sure to keep his distance while he tried to figure out what it was. As he was contemplating what it could be, Naruto noticed something far off to his right moving through the trees. Focusing in, he realized that it was another one of those things, but this one was much larger. Eyeing it very closely, Naruto noticed it was closing in on him. He quickly veered to his left, trying to maintain a safe distance. And as soon as he changed his course, yet another white monstrosity was closing in, this time from his left. He changed his course yet again. Damn it! How many of these things are there? Jumping very high above the trees, Naruto got a good look around. Spotting an open field not too far ahead, he decided that was the best area to go and try to launch a counterattack. The particular part of the forest he was in was very dense and full of undergrowth. For his particular fighting style, he liked to be relatively in the open. With the opening coming up, Naruto got one last burst of speed and dashed into the field. Just before exiting the trees, he spun around, waiting for whatever was following him to emerge. Skidding to a stop, he waited. As the seconds rolled by, nothing happened. Relaxing a little, Naruto wondered if he had lost his pursuers. About time you got out here. I didn't think you would be that slow, Jinchuriki. Quickly turning around, Naruto was surprised to see two figures standing across the field, along the opposite tree line. With the moon covered by clouds, he could only make out one tall figure and one smaller figure. He had a strange feeling, though, based on the way one of them spoke to him. He knew of only one group of people that purposely sought out Jinchuriki, Akatsuki. So, I guess the time has finally come then, Naruto calmly stated to the two men. He thought he would have more time before he was hunted down like an animal, but it seemed as though fate had other plans. Our assignments have been given and we're on a short schedule. Sasori turned and faced his partner. Deidara, I'm going to give you one chance and one chance only. You capture this Jinchuriki and let's be on our way. Don't worry, Master Sasori. There's nowhere this runt can beat me and my art. My art is explosive. Naruto didn't want to be on the defensive at the beginning of the inevitable fight, so without hesitation he quickly went through his signature hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. On either side of Naruto, puffs of white smoke appeared and disappeared, revealing 5 clones. Every Naruto, in unison, reached into their utility pouches and took out shuriken. Shadow clones, It seems he has some skill after all, Deidara voiced out, apparently to no one. From what I recall, the reports on you say you're a close-range fighter. Deidara reached into his pouch and took out a small amount of white clay. Holding it in his hand, he let the mouth chew the clay for a few seconds. Well then, this is going to be an easy fight, Slowly opening his hand, a small clay bird laid in his palm. He tossed it into the air, and with a large smoke cloud, it expanded into a huge bird 3 times larger than him. Casually he leaped onto its back, and the bird gave one strong flap of its wings and they were airborne. Sasori took this as his K and slowly walked back into the forest. Naruto knew this was bad from the start. The information they had was correct. He was indeed a short-ranged fighter, which meant his weakness was long-ranged attacks. Not wanting to give his opponent time to get any higher, 2 of the clones sprinted forward to try and get within range to attack. When they touched the ground, their feet sank a little and they could hear a clicking sound. Instantly the ground under the clones exploded, and within moments, a chain reaction began that consumed the whole field. That was easier than I thought it would be. He wasn't as scary or smart as everyone said he was, Deidara said while laughing hysterically. He walked right into. Deidara stopped himself as he seen, peering through the dust and debris, a strange red glow. Moving his hair that covered his left eye revealed a kind of telescope device. Focusing, he could see through the dust and make out that Naruto was alive. Hey, how the fuck did you survive? Deidara yelled down at Naruto. Standing in a small crater, Naruto was completely surrounded by chakra. This was not normal chakra, however, it was much more powerful, much more primal. Naruto looked up at where Deidara was flying. Just what I didn't want. Looks like I'm gonna have to go and get him. Slowly the cloak began to recede back into his body as he threw the shuriken in his hand skyward. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly 100 shuriken appeared alongside the original. Deidara was caught off guard by the technique, and he was forced to change his altitude in order to avoid the attack. As he looked back down at Naruto, he could see that there were 2 now, and one was being thrown at him. The incoming Naruto formed a Rasengan and readied the attack. Before he could reach him, though, Deidara quickly threw a tiny clay bird at Naruto. Katsu! Damn it, he got my clone before it could reach him. He reacts fast, I'll give him that. Let's see how much of that substance he has on him. If I can get him to run out, then he won't be too much of a threat anymore. Naruto made another shadow clone, and threw this one up towards Deidara also. Trying the same trick twice. Come on, Deidara yelled down. Reaching into his pouch, he took out another handful of clay and began quickly molding it. When it was done, he threw the clay bird at the incoming Naruto. This time, instead of blowing up, the bird expanded and now was the size of the one Deidara was riding on. With a flap of its wings, the bird gained speed and flew right through the clone. Heading directly at the remaining Naruto, the bird picked up even more speed. Oh shit, this isn't good, Naruto mumbled before his location and the surrounding area were the epicenter of a massive explosion. Yes, I got him that time. My art is victorious, Deidara yelled out to his partner. Sasori was a safe distance away from the field now, knowing that the field would be Deidara's shooting range. Don't get cocky, boy, you don't know if you have one yet or not. Get down there and see if he is dead or alive. We're running late. Pipe down, Master Sasori. My art takes time for it to be fully appreciated. Deidara shot back quickly at his partner. Reluctantly, though, Deidara did as he was told and begun lowering his altitude in order to get a clear view. As he was getting closer to the ground, his eye caught a now familiar red glow. Quickly, Deidara regained altitude just in time to avoid a lethal swing by what appeared to him as an arm made entirely of chakra. Damn him, he must have used the fox's chakra as a shield to absorb the attack. He is as smart as they say he is. From now on, I'm going to keep my distance until I know for a fact I've won. If I try and get close to him while he is in the air, he will just send more bombs to kill the clone and then send them at me from afar. My only chance of whining is to get him on the ground. And I know just how to do that. Summoning Jutsu. In a large buff of smoke, a giant toad appeared wearing combat armor and wielding a large bastard sword. The toad looked down at Naruto and asked, "What do you need?" "I need to borrow your sword, Gamakichi. I promise. This time I won't lose it." Gamakichi eyed Naruto very carefully before handing him his sword and replying, "I'm holding you to your word, Naruto, and don't get any dings or scratches in it either." And with that, Gamakichi disappeared in another puff of smoke. Holding the sword firmly in his right hand, Naruto reached into his pouch with his left hand and withdrew 4 confetti balls. Watching Deidara's flight path carefully, Naruto determined where he was going to be and threw the balls. Deidara didn't know what to think about Naruto summoning a toad at first, but when he seen him give Naruto a sword, it meant Naruto had a plan to get within striking range. Since Deidara was focused on what Naruto was doing, he momentarily forgot that he had thrown something in his general direction. He was almost put into a trance watching Naruto spin the giant sword around and around with great ease. As he kept watching, there were 4 quite bangs that came from in front of Deidara. Startled, he quickly looked up just in time to be pelted by tiny pieces of paper. He tried frantically to remove the small papers from his body, believing them to be explosive tags. After a few seconds, however, he calmed down considerably. "Ha, it seems your plan has failed, Jinchuriki. I'm still up here and you're—" Deidara was silenced by an overwhelming force. He was brought down to his knees, and then we flatted out onto his stomach. It seemed to him that he had just gained hundreds of pounds of weight. Not able to withstand the additional load, the clay bird began losing altitude and headed for the ground. Naruto, still encased in the chakra cloak, darted at the falling Deidara. Within his range, Naruto threw the bastard sword. He maintained control of the sword by using the chakra like a hand, making sure he still had it if this didn't end the fight. Laying face down, Deidara didn't know what was going on. Desperately trying to lift his head so he could see, he caught a glimpse of a red sword pass by him. Cutting clean through its wing, the bird began plummeting straight to the ground. With a tremendous thud, the bird and Deidara smashed into the earth. As the dust slowly settled, Deidara was relieved that he was now on his back and able to see. To his discomfort, though, he still was unable to move. Damn these tags, or whatever they are. When I get up, I'm gonna teach that punk a lesson. Deidara was shocked to see that Naruto was running directly at him. As he ran towards the now down Deidara, Naruto withdrew his sword and gripped it with both hands. As he closed in, Naruto jumped into the air, turning the sword upside down. He landed with his feet on either side of Deidara, and the sword was buried straight through his heart. Naruto looked down at Deidara as he writhed in pain, but was caught off guard when he turned into clay and broke apart. Frantically scanning the surrounding area, he caught movement coming from the clay bird. Deidara poked his head out of the chest of the bird, gasping for air. Realizing that Naruto had spotted him, he quickly crawled out of the bird and darted off into the forest. Naruto pursued him into the trees, not noticing this was the area that Sasori had previously made his exit. It seems Deidara failed at acquiring the Jinchuriki. We are late as it is, so I'm going to help him. Sasori watched carefully as he spotted Deidara running at him. They had made plans if one or the other failed at acquiring the Jinchuriki, they would work together and finish the job. Patiently waiting for Deidara to run by him, Sasori readied his metal tail. Glistening with an unknown substance, the separate sections of the tail each cracked from not being used for such a long time. Deidara kept on running. He didn't think the fight would have turned out like that, but they had a backup plan just in case. Glancing over to his right, he spotted Sasori. Nodding to his partner, Deidara picked up his pace and started running faster. Naruto noticed that Deidara had picked up his speed, and Naruto didn't want him to escape, so he also picked up his speed. Going at such high speeds, Naruto barely caught a distinct darkened object protrude out from behind a large tree. Naruto maneuvered his sword to block the object. What he didn't expect was the force behind the object. When he blocked, he was in mid-jump, so the force pushed him into a tree. Barreling through the tree, Naruto skidded to a stop and rolled away just as another strike from the same object came crashing down where he was. After rolling a few times, Naruto pushed off the ground and landed on his feet. Looking up, he sidestepped the object, allowing it to pass by him. As it continued traveling, he brought up his sword and cut through the object. The object came to rest with a loud thud. Naruto briefly glanced down at the object, noticing it was like a tail with a large point on the tip and a liquid over every cutting surface. Son of a bitch! This just got a whole lot harder, Naruto mumbled under his breath. Sasuke, it's almost time. Are you sure? I mean, do you think you can get us through the barriers surrounding the village so easily? Madara chuckled at Sasuke's question. My boy, do you think Itachi killed off your entire clan all by himself? I helped him do it. And that wasn't even the first time I was in the village either. The fourth, and I had a little confrontation a while back. Fine, but I will only kill one of them, that's the plan. Yes, you will only kill one of them for now. Later, you will have your chance to kill them all. So prepare yourself, we leave in 4 days. Master Sasori, Deidara yelled out in agony at witnessing his partner and teacher being killed. What ate at him the most was that there was nothing he could have done to prevent it. Bleeding profusely and running low on chakra, he quickly realized that this mission was over. He was fucked either way he seen it. If he tried to complete the mission, he was going to die. And if he went back and reported that they had failed, there was a chance he was still going to die. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. I'll get you for what you have done. No matter what it takes or what I have to do. Do you hear me? I will kill you. Not willing or wanting to stay and find out if Naruto had actually heard him, Deidara rolled onto his clay bird and flew away into the cloudy night. Oh Naruto. Please be all right, Hinata repeatedly said over and over in her head. Her heart wanted nothing more than to scream out Naruto's name. But this was an official mission. She needed to keep stealthy and quiet while looking for him. That was harder said than done. With her training and her heart pulling her in different directions, her mind was unfocused. Leaping through the trees at breakneck speeds, Hinata didn't notice a small twig growing from the large branch she used to step on. Without warning, she felt herself beginning to fall. Reacting instinctively, she reached out and grabbed the closest branch and flung herself higher into the canopy. Scanning the branches, she found a suitable, stable branch to rest on. Wow, that was a close one. I need to take a little break. After a few moments of deep, calming breathing, Hinata continued with her search. She didn't hesitate, continuing with her frenzied pace. She understood the urgency to find Naruto, and if anything happened to him, she believed she would be the one most affected. Even though her and Naruto weren't that close, she knew that she cared more for him than anyone else did. As she leapt through the treetops, Hinata spotted something at the far limits of her enhanced eyesight. She stopped and hid herself while she tried to focus in on what she seen. Although she couldn't tell if it was a threat or an ally, she could tell that it was a person leaning against a tree trunk. Ordered to investigate any possible lead, Hinata slowly and carefully closed in on the individual. During her other missions, Hinata was always nervous of potential battles and letting her team and herself down. On this one, however, she was determined to successfully complete the mission at all costs. She came to believe that if she lost Naruto, her life as she knew it would be over. Closing in on her target, Hinata readied herself for a possible confrontation. Quietly pulling a kunai from her utility pouch, she drew ever closer. When she was roughly 20 yards away, she stopped her advance and scanned the surrounding area. After her quick search, Hinata was certain that she was safe from an ambush. Refocusing on the individual, she began studying his appearance to try and determine what village he possibly was from. As she scanned his body, her eyes came to rest on his face. She seemed mesmerized by him, and she didn't know why. It wasn't a genjutsu, as her bloodline let her see through them. There was just something about him that she somehow knew. Before Hinata realized it, her eyes were drawn to the person's hair, and in the instant her eyes focused in, she knew who it was. Naruto, Hinata breathlessly whispered. Calmly breathing, Naruto sat against a tree trunk with his eyes closed. All that he could think about was what had just happened. He knew, from what Jiraiya had explained to him, that eventually he would be hunted down just for the purpose of taking the nine-tailed fox out of his body. What he didn't expect was the unforeseen and unexpected attack. All he wanted to do was go and train with someone like him, but instead he was forced to fight for his life and take another. All throughout his life he never truly wanted to take someone's life, but during his training with the old pervert he came to realize that in certain situations if you didn't kill your attacker, you would be killed. What frightened him the most was not the fact that he had to kill him, it was the fact that he may have liked it. He fought off countless villains that loved to hurt innocent people, either with their actions or their words. It tore at his soul to think that one day he himself could turn into the very thing he despised. Contemplating his future, Naruto almost remained oblivious to Hinata quickly running towards him. "Hinata?" Naruto asked out loud, not realizing he actually said it. Slowly getting to his feet, he wondered why she was so far away from the village. Then it dawned on him that she was on a mission, and it seemed that her mission was to find him. I guess Grandma Tsunade was really worried about me after all to have sent a search party out so quickly. As Hinata drew closer, Naruto couldn't help but smile. He had a feeling that she would run up to him and hug him, which he secretly wanted. Unbeknownst to him, that wouldn't come to pass. "I said I would make you pay, and I'm going to. I don't care what happens to me anymore. As long as I get to see you die, I will be the happiest man ever." Hastily running towards Naruto, Hinata was on cloud 9. She now knew, beyond a doubt, that Naruto was safe. Just a few yards away from him, she noticed that he quickly grabbed at his chest in extreme pain. Without warning, Naruto screamed out in pain as chest exploded. Hinata was stopped dead in her tracks as spats of blood, his blood, went in all directions. Instantly Naruto crumbled to his knees and then fell to the ground, landing on his right side. Hinata remained frozen, a horrified look on her face that was accompanied with streaks on dark, warm blood. Her mind could not wrap itself around what had just happened. She had just found him, after being so worried for his safety and well-being. And in a single moment, all the joy and happiness she found when she seen him was violently stolen from her. After a few silent moments, Hinata found her voice and screamed out, "Naruto!" To her relief, her body began responding to what she was telling it to do. With uncanny speed, She ran over to his side. Forcibly picking up his torso, she cradled him in her lap. As she stared into his now empty, cold, dead eyes, her whole body was overtaken by pain and sadness. The only thing she could do now came to her so naturally. She started to cry, holding the body of the lifeless boy that she adored, that she dreamed of, that she loved, was too much for her to handle. Weeping into his memorable yellow hair, Hinata withdrew into her mind, attempting to escape the reality that was unfolding in front of her. Chuckling happily, Deidara was satisfied with his work. Although he expected his body to be completely destroyed, he didn't care. The outcome he so desperately wanted came to pass. He killed him, he killed the monster. As he laid on the ground, he watched Hinata with an ire look in his eye. Oh, she looks so sad. Now that I've taken something so important from her, she has nothing left to live for. Deidara slowly reached into his clay pouch with his remaining arm to ready an explosive, but was stopped by what he seen transpiring in front of him. Hinata laid curled up in the fetal position. Inside her mind, there was only darkness. The light that once was there was now gone. He was gone. The object that gave her soul the willingness to go on, but no more. All that was left for her was emptiness. Hinata, get up. This is not his or your destiny. He is meant to save the world, and you are to help him do it starting now. Hinata didn't know where the voice was coming from, but the words it spoke shook her to her core. With each letter, she began to be filled with courage, strength, hope, love. Reiki Byakugan, Hinata called out. Slowly, Hinata opened her eyes. This time, there was something different. Instead of her pale-colored eyes, they were golden. Focusing her gaze on Naruto's injured chest, her eyes began to slightly glow. As she stared at the open wound, the destroyed muscles, blood veins, and even bones started to grow back with unnatural speed. After several seconds, the wound was completely closed and there was no evidence that any injury had occurred at all. Exhausted, Hinata deactivated her Byakugan and fell to her side. Opening his eyes, Naruto gasped for air. Sitting up, he looked around. Finding Hinata next to him, unconscious, he reached over to try and wake her. Trying to slow his breathing, Naruto spoke in spurts. Hinata, are you okay? Hinata! Naruto rose to his feet. Biting his thumb and going through the necessary hand signs, he shouted out, summoning jutsu. In a puff of smoke, 4 toads appeared before him. 3 of you, please spread out and locate the rest of my comrades' team. Kosuke, I need you to go to Tsunade and tell her that I am returning immediately. All 4 toads nodded in unison. Naruto walked over and picked Hinata up in his arms. As he began heading back to the village, the toads went their separate ways. Chapter 9. I'm having a hard time believing you, Naruto. You say one moment you were supposedly dead, and the next you were alive and Hinata was passed out. Naruto was paying attention to Tsunade, but he also wasn't. He understood what she was saying and even comprehended the different meanings behind it, but his main concern was Hinata. The memory of him carrying her lifeless body back to the village plagued his mind. He knew she was alive when he left her at the hospital, but he was worried that she didn't move and her breathing was almost non-existent. Grandma Tsunade, how was Hinata when you looked at her? Naruto asked in a low, caring voice. Tsunade became wide-eyed at Naruto's question. He really cares about that girl. With a smile, Tsunade answered, she is fine from what we can tell. The only thing we know for sure is that when you brought her in, she was on the verge of death from chakra overuse. Fortunately, she is stable now. And her eyes. Tsunade trailed off. Naruto was now worried. Tsunade was deep in thought and had a look of uncertainty on her face. What do you mean, her eyes? Is there something wrong with her eyes? Naruto frantically asked. Calm down, Naruto. There is nothing wrong with her eyes. I just noticed something strange when I was checking them. The moment I opened her eyelids, I swear I noticed spots of a golden color that faded away and her eyes returned to their normal color. Naruto was brought aback. Golden? You heard me right. I have never seen anything like it before, and from what I have tried to look up, neither has anyone else. Though after I get at least an hour of sleep, I'm going to meet with the elders of the Hyuga clan and see if they know anything. While you are over there, if you can help it, could you not tell Hinata's father that she potentially got hurt on a mission looking for me? Tsunade glared at Naruto. If he asks about the mission, I have to tell him. There is no way around it. Naruto slightly lowered his head in acknowledgement. I understand. Thank you. Tsunade was shocked by what he had just said. It may have been the first time ever that he said thank you to her. Quickly making a mental note of the date and the time, Tsunade replied, You're welcome. Now go home and get some rest. I will send for you when I figure some things out and… Tsunade stopped what she was going to say and eyed Naruto. He was clenching his eyes in pain and he held his right hand to his stomach. Naruto, are you all right? Gritting his teeth, Naruto slowly replied, Yeah, I'm fine. It's just some stomach pains is all. Naruto turned and opened the door leading out of the office, not wanting to be questioned anymore. Stirring in her bed, the images Hinata was seeing disturbed and frightened her. The man she would do anything for, anything at all, was dead, murdered right in front of her. Now she would never be able to see his bright, happy smile again. She would never be able to just be around his warm, soothing presence. She would never be able to tell him how she truly felt about him. Naruto, I'm so sorry that I couldn't help you. I'm sorry that I wasn't strong like you. I'm sorry that I wasn't as bold and courageous as you were.
I'm just so sorry.
Hinata fell to her knees, crying into her hands. There was no one around her. She decided it was best to come when everyone else was gone. As she looked up from her hands, she couldn't help but grin at what was wrote on his tombstone. Here lies Naruto Uzumaki, good ninja, great friend, kneeling there. Hinata didn't care that it began to rain. As the water soaked into her cloths and weighted down her hair, she watched as it fell onto his tombstone and snaked its way down its face into the lettering. Hinata! Hearing her name called, Hinata turned to where she heard the voice come from. When she looked, however, there was no one there. Hinata! Again she heard the same voice calling her name, but she couldn't see anyone around. Gently pushing her shoulder, Tsunade tried to wake Hinata up. Hinata! Come on, wake up! Slowly opening her eyes, Hinata didn't recognize where she was. Her vision was a little blurry and it was hard to focus with the bright light coming in through the window. Well, there you are. I'm glad to see that you have finally regained consciousness. Where am I? Before Tsunade could answer her, Hinata interjected. Don't tell me, the hospital again. Yes, you would be correct. Naruto brought you here earlier this morning after I had sent your team out to locate him. Naruto brought me here? That means… he's alive. Sitting up, Hinata asked, Naruto? Do you know where he is? Tsunade could hear the urgency in her voice. Well, it seems they both have strong feelings for each other. I wonder how far they are going to take this. Smiling, her answered the young Hyuga. You have no need to worry, he is fine. From what I've been told, he has been waiting outside the hospital all morning long. Ever since you had been admitted and after I talked to him. Tsunade let Hinata soak in that information before continuing. Now it's your turn to talk to me. I am really interested in finding out what you know about this whole mess. Hinata looked at the Hokage, confused. What do you mean, Lady Hokage? From what Naruto told me, he should have died out there. And for some reason, he didn't. He can only assume that you somehow healed him. And I have to concur with that because according to him, it was just him and you in the area. As Tsunade spoke, flashbacks of what happened began appearing in Hinata's head. The image that appeared the most was when Naruto's chest exploded. For some ungodly reason, that image was in the forefront of her mind. Hinata, I went and spoke with the Hyuga clan elders not long ago. According to them, they don't know what could have happened either. I did find it strange, though, that one of the female elders did want to talk to me more today. She said it may have something to do with a person called Fusa or something like that. Hinata now had a worried look on her face. She spoke with the clan elders? Was my father there? Did she tell them that it was Naruto I was sent to find? Who is Fusa? Tsunade watched as Hinata seemed to be deep in thought. Giggling, Tsunade said, "You two are more alike than I thought." Startled back to reality, Hinata asked, "What?" "Don't worry, I didn't have to tell them that you were looking for Naruto. He had already asked me not to tell them if I didn't have to." With a sigh of relief, Hinata relaxed. She knew if her father found out that she was looking for and found Naruto, he would be furious. She suspected for a long time that her father would rather see him die than ever have a member of his clan help him. Unbeknownst to him, though, Hinata was not the only Hyuga who would not hesitate in helping him. She knew she could count on her cousin Niji. Tsunade walked over to Hinata's bed and grabbed the medical chart. Quickly glancing over it, she set it back down and spoke. "Your vitals all look good, and everything else checks out. You're free to go." And with that, Tsunade turned and walked out of the room to give Hinata some privacy while she dressed. Not wasting a single moment, Hinata got out of bed and dressed as quickly as she could. She calmly walked over to the nurse's station and filled out yet another release form. As far as she was concerned, she never wanted to fill out another one of those forms again. It seemed that, as of lately, the hospital was almost like her second home, with all the times she came in with cuts and broken bones. And not to mention the 2 overnight visits due to unconsciousness. Upon exiting the hospital, Hinata had to stop and cover her eyes. The sun was high in the sky and no clouds were anywhere in sight. As her eyes adjusted to the brightness, she felt the warmth of the light on her skin. Slowly Hinata lowered her hand away from her face, and her eyes fell on him. He was where Tsunade said he was, sitting outside of the hospital. Taking in a few deep breaths, Hinata walked over and sat down next to him on the bench. Neither of them looked at each other. Instead, they seemed to stare at objects far off in the distance. As the moments passed, Hinata became uneasy. Not knowing exactly what to do, and not wanting to do nothing, Hinata lunged over and fiercely hugged him. Caught off guard, Naruto didn't know what was going on. He was fixated on what he was thinking about. He didn't notice Hinata sit down next to him. He could partially put the blame on himself being tired and exhausted, but that wouldn't sit right with him. Carefully reaching over, Naruto pulled Hinata a little closer to him, so he could also hug her and gently rest his head on hers. "Oh Naruto, I thought I had lost you," Hinata whispered into his chest. "You're never going to lose me, I promise." Naruto lifted his head and slowly, with his right hand, cupped her chin and tilted her head up to look at him. As their eyes meet, both of them felt something in them change. They both felt that this was right, that something had driven them to this point. Naruto lowered his head until his forehead was touching hers. Not breaking eye contact, both teens visible turned a little red from nervousness. "Naruto, Hinata was cut off when Naruto leaned in and gently kissed her. Hinata's mind melted away at the tender touch of his lips making contact with hers for the first time. After what felt like an eternity to Hinata, Naruto pulled away and whispered, "I know, and I love you too, Hinata." With a loud thud, Deidara crashed to the ground, landing on his uninjured side. "Fuck, that really hurt," he yelled out. Pain casually glanced over his shoulder at his comrade. Showing no concern for his injuries, Pain asked, "Deidara, it seems you have decided to return. Where is the 9-tailed Jinchuriki?" "You mean that fucking monster, He should be dead right now, but he's lucky to be alive," Deidara responded, panting heavily. "Don't be worried. I knew you had failed even before you arrived." Sasori reported what happened. Shocked to hear that his master was alive, Deidara gasped. He didn't think there was any way he could have survived. He's seen him crushed into pieces. He's alive. "Yes, Deidara, Sasori is alive," Itachi said and walked over to where Pain was standing and watched on as Deidara writhed in pain. "Konan, bandage up Deidara's wounds. It will be a while before we can find replacements for his limbs." Pain was concerned with Deidara's health, as he was an important asset to the organization with his unique abilities. Conan raised her left hand at Deidara, and sheets of paper glided out of her sleeves. Each piece precisely maneuvered into place to completely cover up his open wounds and to stop the remaining bleeding. "Fuck! This hurts!" Deidara shouted. "Tell me everything that you witnessed during your confrontation with the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. I need to familiarize myself with his fighting style in order to capture him without much hassle," Pain said, commandingly gazing at Deidara. "For starters, he is a lot faster and smarter than our information told us from before he left the village hidden in the leaves. Also, it appears that he has gained control over the Nine-Tails' power." Pain continued eyeing Deidara. He did not show any fear. He always carried a calm, confident look about his face. "That does not change anything. He is still a boy. He cannot defeat me because he does not know what pain is. That's not all. He should be dead right now, but a young woman saved his life. I don't know how she did it, but I know for a fact that it wasn't a form of medical ninjutsu. This was a keki genki." This new information piqued Pain's interest. "Explain." "She was a Hyuga, there's no doubt about that. The eyes were different though. Instead of the normal grayish-blue, hers turned golden." Itachi's interest was also gained by his comment. "Perhaps this girl could—" "What do you mean, Deidara?" "It's just as I told you. Her eyes turned a shiny golden color," Deidara replied, becoming annoyed that it seemed as no one believed what he said the first time. "I need to tell someone this important new information. He will be very interested in the possibility of a new jujitsu," Pain calmly replied to Deidara. "Itachi, locate Kisame and inform him that there will be a new member added to your team and that your three will begin capturing the tailed beasts as soon as Deidara has his new appendages attached." "As you wish," Itachi replied to Pain, casually walking over to the mouth of the cavern. Itachi knew this was the time for him to go. For so long he had protected the leaf from the outside. Now it was time he protected it from the inside again. "Enter." Slowly walking into Tsunade's office, with a help from Shizune, the Hyuga elder walked into the spacious room. Standing up, Tsunade slowly bowed to the elder woman, showing her respect. The woman showed the same respect by also bowing. "Please have a seat." Sitting down, Amami quietly responded, "Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Do you mind if my assistant stays and listens?" "No, I don't mind. If you trust her, then I have no reason to not trust her," Amami answered. Tsunade quickly sat down her in chair and asked, "I don't want to sound rude, but may we please get started? I would like to get to the bottom of this as quickly as possible." "I understand, Lady Tsunade. You care deeply for the safety and well-being of your subordinates. I admire that, truly I do. I wish things were the same for my clan, like they used to be." Leaning forward, resting her head on her folded hands, Tsunade asked, "What do you mean, like they used to be?" "Only a handful of us know what I'm about to tell you, and there's even fewer who would openly talk about it. When the Hyuga clan first came into being, there was no main and branch families. We were one, we were whole. All of that changed though when we lost our most revered and respected leader. Fusa, believed to be the first Hyuga to obtain the Byakugan, was wise, beautiful, strong, kind and loving to everyone she met. She did not rule the clan with an iron fist, like it is done today. Instead, she ruled with her compassion. She knew that when someone used force to try and control people, it really meant that that person was weak of heart, that they have turned a blind eye towards the power that love has. Looking frustrated, Tsunade spoke up. "I'm sure this history lesson brings back fond memories for you, but my concern is for the welfare of Hinata. I need to know what's going on so I can." "I understand you are on a tight schedule and don't worry. I'm getting to the point of my story." Tsunade sighed deeply and leaned back into her chair. Now to make a long story short, Fusa had more than just the ordinary Byakugan. It is believed that she was bestowed with a jujitsu far more powerful than any other. Tsunade had a confused look on her face. More powerful than any other? I thought that the Sharingan was more powerful than the Byakugan because of the advanced forms it can have. You are correct. The Sharingan is more powerful until now. From what you have told me, it is my opinion that Hinata may have been gifted with the same powers as our first clan leader. And if I may, what was this power of fuses called? Tsunade asked. It is only written in one document, the last page of Fuse's personal diary. It is called Izanami. A few days passed by in the village with nothing out of the ordinary occurring. Everywhere you looked, life was normal for the villagers and the ninja alike. Both hurried around with their daily activities. Some even found the time to mingle with each other and catch up. Now Hinata, don't forget to tell Naruto about us hanging out over the weekend when you get back from your mission. I know Ino. He needs to get out of his apartment more. It seems the only time he gets out is when we… Hinata abruptly stopped what she was saying. Her cheeks became a light shade of red due to nervousness. She had never told anyone that Naruto and her were seeing each other and was very scared if her father found out. Oh, come on now, Hinata. It's not that big of a secret. We all know about you and Naruto being a couple, so don't try to hide it, Ino commented, grinning mischievously at Hinata. How did you guys find out? Hinata nervously asked her friend. It was fairly obvious, Hinata. When you two go walking around town holding hands and do nothing but train together in your off time, it's perfectly natural that we would assume you two are going out. I mean, that's what me and Choji did till we got comfortable with the idea of everyone else knowing we were. With a confused look, Hinata asked, What do you mean by train? Ino, with the same confused look, answered, You know. After a few moments of silence, Ino spoke up. Oh, you mean to tell me you two haven't gone that far yet? Hinata, now understanding what Ino meant, responded, I know. How could you think a thing like that? Naruto and I aren't like that. At least not for a while. Ino giggled at her friend's response. You don't know what you're missing out on, Hinata. Trust me when I say it. It's one of the best experiences you will ever have. Hinata was now wide-eyed. She didn't know what to think. One of her good friends was basically telling her to go off and have sex. That thought had never went through Hinata's mind. Maybe just touching, but not full-on intercourse. I don't want to make you any more nervous today, so I'll get going. See ya Saturday, Hinata. As Ino headed off towards her parents' flower shop, Hinata was left standing there. Her mind was now swirling with all kinds of thoughts and images. Hinata quickly shook away those thoughts and brought herself back to reality. I need to get ready, Hinata said, speaking to herself. Naruto looked out of his bedroom door and into his living room. Man, this place is a fucking mess. I have all this free time, and yet I can't bring myself to clean my own apartment. Slowly rolling out of bed, Naruto put on some pants and a simple white t-shirt. Stumbling through his living room, Naruto mumbled to himself, Okay, that's it. Even if it kills me, I'm going to clean this damn house. Looking out over his home, Naruto was startled by poundings on his door. Really, who could this be? Quickly walking to his door, Naruto opened it just in time to be hit in the face by a fast-moving fist. Naruto, I didn't see you there. May I come in? Holding his jaw, Naruto answered, Yeah, come on in, Tsunade. Naruto stepped aside to let the Hokage in. Don't mind the mess. I have been really busy lately and haven't found the time to clean it. Glancing over the mess that was his home, Tsunade couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at him. Well, you need to make some time. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade whispered, I can't believe I'm going to do this. Naruto looked at Tsunade and asked, Going to do what? For starters, I am promoting you to the rank of Chunin. Since you were gone training, you didn't get to take part in the Chunin exams. I have deemed it that you have the necessary skills to advance without the need for the test. Naruto was overjoyed to hear that he was promoted. He had waited a very long time to get one step closer to becoming Hokage. Hell yes, about damn time, Naruto exclaimed. Tsunade shook her head at Naruto's response. She expected he would act this way, but she still had something to say that may break his happy mood. That's not all, Naruto. This completely captured his attention and stopped his giddiness. What else could there be? I hope it's something else good. Now that I have you staying within the village until further notice, you have a large amount of time on your hands. Since I am going to presume that you still wish to become the future Hokage, I am going to help you get a little closer to that goal. Tsunade gave Naruto a moment to absorb what she said before continuing. And how I am going to help you do that, and I can't believe that I am, is by letting you teach a squad of genin. I know that role is generally for jonin, but I am making an exception to that rule. I personally believe that you should be promoted to the rank of jonin, but since you are still young, I want you to get some more experience first. The sun rose up over the horizon, lighting up everything it set its gaze upon. All the creatures, big and small, awoke to its bright call. As he walked down the beaten path, he thought about all the horrible, despicable things he had done for the sake of peace. Mentally counting how many lives he took, he spotted a rather large boulder on the side of the path. He walked around it and found his target, leaning against the rock staring aimlessly into space. Kisame. Pain wants you to report back to him. Looking up, Kisame eyed Itachi, trying to figure out what his was doing in a place like this. If he wanted me back, why didn't he just tell me himself? Itachi didn't flinch. He kept his composure under Kisame's stare. I am doing what I was told, Kisame. Now go. Kisame chuckled at his comrade. All right, I'm going. Aren't you coming too? Itachi closed his eyes and answered, No, there is something else I have been ordered to do. I will be back in a couple days. With that, Itachi walked away. Kisame watched as his longtime friend strode into the distance, not showing any hesitation. What are you up to, Itachi? I hope Naruto doesn't have any plans for tonight. I really don't want to show up to the party by myself, Hinata said as she walked to Naruto's apartment. She returned from her mission earlier today and had already went home, cleaned up, and put on some decent cloths for the night. She was looking forward to the party. She hasn't seen Naruto in a few days and really missed just being around him. Before Hinata knew it, she was climbing up the stairs to his door. Taking in a few deep breaths to calm down her nerves, Hinata knocked on his door. A few moments went by, and she didn't hear any response. She knocked again, this time a little harder. Still not hearing anything from within the apartment, Hinata started to lose hope that she was going to see him. Before she could turn around to leave, she felt someone come up behind her and put their hands around her stomach. Hinata exhaled as she was pulled back into the person's chest. She turned her head so she could look over her left shoulder, but as she did, she felt a pair of lips latch onto her neck from the right. The sensation caused her to straighten up and lean backwards further into the individual. Naruto was all Hinata could get out before another wave of ecstasy shot through her body. Naruto removed his lips from her neck very slowly, watching as her body tightened up from the slightest movement. Hey there, beautiful. Did you miss me? Naruto asked, knowing full well what the answer was going to be. Hinata calmed herself down and quickly turned to face the love of her life. You know I've missed you. Why do you even ask me? Naruto smiled and said, Because I love to hear you say it. Hinata giggled at his answer. Ever since he had told her that he loved her, Hinata's life was better. She did not have any more doubts in her heart that she would be lonely. She knew that she would have someone there forever. Hinata reached up with her hands and grasped the back of Naruto's head. Slowly pulling him down to her, Hinata stood on her tiptoes and locked lips with her man. Both teens were enjoying the moment. They didn't want the moment to ever end, but their lungs had other plans. They parted from each other, breathing quickly to catch their breath. Where did you get that shirt, that Hinata? Hinata stepped back and looked down at her shirt. She didn't think there was anything special about it. It was a plain black t-shirt with designs of all different kinds of blue flowers. Ino picked it out when the two of them spent the day walking around the shops of the village. Do you like it? Hinata nervously asked. Do I like it? I love it. He loves it? Hinata couldn't believe what she was hearing. To her, the shirt was something of a lower class. And yet, he said he loves it. She was so happy that Naruto wasn't a stuck-up, preppy, know-it-all like some of the guys her father introduced her to. You really love it? I didn't know if you would like it or not. Hinata, you don't have to worry about what you wear. All I care about is that you're with me. Hinata slightly blushed at Naruto's comment. You're so sweet, Naruto. Hinata quickly realized what time it was and why she came over in the first place. Oh, Naruto, we had better get going soon. Otherwise, we will be later for the party. Naruto questionably looked at Hinata. What party? Well, it's not really a party. It's just a get-together. Ino wanted all of us to hang out one night since we all have been doing our own things lately. And where are we all getting together at? Naruto asked. Hinata lowered her head till she was looking at his feet before she shyly answered. Oh, nowhere. Just at the local dance club. Hinata looked up to see Naruto smiling back at her. Her heart nearly melted at the mere sight of his smile and those gorgeous, deep blue eyes that only he could have. Hey, before we go there, I'd like to take you somewhere first. I know you'll like it. Naruto turned around and gestured to his back. Hop on. It will be quicker if I carry you.
Ok, Hinata replied, blushing.
The moment Hinata hopped on his back and got a good grip around his neck and entangled her legs around his, Naruto put his arms under her legs to help hold her up and took off. Hinata was amazed at how fast he could run, even while carrying someone. All she could see was the buildings passing by in a blur. She looked up to see the Hokage monuments in the distance. Hey now, no peeking. Close your eyes till we get there, otherwise it won't be a surprise. Hinata giggled and slowly closed her eyes. With her eyes shut, all she could feel was the wind blowing through her hair, and all she could hear was birds chirping in the trees. All of this seemed to calm her down. It made her feel safe. It really helped knowing that she was holding on to the one person she loved more than anything else, that person would do anything to protect her and make her happy. Hinata started daydreaming about what her life might be like in the future. She pictured herself on her wedding day, moving into their own home, having their own children. She laid her head on his shoulder, not wanting the images to ever leave her. Suddenly, Hinata felt herself slowing down and eventually stopped moving altogether. She could feel the warmth of the sun's rays hitting her face. She could feel his heart beat through his body. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Hinata had to open her eyes slowly, due to the brightness of the setting sun. When she regained her focus, she gasped at the sight in front of her. Naruto had brought her to the top of the 4th Hokage's monument. Overlooking the entire village, she could see everything there was to see. With the setting sun adding the perfect amount of light and darkness to every building and tree, all she could say was, "It's beautiful." Naruto smiled as he watched Hinata glance about the village, taking in all the sights. He thought to himself, not as beautiful as you are. After a few minutes, Naruto lightly pulled up on Hinata's legs, bringing her up slightly to get her attention. Now, where is this club at we're supposed to go to? Sitting at her desk, Tsunade was busy filling out the daily mounds of paperwork. The day was coming to an end, but her work was never ending. She was the Hokage, the person the village turned to in its time of need. She needed a break from the constant stress and worry, even if it was just for a few moments. And she knew just what could help her. Reaching into her desk's lower left drawer, she pulled out a bottle of sake and one small glass. Placing both on the desktop, she was about to open the soothing elixir until she sensed that she had company. Sighing, she reached back into the drawer and pulled out 3 more glasses. Filling each glass, she patiently waited for her guests to come in. When no one came, she took it upon herself to call them in. You do know that there is a door to this office, right? You don't have to always use the window to get in. Doors are for the sophisticated, down-to-earth types, not for the all-knowing, all-powerful great toad sage. Jiraiya sat just outside one of the many windows that lined the Hokage's office. This has always been his perch over the years for listening in on conversations, and it was just better than being in the enclosed office. Regardless of what you think, I just can't have people sitting outside of my windows. Tell your friends that they can come in and get in here. I don't need any unwanted ears hearing what you have to say. I wonder what has gotten her so uptight. Jiraiya shook his head and called out to his companions. Hey guys, come on in. This is going to be a private conversation. I'm telling you, man, today was a good day. We're back in civilization, lucky to be alive, and now hopefully get a few days rest in a safe place. Kevin was laying down on the roof of a building next to the Hokage Tower. Him and his longtime friend, Eric, accompanied Jiraiya back to the Hidden Leaf Village. You can calm down about the whole almost dying thing. You know I wouldn't let you die because if you did, I wouldn't know anyone else from our land. And besides, you're the only one that gets some of my jokes. Eric was leaning against a lamppost when he heard Jiraiya from above. Hey guys, come on in. This is going to be a private conversation. Sighing to himself, Eric pushed himself off the pole and began to walk up the stairs leading into the tower. Noticing Kevin wasn't following suit, he stopped. Kevin, let's go. I'm coming. Just give me a second. Shaking his head, Eric continued up the stairs. Oh, looks like you poured us some sake too. You're so thoughtful, Tsunade, Jiraiya commented sarcastically. Picking up her own glass, Tsunade downed the soothing elixir. Shivering slightly, she thought to herself, man, that's a lot stronger than I remember it. Jiraiya noticed her reaction. Did the great Tsunade become so tame that she can't handle her liquor? What a shame to the shinobi world. So why did you bring your friends along? I thought they could handle themselves? Tsunade asked, trying to take her mind off of how mad her old teammate was making her. With a very serious look, Jiraiya answered, It's begun. We still don't know what they are up to, but they are out in full force, attempting to acquire the Jinchuriki. Are you certain of this? Tsunade asked. Don't take my word for it. Listen to what they have to say. Knock knock. Not breaking her attention with Jiraiya, Tsunade called out, Enter. Eric opened the door and quietly walked into her office. Closing the door behind him, Eric walked over to the front of Tsunade's desk and bowed in respect. Tsunade in turn slightly bowed her head as well. Jiraiya eyed Eric, wondering where Kevin was. Before he could ask Eric, Kevin came flying in through the window. Something was off though. Kevin crashed on the floor just in front of Eric. Son of a bitch! What the hell was that? Eric shook his head in disgust at his friend's lack of respect. He thought he had taught him better than that over the years. Jiraiya laughed at the whole situation. I take it that wasn't part of your entrance. Slowly standing up, Kevin dusted off his shirt and pants. No, it wasn't. I would have been fine if that crow didn't run into me. The mood in the room instantly changed. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade became wide-eyed and they both looked at each other. Noticing something was up, Kevin asked, What did I say? Are you sure it was a crow, and not some other kind of bird? Tsunade hesitantly asked. Yeah, I'm sure. Why? Is there something significant about that bird? You could say that. We don't have any crows around here, not since he left the village. Kevin was now confused. Who? Jiraiya coldly stated, Itachi Uchiha. Kevin immediately understood what Tsunade was thinking, and in doing that, he also understood her fear. Itachi was well known, even to himself and Eric, who were both from a whole different land. Hearing bits and pieces of information about the Uchiha over the years instilled a more or less instinctive fear in him. Jiraiya always told him that if for whatever reason he was to meet Itachi face to face, it would be wise to run as fast as he could. He would have a better chance at survival if he ran than if he tried to stand and fight an opponent like Itachi. You don't think he could? Tsunade quickly stood up and was going to gesture to something out the window when her office door suddenly started to open. Everyone in the room tensed up, if not physically, mentally. Without hesitation, Kevin grasped his sword and leapt at the door. Jiraiya, not wanting to take any chances, began flashing through hand signs. Slowly his spiky white hair began to grow in length and volume. As Kevin neared the opening door, he got to see the face of who was there. "Oh shit," was all he thought before his hands instinctively brought the sword down. In the instant it took him to blink, his sword was deflected with ease and he was wide open to a counterattack. Landing next to his target, Kevin was surprised he was still breathing. Not wanting to take any chances, he turned his sword and began to strike again. "Stop!" Kevin halted his attack. Something in the way he spoke was different than what a cold-blooded killer should sound like. "I am here to talk." Naruto and Hinata walked hand in hand down the busy streets of the Leaf Village. They were too busy paying attention to each other than what was going on around them. Naruto bumped into a fruit stand, knocking some apples onto the ground. "I'm sorry," Naruto said, leaning down to pick up the fallen fruit. The cart owner replied, "It's quite all right," but paused when he noticed who the person was in front of him. Nervously continuing, he said, "You can have them." Before Naruto could object, the man began to pack up his stand and started to leave. Hinata lightly pulled on Naruto's hand. "Come on, let's get going before we're late." Naruto watched the man frantically leave. He was disgusted that there were still people who believed that he was some kind of monster. Turning to face Hinata, Naruto said, "You're right." The couple continued on their way, Naruto still holding the apple he picked up. As they walked, Hinata noticed that Naruto wasn't wearing his usual clothes. He had actually took the time to wear something more appropriate. He wore black jeans instead of his usual black ninja pants, and he wore a matching black t-shirt that had red and orange flames around the sleeves and the bottom of the shirt. She thought to herself, "God, he looks sexy right now." Naruto looked down at Hinata and noticed she had a strange look in her eyes. He smirked back at her and pulled her to his side. Wrapping his arm around her waist, Hinata followed suit and puts hers around his. Nearing the dance club, Naruto and Hinata could hear the music dying down and someone speaking on a microphone. He was taking requests for the next song. It didn't take him long to get a request and to start playing the music again. Naruto, reaching the door first, opened it and stood to the side, allowing Hinata to enter first. "Why, thank you," Hinata said, chuckling. Naruto rolled his eyes and gestured for her to go in. Hinata darted into the darkened building, making Naruto give chase lest he lose her in the crowd. Inside, Naruto nearly ran into Hinata, who was standing still. Confused, Naruto asked, "Hey, what's up?" Not getting a response, he looked where she was looking. He was in for a surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. In the back, next to a large corner booth, he saw Ino giving what looked like a lap dance to someone. His gaze, embarrassingly, was glued on what she was wearing or like what she wasn't wearing. He knew she didn't like wearing pants because they hid her figure, but this was ridiculous. She was wearing a light purple miniskirt that was too small, even by miniskirt standards. And to accompany the skirt, she had a light purple belly shirt with a black design of the hidden leaf symbol on the back. Her hair was in the usual ponytail she always kept it in. Naruto couldn't tell from this distance, but it looked like she had some glitter on her arms and legs. Hinata regained her composure first, only to see Naruto gawking at their friend, jabbing him in the side with her elbow to get his attention. She pointed over to the booth and yelled, "Come on, let's go sit down." Nodding, Naruto followed Hinata, trying to keep his eyes off of Ino. When they took their seats, Naruto's jaw nearly hit the floor by what he saw this time. The person Ino was giving a lap dance to was Choji. Hinata laughed as she watched Naruto almost pop his eyes out of his head from starring so hard. He turned to her and asked, "When did they become a couple?" "It wasn't long after you had left the village." Choji got the courage to ask Ino out and she said yes. "Something must have happened to him during the mission you guys tried to get Sasuke back." Naruto looked gloomy when he replied, "Yeah, something must have happened." Remembering what Sasuke said to him, Naruto cringed a little. "I will kill anyone that gets in my way." Hinata noticed the change in Naruto's mood and placed her hand on his shoulder. "It's okay, Naruto, you'll get him back." Naruto turned to Hinata and smiled. She always seemed to know how to cheer him up in a heartbeat. He admired that quality about her. It was almost like she had watched how he acted towards others and then emulated it herself. As they stared into each other's eyes, the music died down and Ino and Choji joined them at the booth. "Hey there, Hinata. It seems you were able to get Naruto to come along." "It was quite easy. He was already waiting for me outside his house." "Hey Naruto, what have you been up to since you got back to the village?" Choji asked. When the Rookie 9 meet Naruto when he first came back, no one stayed afterwards to just hang out and catch up. "Unfortunately, not that much. I was supposed to go and train with another Jinchuriki, but that didn't turn out. However, I guess some good things did come out of it." Naruto lightly squeezed Hinata's hand before continuing. "I got promoted to Chunin, and even better than that, I temporarily got my own Genin team." "Congrats, Naruto. Good for you," Ino cheered. "Great, all we need is 3 more people that act like you, Naruto." How troublesome. Walking over to the group was Shikamaru, still wearing his Chunin vest and ninja garb. "I don't think it would be any worse than having 3 more lazy ninjas starring at the clouds now, would it?" Naruto shot back. "You may be right, but that's who I am. It would be too troublesome to change my ways now." Sitting down with his friends, Shikamaru nodded to Ino and Choji and said hello to Hinata. This was the first time in a long time he had gotten to actually hang out with his friends. He was always busy with work, strengthening relations between the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Sand, being sent on extended missions regularly, and recently he was appointed to help with the Chunin exams. He very much disliked that amount of work Lady Tsunade had given him since his promotion, but he understood that what he was doing was necessary. Ino looked around the building, then looked at Shikamaru and asked, "Hey, did you see any of the others on your way over here? They are late." Lee said he had to continue training, something about not wasting youthful energy. As for Niji and Tenten, they said they were going to hang out privately. Ino rolled her eyes. "Those 2 need to calm it down. I mean, seriously, they are doing it more than me and Choji." Choji smiled and slightly blushed at his girlfriend's remark. "Hey now, Ino, I don't think everyone wants to hear about that." Everyone laughed at his remark. It was true though, no one wanted to know that information, cause it then painted a rather odd picture in their minds. Naruto watched as his friends were having a good time, when he noticed someone enter the club and sit down at the bar. "I'll be right back," he told Hinata as he got up out of his chair and headed towards the bar. Waiting for his drink to arrive, Kevin sat at the bar by himself. He was never a very sociable person. He would prefer being alone than mingle with a large group of people. Naruto knew this, that's why he suspected something was up if he was in a place like this. Sitting down on the empty stool next to him, Naruto asked, "Kevin, what's up?" "Nothing much, Naruto." "If there's nothing bothering you, then why do you look so gloomy?" Kevin sighed before replying, "I just got to thinking that life is really short, you know? I guess almost dying the other day really hammered that home for me." Naruto sat and listened as Kevin continued. "Did I ever tell you that I really want to become a father?" With a surprised and questionable look, Naruto replied, "I don't think you have. Come on now, what's on your mind?" Kevin glanced over at where Hinata was sitting, chatting with the others. "You got something special with her, Naruto. Don't squander the time you have by thinking there will always be tomorrow. How did you know me and Hinata were seeing each other?" "For starters, you just told me. And besides, I've been where you are now." "Well, that is news to me. You never talk about your life." Kevin turned back towards the counter to find his drink had arrived. Downing the shot glass, he gestured to the bartender for another one. "That's 'cause it's had for me, Naruto. I'll tell you some other time." "Well then, I'll be leaving. Remember, don't waste too much money here. I still have to get you to try Chiraka's ramen." Naruto got up and left the bar, heading back to his friend's table. As Kevin waited patiently for his second round to come along, another individual sat down right where Naruto was. "Hey there, stranger. Name's Anko. What you drinking?" When Naruto sat back down, Hinata leaned over and whispered, "I'm going to have to get going soon. Father has a strict curfew for me and Hanabi. Naruto nodded his acknowledgement. Hey Ino, me and Hinata are going to have to leave soon. I hope that doesn't ruin any of your plans. Looking frustrated, Ino replied, before you guys leave, you're going to get out on that dance floor whether you like it or not. Getting up, Ino walked over to the DJ to request another song. Choji leaned over to Naruto and Hinata and whispered, thanks guys. Now I'm going to have to get out there too. Before he could lean back in his chair, Ino was behind him, gesturing for Naruto and Hinata to get up. Looking down, she said, that means you too, mister. Slowly, Choji got up from his chair and followed Ino out onto the dance floor. Hinata was a little nervous about dancing in public. Naruto grabbed her hand and said, come on, it will be fun. Hinata nodded her head and Naruto led her to the dance floor. Waiting for the music to start, Ino said, now you guys need to dance. And none of that slow dance crap. I want to see you guys bumping and grinding your asses off. Hinata was about to respond, but was stopped when the music started up. Okay, I'm going to do something here that I don't think I've seen done before. Now, since they are going to be dancing to music, I think it would really help in picturing it if you knew the song I had in mind. I pictured them dancing to Britney Spears' song Hold It Against Me. Not knowing what to do, Hinata watched Ino as she stood in front of Choji, with her back towards him, and began to move her hips. Slowly at first, but she picked up speed as the song started to gain speed. Hoping it was a good place to start, Hinata did the same thing. She felt very odd and dirty for dancing like this. All of those thoughts disappeared when she felt Naruto's hands on her hips. Looking down at Hinata, Naruto pulled her closer to him so that she was moving against him. Hinata leaned into him, resting her head on his neck. While Hinata continued to move against him, Naruto took his right hand off her hip, went under her shirt and placed it on her bare stomach. Hinata breathed in deeply at feeling his touch. Helping to guide her, Naruto joined in with her in getting his body into motion with hers. Hinata reached up and put her hands on the back of his neck. There you go, they're getting into it, Choji whispered to Ino. Turning around, Ino grabbed his head and fiercely kissed him. He melted at the feeling of her lips on his and her constant gyrating against his groin. Releasing him, Ino said, now it's your turn to get into it. Choji didn't have to think about what Ino really meant. He could see it in her eyes. She was horny. Where do you have in mind? Anywhere, we just need to go. Now. Naruto and Hinata didn't notice Choji and Ino leave the dance floor. To them, nothing else existed but themselves and the music. With their bodies so close, they felt a high unlike anything they've felt before. As the song continued, both of them felt something deep down inside them stir. Naruto came to his senses just in time. As the music died down, Naruto whispered to Hinata, I think we should get going before things get out of hand. Hinata looked up at Naruto and asked through heavy breathing, What's wrong? Naruto looked at Hinata, surprised. You're telling me you can't feel that? Hinata was about to ask him what he meant, but then it hit her. Literally. Naruto flexed his member, making it hit her in her lower back. Hinata's eyes shoot wide open. Naruto, she said, after hitting him in the arm. Naruto giggled. I can't help it. It's what you do to me. It's what I do to him? Hinata knew Naruto loved her, but to hear that he gets sexually aroused because of her, that set fire to something inside of her. She needed to have him. Hinata was on the verge of acting on those impulses, but one thought popped into her mind. Father. Oh crap, my curfew. I got to get going before I'm really late. Naruto nodded. He knew how strict her father was with her. He did not accept failure and he commanded discipline. As they started to walk to the door, Hinata looked around. Hey, do you see Ino or Choji? Naruto looked around but couldn't see them either. I wonder where they went. In the alley behind the club, Choji and Ino were making out. Ino had Choji up against the wall while she methodically moved her hands down to his pants, quickly undoing the button and zipper. She slowly pushed his pants and boxes down to his knees. Removing her lips from his, she looked into his eyes and said, "You ready, big boy?" "Oh yeah," was all Choji could muster up. His mind was being flooded with ecstasy. This was unlike any other time they had sex. The thrill came with the possibility of being caught in public. He watched as Ino slowly lowered herself till she was crouching in front of him. He tensed up as he felt Ino grab a hold of his dick and take him into her mouth. He loved that about her, her eagerness to give a blowjob without any hesitance. Bobbing her head, Ino sucked and stroked as fast as she could. Choji was now breathing faster and faster, and Ino knew why. Before he could feel the sweet sensation of release, Ino stopped. She stood up, looking right at him. "Do you want me, right here?" "Yes," he replied through the waves of nervousness and excitement. Ino smiled as she turned around. Pulling down her panties and lifting up her skirt, she said, "I'm right here. Now take me." Choji grabbed her waist and pulled her back to him. "I plan to," he said. Ino could hear the want and need in his voice, and she loved it. Choji lightly pushed on Ino's back, bending her over. He grabbed his dick and teased Ino, playing with her pussy. "Damn, you're so wet." Ino giggled. Choji knew she wanted it, and he couldn't stop himself any longer. Positioning himself at her entrance, he slowly pushed forward. Ino took in a deep breath as he slid inside of her. In one motion, he was buried deep inside her tight, wet pussy. Giving Ino a second to get used to him, Choji grabbed her hips. Ino braced herself as she felt him begin to slowly pull out and drive himself back in. "Oh, Choji!" Ino whimpered. That drove him crazy. Letting go to the animal, Choji gripped her hips harder and increased his pace. Ino's eyes shot open, and she flung her head back. Looking at Choji, Ino spurred him on. "Shit. Right there, baby. Keep going. Keep." Ino's breath was caught in her throat. She was reaching her climax. Choji kept up his fierce pace as he felt her pussy tighten up and clench down on him. He wanted to keep going, but he felt the familiar sensation creeping up. Picking up his pace even more, Choji held on as long as he could. Thrusting in as hard and deep as he could, he released. Just as Ino was starting to come down from her first orgasm, another one hit her as she felt Choji come. Becoming weak-kneed, Ino would have fallen over if not for Choji holding her to him. Breathing heavily, both teens reviled in the moment. Leaning back up and into his chest, Ino said, "I love you. I love you too." Well, this night officially sucks. First Lee doesn't see me for lunch, then I get stuck pulling a double shift. Ino is going to kill me for not showing up tonight. Sakura was at home, getting ready for bed. She was tired from working at the hospital and bummed out that she couldn't hang out with her friends. She was looking forward to hang out with Naruto, after not getting the opportunity to since he came back. Walking into the bathroom, Sakura reached for her toothbrush and toothpaste. Turning on the water and putting an excessive amount of toothpaste on her toothbrush, she began brushing her teeth. Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought, why would Lee not show up? I hope everything is okay. Chapter 11. I want to thank all of the people who commented on my last chapter. I really appreciate all the feedback, whether it's good or bad. I still want to keep to my schedule of putting out a chapter once about every week. Please enjoy this latest addition to the growing story. Thank you. Disclaimer, I don't know Naruto. Blah blah blah. The winds of the desert were ferocious and unforgiving. Any who dared trespass in this harsh landscape hold their lives in their hands. Only those brave enough, or those who are native to the land, can safely traverse the unending sands. Soaring high above the dust storms, a hawk flew to its destination. Carrying precious cargo, the bird hurried back to its sender. Descending rapidly, it would seem as if the bird was going to be swallowed by the storm, but was saved by the almost magical appearance of a city. It seemed to have risen up from underneath the sands themselves, providing shelter to anyone or anything that needed it. Two watchmen stood guard over the bird roost. It was the village's fastest way to relay information between its fellow villages. Patently waiting for a response, the men relaxed with a card game. As one of the men picked up a card, he caught a glimpse of something in the distance. Slowly standing up, he realized that it was a messenger bird. He walked over to one of the many perches for the bird to land. He quickly removed the document from the bird's leg and seen it had a Kage seal placed on it. Glancing at his comrade, he dashed off towards the Kazekage's office. Gaara stood on the balcony overlooking the village. He cared for and loved the hidden sand village with everything he had, and it sickened him that he could remember a time when he cared for nothing but himself. That he would kill his own siblings if it meant he would become stronger. All of that changed when he fought against Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes to the light, giving Gaara countless reasons to never lose hope and to keep fighting the good fight. Gaara faintly heard footsteps coming up the staircase leading to the roof. Slightly turning his head, he waited for whomever it was to reach him. As the individual came into view, Gaara seen that he was holding a scroll. Panting heavily, the guard bowed and held out the scroll. Gaara calmly reached out, took the scroll and waved to dismiss the guard. When the guard had left, Gaara released the seal and opened the parchment. Upon reading it, he headed back down to his office to respond to Tsunade's urgent news. In one of the numerous training grounds, 3 young teenagers waited for their teacher to arrive. While 2 of them patiently sat on the ground, one was rambunctious and full of energy. What the heck is our teacher think they are doing, keeping us waiting on our first day of training? Whenever they get here, I'm going to give him or her a piece of my mind. Calm down, Konohamaru. I'm sure there is a good reason why our teacher is late, his teammate Moegi said. She had been a friend of Konohamaru's since they were kids. And now that they were getting older, an infatuation with the boy began to spring up. I'm not going to calm down, Moegi. I need training and as much of it as I can get if I'm going to become the next Hokage. And not to mention, there is someone I have to defeat in battle before I can even think about becoming Hokage. Konohamaru's determination astounded his friends. He was never so passionate about anything in his life. Ever since he was a little boy, he would always yell out to his grandfather, "One of these days I'm going to defeat you and become the next Hokage." Though he seen him as an obstacle to overcome, Konohamaru was deeply saddened when he gave his life to protect the village from Orochimaru. Since that day, he vowed he would become stronger so that he could protect his friends, his family, and his village. Konohamaru stopped his frantic pacing when he looked at Moegi and Udon and seen a startled look on their faces. "What's wrong with you guys?" he asked. Not responding to him, Konohamaru turned around to find out what they were looking at. He was dumbstruck by who was in front of him. "Hey there, Konohamaru. Long time no see." Konohamaru spat out, "Boss? Is that really you, boss?" Nodding, Naruto responded, "Yep. I guess I've grown a lot since you seen me last. How have you been doing?" "I'm good. Pretty good, boss." Konohamaru was shocked to say the least. He had heard that Naruto had returned to the village, but he had never seen him till now. As that information sunk in, he also realized that if Naruto was here, then that meant, "No way, boss, I can't believe it. You're our teacher, aren't you?" Naruto smiled. "You had better believe it." Konohamaru turned towards his comrades. "Come on, guys. Get up. It's time to get to work." Just as eager as I was. Naruto recalled that his first day of training with Squad 7 started out almost the same way. He was so confident in his abilities at the time that he believed he was unstoppable. He found out rather quickly that he wasn't as big and bad as he thought he was. "It looks as if I'm going to have to teach you the first lesson of being a ninja." "And what would that be, boss?" Konohamaru curiously asked. "Patience." Konohamaru asked, "Patience? What do we need patience?" Konohamaru went silent when he realized that Naruto had readied a kunai against his throat, and he never seen it coming. You need to have patience so you can fully understand a situation, determine an enemy's abilities and strategies, and to make attack or defense plans that can ensure the success of the mission and the safety of everyone involved. That is what you need patience for. Naruto was stern and harsh in his explanation. He wanted to drive home to them, Konohamaru most of all, the importance of not rushing headlong into a fight, to never get overconfident in your abilities. For when you do, that will be your downfall. Removing the kunai from Konohamaru's throat and placing it back into its pouch, Naruto said, "Now that I have introduced you to Lesson 1, what do you say we have a little test? I want to see what you all have learned in the academy and how ready you are in applying it in real-life situations." Naruto reached into his pocket and removed 3 small bells. Attaching them to a belt loop, he pointed at them and said, "This will be your test. Try by any means necessary to acquire these bells. You may use any skills you possess. I want to see you use intent as if your lives depend on it. You have 1 hour." Folding his arms across his chest, Naruto continued, "You may begin now." Knock knock. "Lady Hinata, are you there?" Startled, Hinata answered, "Yes, Komein." Slowly opening the door and walking in, Elder Amami looked on as Hinata picking up cloths and putting them into a suitcase. "What is going on, my child?" "I don't want to be disrespectful, Elder, but I can no longer stay in a place where I am not welcomed or wanted," Hinata answered. Amami calmly said, "You don't have to say any more. I can understand your reasons." Hinata stopped packing and looked over at Amami. "You understand? I may look young, but I have been around here a lot longer than you think. I remember a time when our clan were so loving and peaceful," Amami answered. She knew that Hinata was far too young to know about the clan, but she was determined to change that. If Hinata did indeed have the same powers as the clan's first leader, then she could return the clan to its former glory. "What do you mean, Elder? A time when the clan was loving and peaceful?" Amami smiled at Hinata and responded, "That can wait for another time. I can see you are very busy and I have a few errands I have to attend to today. I will get with you here shortly." "I'm sorry, Elder, but that will be hard for you to do because I am." Hinata stopped herself before she accidentally spilled her secret. "I mean, how will you know where I am?" "Do not worry about that, my child. I know how to find people. Remember, I am a Hyuga too." Amami laughed at her own comment, while Hinata just smiled. "I know all of you have heard of the criminal organization known as Akatsuki, but you don't know anything about their members except a certain few. We have acquired detailed information about each individual and precisely what they are after." Tsunade looked sternly at the group of jonin that were gathered. Those in attendance were Kakashi, Anko, Asuma, Kurenai, and Might Guy. She trusted these ninja with her life and the lives of the Leafs people, so she hoped they would not overreact with the information she was about to tell them next. "We have one person to thank for all of this, and that person is—" Before Tsunade said who it was, the doors to her office opened to reveal Hamura and Koharu, the members of the Hidden Leaf Council, and Itachi. Everyone in the room instinctively turned around to see who came in, and as soon as they realized who they were looking at, they burst into action. The 2 counselors each raised a hand and quickly quelled all advances. "You all will stand down immediately," Hamura forcefully spoke. He nor Koharu wanted to see Itachi possibly get hurt or killed after he finally returned to the village. Might Guy spoke up, "I don't understand, counselors. Itachi is a wanted criminal and S-rank missing nin. Why are you protecting him?" "Itachi is no longer a missing nin and he has been pardoned of all charges against him," Koharu responded. Kurenai asked, "How can he just be pardoned of all charges? Don't you know what he has done?" Hamura lowered his hand and answered, "We know better than any of you what Itachi has done. We know that he sacrificed everything he held dear to protect this village. He murdered his entire clan and turned himself into an outcast, made a bad reputation for himself, and gathered information on people that wished to destroy the village or even take over the Fire Country." "What are you talking about?" Kurenai asked. Before either Hamura or Koharu could answer her, Itachi walked forward and answered her himself. "What they say is the truth. I did slaughter my clan. After long debates, I was asked by Hiruzen Sarutobi to kill my clansmen. He said if I did not, then someone else would. I accepted the mission because I did not want to see my little brother murdered." That is absurd. My father would never agree to wiping out an entire clan, Asuma yelled at Itachi. He did agree to it, and he did so with the sole purpose of protecting the village in mind, Itachi countered with a cool and collective appearance. I don't get it. What do you mean with the sole purpose of protecting the village in mind? Kurenai asked. I am ashamed to admit it, but my clan had grown angry and disgusted with the way the Uchiha had been treated with in the Hidden Leaf Village. They were once a proud, fighting clan that had been demoted, if you will, to a shell of its former self. When they could take the abuse no longer, they decided to try and overthrow the Hokage and the council. I informed Sarutobi of what they were planning, and he tried desperately to quell their anger. After many unsuccessful attempts, he was forced to deal with the problem by any means necessary. Kakashi finally spoke up after being quiet the entire time. So that is where you came into the picture. You didn't want to give the Hokage any bad rap for killing an entire clan, so you bore all of it yourself. That may be the most patriotic thing I have ever heard of someone doing for their village. Itachi bowed his head. Thank you, Kakashi Hatake. Tsunade, we believe it would be best if Itachi was not reinstated into the ninja ranks due to his reputation. No one outside of this room can know what really transpired during the Uchiha massacre, Koharu said. Naruto aimlessly walked around his small apartment after his first day as a team captain, looking for nothing in particular. In all his years of being a ninja, he could not recall an instance when he was as bored as he was now. He had been given strict orders to stay within the village, preferably at his home, until Tsunade could figure out what was wrong with him. All that he could figure out was that the problem seemed to have begun after his fight with Akatsuki. He didn't remember himself being hurt any, so that couldn't be the explanation. If he did get injured, Tsunade would have been able to detect it and hopefully help him. And if for some reason she couldn't heal him, he knew he could count of the fox's healing powers. Couldn't he? Naruto never thought about the idea of not having the fox's extreme healing abilities anymore. He then started to wonder if the fox could hold back its special abilities even though Naruto had control over him. Before he knew it, he had taken a seat on the couch and was staring off into the distance, running question after question through his mind. Naruto didn't notice someone was knocking at his door. Over and over the individual kept knocking, first softly and as time went on then harder. Eventually the knocking stopped. Still oblivious, Naruto remained still and just stared off. When it seemed as though the person left, there came a faint voice that broke Naruto out of his trance. Naruto, are you there? Seemed like a flash, and Naruto was at his door. Slowly opening it, he saw a beautiful young woman standing at his door with a suitcase. Hinata, what are you doing here? Looking really nervous, Hinata lowered her head and whispered, I need a place to stay. Being a ninja, Naruto picked up her faint response as if she screamed it to the heavens. Naruto was taken aback, literally. Hinata noticed him taking a small step back, and she started regretting ever coming over. As she was about to turn and leave, she felt the soft, tender touch she remembered. She reached up and touched his hand as Naruto slowly turned her head to look up at him. What happened? Naruto quietly asked. As Hinata looked into his eyes, those deep, loving, soft blue eyes, she realized deep down that this was the right thing to do. Taking a breath to calm her nerves down, Hinata answered, My father found out about us. When I got back last night from the party, he summoned me into his office. From the moment I closed the door behind me, he yelled at me and scolded me. He said I was a disgrace to him, to the clan. Before she could finish, she began to sniffle and her lower lip started trembling. Naruto didn't want to do anything to make her upset, but he had to find out what was said, so he could try and help her. Staring with deep concern in his eyes, Naruto asked, What did he say, Hinata? Mustering up what strength she had left, Hinata quickly answered him while beginning to cry uncontrollably. He said that my mother would be ashamed to call me her daughter, and with that she began crying her eyes out. Naruto, being the person that he was, quickly, but gently, pulled Hinata into his arms and held on to her. He didn't understand what she was going through or how she felt, but he did know that you needed to let your feelings out. If you kept them all bottled up and hidden from everyone, you as a person would start to change. As Hinata was crying into his chest, Naruto looked up and seen someone kneeling on a nearby rooftop. As he focused in, he realized it was a Hyuga clan member. When the clan member noticed that he was spotted, he stood up and leapt away in the direction of the Hyuga compound. Naruto, not knowing what was going on or what might happen, looked down at the still crying Hinata and said, "Hinata, I think it would be best if we go inside." Hinata looked up at Naruto, with bloodshot eyes and tear streaks on her now red cheeks, and didn't say anything. She nodded slightly and turned to grab her suitcase, but Naruto reached over first and grabbed it. Hinata smiled, ever so barely, and slowly walked into Naruto's apartment. Naruto quickly followed suit, but before he closed the door, he took one last glance outside to see if anyone else was watching. Once he was satisfied that no one was there, he closed and locked the door. "How do you feel, Sasuke?" Sasuke was looking at his reflection in a mirror, his Sharingan activated. Not taking his gaze away from himself, he answered, I feel great. It's as if a barrier blocking me was removed. It feels like I'm on top of the world, like I can do anything." "Good, Sasuke, that's good. I'm good to hear that. I want you to rest for a while before." Madara was interrupted.
No.
"I am ready now." Madara looked at Sasuke with a surprised look. Somehow, he had forcefully activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. My Sasuke, how far you have come in such a short time. Sasuke, you need to first get used to your new powers before attempting to take on Itachi. He has had many more years than you to train with the Mangekyo Sharingan than you have. It's going to take time to fulfill your goals. Before Sasuke could argue with Madara, something rose up from the floor. "Who is that?" Sasuke asked. "Don't worry, he is an ally." "What is it, Zetsu?" Madara asked. "I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have urgent news." As Zetsu continued, his voice changed. It became a much deeper, darker version. "Itachi has left. We don't know where he went." "This changes nothing," Madara countered. "My plans are unaffected by his absence. We will continue as scheduled." Zetsu questionably looked at Madara. "Are you sure? He knows a lot of information on all of us." Madara turned to look at Sasuke. "He will be dealt with soon enough." Knock knock, enter. Panting, the ninja quickly rushed into the room and knelt down in front of the table. With his head bowed, he spoke. "Lord Hayashi, I have news to report. I followed Lady Hinata as you requested, and I inform you that she went to Naruto Uzumaki house, sir." "What?" Hayashi was furious. He could not believe his daughter would rather live with that thing than her own clansman. Clenching his eyes shut, Hayashi slowly began to take deep breaths to calm down. As he calmed down, he opened his eyes. "So be it. If that is what she chooses, then she will no longer be Hyuga." Standing outside of his office, Amami carefully listened in on the conversation. "So that is where she is. Time to go pay her a visit then." Hinata slowly opened her eyes, waking up from a good night's sleep. She didn't want to wake up from the wonderful dream she was having about her and Naruto in his bed. But she sighed. She knew that that time would come, but not for a while. She wanted to take things slow, and not just because she was nervous. She wanted to make the time her and Naruto had special. Looking over at the alarm clock, Hinata noticed it was 9 o'clock. "Naruto's gone already. I wish I was up to see him off." She had the apartment to herself now. Naruto was going to be gone most of the day training with his new genin team. She didn't know why, but she could faintly recall waking up earlier in the morning and looking out into the living room, seeing Naruto sitting up on the couch holding his stomach as if he was in pain. She tried to remember more about the incident, but the memories quickly faded away. Realizing that it was Naruto she was thinking about, she knew he would be fine. He always was. Deciding that she had slept long enough, Hinata got out of bed and got dressed. She knew that she was going to help him clean up his apartment since she was now living there as well. And she thought it would be a nice gesture since he said she could sleep on the bed. even though she eventually talked him into switching places with him every other night. She didn't want to feel like she was intruding, even though they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Hinata quickly divided the work into 3 sections: the living room, the bedroom, and the kitchen. Since she was still in the bedroom, she thought that would be the perfect place to start. Within minutes she had made the bed, folded the access blankets, and made a pile of what seemed to be Naruto's dirty cloths. As she was throwing piece after piece onto the pile, she stopped for a moment when she picked up a pair of his boxers. Holding them, she began to have thoughts of Naruto wearing only those boxers. Then those thoughts turned to ones on him wearing nothing at all. She quickly stopped herself before things got out of hand. She needed to control her urges, otherwise she knew they would control her. Continuing where she had left off, Hinata kept on picking up cloths and throwing them on the now large pile. Once she was satisfied that the floor was devoid of unclean garments, she turned her attention to the living room. To her surprise, it was just like the bedroom. Cloths were everywhere. "Oh, I'm going to teach him how to do laundry if it's the last thing I do," Hinata said. She couldn't believe that Naruto was this messy. Then she thought about the fact that Naruto never had parents to show him and teach him these kind of things like she did. Well then, I'll have teach him a lot of things then. It didn't take Hinata long to fully clean up the small apartment. She was very surprised though by the amount of cloths Naruto actually had. She had always seen him wearing the same orange jumpsuit. It didn't surprise her though that he barely had any dishes. She knew that he loved to eat ramen at Ichiraka's ramen stand. As she thought about it, they had never went there together and eaten. So she decided that when he got back she would take him out there. Grabbing a glass of water, Hinata walked over and sat down on the couch to rest. She wanted to take a break before she started doing the massive loads of laundry. As she sat on the couch, she could smell Naruto's unique scent. It was intoxicating to her, and she loved it. Closing her eyes and resting her head on the back of the couch, she began to daydream. Her hormones took over her thoughts as she dreamed of her and Naruto making hot, passionate love in this very apartment. As the images kept rolling in her head, so physically began getting hot and started to breath heavily. As more time passed, her right hand slowly started to move and make its way up and down her leg. Eventually, it began moving towards her now moist pussy. Right before Hinata could start pleasuring herself, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Being snapped back to reality, Hinata opened her eyes. She was very frustrated that she was interrupted before she could pleasure herself. She could never play with herself at the Hyuga compound because literally everyone could see what you were doing, and she couldn't when she was out on a mission with her team because Kiba would have been able to smell her out and he would get the wrong idea. She was only able to pleasure herself when she trained alone by a waterfall just outside of the village. Ever since Naruto had left the village over 3 years ago, she would go to the waterfall whenever she had those certain thoughts about Naruto and had the free time to do so. "Be right there," Hinata yelled to whoever was outside knocking on the door. Getting up, she walked over to the door, but before opening it she took a few deep, calming breaths. Once she was calmed down, she opened the door. "Amami, what are you doing here? How did you know where to find me?" Smiling, Amami answered, "My child, don't you remember that I told you yesterday that I would get with you again so we could talk? And remember, I am a Hyuga. I can find anyone." Yes, now I remember. "I'm sorry, Amami. There has been so many things going on and that I've been thinking about." Komein. Hinata mentally scolded herself for forgetting that Amami would eventually come find her. She didn't think it would be this soon though. Hinata gestured for Amami to sit down on the couch and asked if she wanted some water to drink. Amami told her no, but Hinata went and refilled her cup and then joined her on the couch. "What can I do for you, Elder Amami?" "Yes, there is Hinata. I wanted to talk with you about what happened on the mission where your squad had to locate Naruto Uzumaki. I was told by Tsunade what happened, but I wanted to hear firsthand what you can remember about the incident." Hinata looked at Amami and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't really remember what all happened. I know I must have passed out. Other than that, I'm not sure." "That is fine, my child. If you can remember anything at all, that would be most helpful in determining what actually happened to you. Hinata turned her gaze away from Amami and looked down at the floor. She tried hard to remember anything about that night past the moments she could recall of Naruto dying. Something suddenly came to her. Actually, there is something I can remember. It may be nothing though, but I can remember hearing a voice speaking to me when I had lost all hope and given up. The voice was so beautiful, so strong, and so loving. I could feel her presence, even though I couldn't see anyone. Amami looked at Hinata with intrigue. What did the voice say to you? It said, Hinata, get up. This is not his or your destiny. He is meant to save the world, and you are to help him do it, starting now. Do you know what that means? Amami looked at Hinata and said, I do not want to jump to conclusions, but come here. I want to look at your eyes. Hinata was confused. She didn't know what Amami was thinking or what she was going to do, but if it helped get some answers, she would do it. Turning her body so she was fully facing Amami, Hinata braced herself as Amami brought her hands up to hold each side of her head. Do not be scared, Hinata. This will not hurt. Amami leaned forward so she was closer to Hinata and then mentally said Byakugan. Even though her eyes began getting hazy because of her old age, with her Kekii Genkai activated, her vision transcended that of a normal person. Amami stared into Hinata's eyes, trying to see if there was anything different with her eyes than another Hyuga's. She looked hard and long, and she was about to give up. Then something caught her aged eyes. There was a slight flicker of a golden hue that flashed through Hinata's eyes. Looking closer, Amami didn't hear that Hinata also activated her Kekii Genkai. Byakugan, Hinata called out. All Amami could see was a rush of golden light fill her area of view. It became so intense that she had to avert her gaze and close her eyes. Hinata immediately deactivated her Byakugan and frantically shouted, Elder Amami, are you all right? What's wrong? Amami didn't feel any pain. She actually felt good, better than she had in a long time. Slowly opening her eyes, Amami was amazed that she no longer had fogginess in her vision. She had been given back her full eyesight that time itself sought to take away from her. So it is true, Lady Tsunade was telling the truth. This can only mean one thing. Now our clan can be reborn. Amami trailed off, now just sitting there in thought. Hinata was confused. One moment she thought she had hurt the elder Hyuga, and the next she can see that she is fine but has no idea what she is talking about. Elder Amami. Pardon me, but what are you talking about? Looking up at Hinata, Amami explained. My dear child, you have been blessed with the most precious gift any Hyuga can receive. You have inherited a Jujutsu more powerful than either the Byakugan or the Sharingan. You have the ocular powers of Izanami. Later that day when Naruto came home, he was astonished to walk into his apartment and find it clean. That little... I told her I would clean it up. Why did she go through all that trouble? Truly, Naruto was happy that Hinata had helped him clean up his apartment. He knew he would have done it rather soon now that Hinata was living with him. Hearing the bathroom sink turn on let Naruto know where Hinata was. He didn't see her when he first walked in. Putting his gear away for the day, he waited patiently for Hinata to get out of the bathroom. Hearing the sink turn off, he knew she was going to be out soon, and he was ready to greet her when she did. Tiptoeing over to the bathroom door, Naruto readied himself to scare Hinata. Come on, Naruto. You honestly think I don't know you're standing right outside the door? Cheater, he thought to himself. You better not use those eyes of yours for anything else you shouldn't. Hinata chuckled from behind the door. She knew what he meant. Opening the door, Hinata walked over to Naruto and put her arms around his neck. You know I wouldn't do that. I'm not so sure, Naruto sarcastically responded. Leaning down, Naruto put his hands around Hinata and kissed her. After a moment though, he gently started moving her out of his way. If you would excuse me, I need to use the bathroom for a while. Hinata smirked and asked, What do you need it for? I need to take a shower if you don't mind. Or do you want me all sweaty and dirty? Hinata gave Naruto a mischievous grin and answered, I don't know about the dirty part, but I would like you all sweaty. Naruto face palmed at her remark. When I'm in here, you better not be trying to peek in on me. If I find out you did, you're going to get it. Oh, I like the sound of that. Rolling his eyes, Naruto turned and walked into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Hinata giggled, realizing that she made Naruto a little nervous. She took a seat on the couch as she waited for him to get done. She hoped he didn't want to go anywhere or do anything tonight. She just wanted to sit at home. There were so many thoughts and questions running through her mind. She just wanted some time to let it all soak in. And what better way than to just sit at home and watch TV with Naruto? Before she knew it, Naruto was done with his shower and already halfway dressed. Walking to his room to get a shirt, Naruto was stopped by Hinata. Naruto, can you come and sit with me for a while? Not even giving it a second thought, Naruto said, yeah. Sitting on the other side of the couch, Naruto was hesitant to ask if there was something wrong. He thought there might be because of how quickly Hinata moved over to him and snuggled with him. He turned so he had one leg up on the couch and the other just hanging off the edge, allowing Hinata to lay on him. Hinata repositioned herself as well so she could be comfortable. She was now laying on her stomach facing Naruto. Her head was resting on his bare chest, and she wrapped her arms around his back to make sure she didn't fall off. Naruto slowly started brushing her hair with his hand as he asked, "What's wrong, my love?" "It's nothing much, it can wait. I just want to lay here for a while," Hinata responded as she listened to his heartbeat. It was regular and calm. Listening to the constant beating started to make her tired. Hoping Naruto wouldn't get up anytime soon, she closed her eyes and tried to take a nap. Naruto continued to brush her hair as he looked down to see she had her eyes closed. "I can't blame you for being tired. You did a lot of work around here today." Naruto smiled as Hinata slowly drifted off to sleep laying on his chest. Chapter 12. Well, here is the next chapter, folks. I hope you enjoy it and keep sticking around as I continue to write. I want to thank all the people who keep supporting me and giving me the encouragement to keep going. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto. Go, child. Be with him. Hinata woke up, startled. She quickly looked around the room to see if there was anyone there talking to her. But there was no one. The apartment was quiet and dark. She looked at the clock sitting on a stand next to the couch and realized it was only 1:30 in the morning. I slept that long? I didn't even feel Naruto get up and go to bed himself. Sitting up, Hinata looked around again to try and see if she could find out where that voice came from. Not sure if she should be satisfied that no one was there, Hinata looked at the bedroom door. An overwhelming urge to get up and go in there came over her, so she followed it. Opening the door, Hinata could faintly see due to the moonlight coming in through the window. Naruto was laying on his back, arms and legs spread out as if he was trying to make a snow angel. She giggled at the sight, but then thought it was actually a good position for him to be in. Hinata walked over to the bed and slowly crawled onto it, and then Naruto so she was straddling him. Looking down at him, Hinata took in how the dim lighting made his facial features more pronounced. She gently reached up and stroked his whisker marks on his cheek, causing him to stir. She was nervous, but she didn't want that to stop her. This was something she wanted to do, and had wanted to for a long time now. Leaning down, Hinata pressed her lips against Naruto's. Groggily waking up, Naruto was startled to see Hinata on top of him. When Hinata pulled away, Naruto asked, "Well, hey there, what you up to?" Hinata quietly and sincerely said, "I want to make love to you." If Naruto wasn't up already, he was now. She wants to make love to me? He couldn't wrap his mind around it. This wasn't like her at all. "Okay, who are you and what did you do with Hinata?" Hinata grabbed Naruto's hand and placed it against her chest. "This is me, Naruto. Do you feel that heartbeat? That is my heart, and it beats for you." Smiling, Naruto used his other arm to brace himself up. Looking her in the eyes, Naruto asked, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Naruto, I've never been more sure of anything in my whole life. I want you to be my first and only. I want to spend every waking moment with you, and every night. I want us to have children and grow old together. I want to be with you and no one else." Taking his hand off her chest and placing it on her cheek, Naruto said, "I love you, Hinata. And I love you, Naruto." Tsunade sat at her desk filling out mounds of paperwork with an angered look on her face. Where is Sakura at? She is never late, and here it is almost 9 o'clock. Lifting her head up, she called out, "Shizen, come here." The door swung open, revealing one of Tsunade's close friends and longtime students. "Yes, my lady? I want you to go and see what is taking Sakura so long to get in. Something doesn't feel right. It's not like her to be late." Shizen nodded. "Yes, my lady. Right away." Shizen quickly turned around and headed out of the office. She knew that when Tsunade gave an order, you had better get a move on it. If you dilly-dallied, you were going to get it. Kankuro paced back and forth in the Kazekage's office. He did not like the idea of sitting by idle while you know something is coming. Turning to look at this brother, Kankuro spoke up. "Gaara, let me go and set up traps. We cannot just let them walk into the village without a fight." Gaara replied, "We have come up with a plan and we will follow that plan, Kankuro. I do not want anyone sacrificing themselves for me. I am the Kazekage. It is my duty to protect the people of the village. And that is what I am going to do by making sure there are no casualties. By letting the enemy have a false sense of security, we will make them lower their guard and increase the likelihood that we will be able to capture one of them." "What do we need to capture one of them for? We already supposedly know everything about them now thanks to one of them going rogue," Kankuro countered. Tamari walked into the office and said, "Gaara, I'm leaving. I will back in 6 days." Gaara nodded his response. "Tamari, don't be late in your return. We need all the people we can to have a chance of capturing these Akatsuki members." "I know, Gaara," was all that Tamari said before she turned and left the office. "Are you sure she is the best person to go and escort the team from the Hidden Leaf Village?" Kankuro asked. "I believe she is, Kankuro. She is the only one besides me who has any real ties with ninja from the Leaf Village." Hinata opened her eyes and quickly covered them with her hands. The sun shone brightly this particular morning. She lowered her hands as her eyes adjusted to the light. Looking around, she realized Naruto wasn't in bed. He must be training with his genin team. "Well, I don't want to lay around all day. I'll go for a walk around town." Rolling out of the bed and standing up, Hinata felt a slight pain in her crotch. As she walked into the bathroom, the pain didn't go away, but only got worse. "Ino could have warned me about the pain. It hurt bad enough when we first started, but I thought that would be it." Pushing through the pain, Hinata went to the bathroom and took a quick shower. When she returned to the bedroom and started getting dressed, she was interrupted by someone knocking at the door. "One moment." Rushing to get fully dressed, Hinata made her way to the door while putting on her shirt. Stopping at the door, she straightened her hair as best she could, then opened the door. "Amami, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to help you train, my child. I believe it is good to start early," Amami answered. Looking confused, Hinata asked, "How are you supposed to help me train my new powers?" "Do not worry about that. I have read all about Izanami's abilities from Fuse's personal diary. The key to using the abilities is to focus on what you want to do. For example, if you find someone who is injured with a broken leg, you focus your thoughts on repairing the leg to its previous state before being injured." "Come on in. I would love to start training," Hinata replied. She was very excited that she would finally be able to help people and do important things like everyone else. She would finally be a somebody, not just a nobody. Shizen walked up to Sakura's door, but before she could knock there was an ominous smell. Covering her mouth and nose, Shizen reached up and opened the door. "Sakura, are you here?" Not hearing a response, Shizen walked into the apartment. Trying to figure out where the smell was coming from, she started looking around. Noticing the bathroom light was on, she walked over to the bathroom. Looking inside, she was shocked by what she saw. "Oh my God. Hey boss, are you all right?"
Yakonomaru, infine Naruto replied.
He was sitting on the ground and leaning on a tree holding his stomach. "What the fuck is going on with me?" Now he was confused and worried. This strange pain has been recurring for weeks on end now, and he had no idea what was causing it. I think we're gonna call it quits for today, guys. Konohamaru was furious by what he heard. You've got to be kidding me. We just got started. Naruto cut him off. I said we are calling it for the day, that means we are calling it. I am the squad captain and you will listen to my orders. Understood. Konohamaru and the others silently nodded their acknowledgement. Escorted by a squad of Umbu, Tsunade rushed through the streets of Konoha. She heard the news from an Umbu member sent by Shizune, but she didn't want to believe him. This cannot be happening. I cannot lose another family member. She stopped in the middle of the road in front of Sakura's apartment. The first thing she noticed was Shizune outside, crying hysterically. Tsunade became wide-eyed and rushed inside of the building, leaving her escort behind. Shizune looked up just in time to see Tsunade fly past her. She wanted to go inside with her, but she couldn't make herself go through that again. As she sat there, she tried to listen for any sounds coming from inside. Not hearing anything disturbed her. She was about to get up and look inside. Tsunade came rushing out and headed for the forest of death. The Umbu ordered to escort her quickly picked up on her trail and followed her. Shizune couldn't take it anymore and broke down crying again. Naruto was walking back into the village and noticed a group of Umbu running after someone. He didn't think much of it, maybe an escaped convict or something like that. His mind quickly focused its attention on Hinata and the previous night. Naruto smiled, knowing he would never forget that moment the two of them shared. With a new spring in his step, he headed for his home. As he walked along the streets, he caught the faint sound of someone crying. He looked over to where the noise was coming from and saw Shizune. I wonder what's wrong with her. After a few moments, he realized where he was. Why is she at Sakura's place? To get some answers, he walked over to her. Kneeling down, Naruto asked, Shizune, what's the matter? It's Sakura. Shizune couldn't say it. Naruto had an ominous feeling that something was wrong. What about Sakura? Tell me. Shizune slowly looked up at Naruto and replied with tear-filled eyes. She's dead, Naruto. Sakura's been murdered. Hinata laid on the bed reflecting on her training session with Amami. She knew it was going to be difficult, but she didn't expect using her new eye powers would take such a drastic toll on her chakra supply. She now wished more than ever that she could have Naruto's inhuman chakra reserves. He was a training machine, which she felt bad for him because he had to always take breaks while she regained her stamina. While laying there, Hinata barely heard someone walk up to the door of the apartment. She casually looked over at the door, waiting to see if the person was going to knock. Watching the door open, she knew it was Naruto. Quickly getting up, she rushed over to greet him. Naruto sluggishly walked into the apartment. His outwardly appearance showed what was going on inside of him. He was lost, distraught. He couldn't or wouldn't wrap his mind around the idea of Sakura being dead. He didn't want to believe it, but he had to. Hinata ran up to Naruto and wrapped her arms around him, not noticing his current mind state. Oh Naruto, I'm glad you're home. I got so much to tell you. Naruto. When Hinata didn't feel his embrace, she instantly knew something was wrong. Pulling back her head to look at him, she could see the torment and anguish written on his face. Oh my God, what's wrong? Naruto, sit down. Okay? Hinata said, hoping he would open up and talk to her. Naruto slowly wailed over to the couch and sat down even slower. Hinata realized this was something big. She had never seen him act this way before. Sitting down next to him, she took his hands in hers and said, Naruto, what's wrong? Naruto blankly looked down at the floor. His mind was empty, devoid of all thoughts. He wanted to be alone, to just curl up and be left alone. Naruto, please, talk to me, Hinata asked again. This time Naruto acknowledged that he heard her by looking at her. He looked into her beautiful pale eyes with his now empty, dark blue ones. Mustering up what strength he had left, he answered her. Sakura's? Sakura's. Sakura's what? Hinata frantically asked. She was past worried. She was deeply concerned. Naruto's eyes began to water, tears forming up. His whole body started trembling. "She's dead, Hinata," was all he said before he crumbled into a bawling heap in Hinata's lap. Hinata was dumbstruck. Sakura's dead? She didn't have time to think before she also was crying. Losing all the strength she had, she laid her head on Naruto's shoulder. Even though only moments had passed by, to her it seemed years flew by. She was filled with such grief, and she didn't fully understand why. Sakura was her friend, but they weren't that close. The bond they had was nothing compared to the bond Naruto had with her. Hinata tried to think about what Naruto was going through, but she knew she could never fully understand. Hinata lifted her head off Naruto's shoulder to wipe her nose, and realized that he was no longer crying. In fact, he wasn't making any sounds and he wasn't moving either. She leaned forward to look at his face, and seen his eyes wide open. Before she could talk to him, Naruto let out a pain-filled yell. Hinata was startled. Watching Naruto quickly grab his stomach scared her. Hinata quickly stood up and laid Naruto flat on the couch so she could examine him. "Byakugan," Hinata spoke, activating her Kekkai Genkai. The moment her enhanced vision took effect, she was blinded by an overwhelming reddish-orange light. "This is chakra, but how is there so much of it? I've never seen this much chakra in Naruto before." As Hinata watched, she focused her gaze on the seal holding the 9 tails inside of Naruto. To her horror, the seal was starting to break down and evaporate. As Hinata watched, Naruto began flailing in pain. Hinata was scared to death. She didn't know what to do. She knew that there was nothing she could do. She knew nothing about seals and sealing. "Kakashi." Hinata quickly scanned the surrounding area and continued to search until she found him. "Naruto, hold on. I'll be right back with some help." Naruto didn't respond. He just continued to grit his teeth and flail his arms and legs in pain. Not wasting a single second, Hinata burst out of the apartment at full speed and rushed over to the ramen stand. Kakashi was sitting on a bar stool patiently waiting for his bowl to cool down. Engrossed in his Ika book, Kakashi didn't sense Hinata's presence closing in fast on him. Before he could turn the page to continue reading, Hinata grabbed his arm. "Kakashi-sensei, come quick. Naruto's seal is failing." Hinata frantically spat out while trying to catch her breath. Kakashi immediately understood the severity of the situation. "Quickly, Hinata, take me to him." Tsunade rushed forward and smashed her fist into the ancient tree. With a loud crack, the tree began falling over. Its trunk shattered. It fell to the ground, shaking everything around it for many seconds. Tsunade kept punching every tree within sight, attempting to release her pent-up anger, sadness, and frustration. There were over 40 trees fallen before she fell to her knees crying. Why did this happen to her? What did she do to deserve this? An Umbu appeared next to Tsunade and knelt down. "Lady Tsunade, we need to get back to the village." Tsunade slowly raised her head to look at the Umbu. The stare she gave to him visibly made the Umbu member tremble. "I will go back when I feel like it." Tsunade stood up, clenched her fists, and continued to fell trees left and right. "He's in here, Kakashi-sensei," Hinata said, entering Naruto's apartment. As Kakashi entered, he removed the cloth covering his left eye to reveal his Sharingan. The moment he did, he was also blinded by the fox's chakra. "This is bad." As Hinata ran over to Naruto's side, Kakashi pulled out a scroll from his pouch and quickly unraveled it. Throwing it on the floor, he applied the necessary amount of chakra to activate it. In a puff of smoke, a toad appeared on the scroll. "Hurry and summon Master Jiraiya. The 9 tails is attempting to break free." The small toad nodded and flashed through hand signs. Slamming his appendage on the floor, another smoke cloud appeared, much larger than the previous one. "Come on, baby. Why don't you give me a taste of that young, tender body of yours?" Jiraiya opened his eyes, and to his dismay, he was no longer at the lounge. "What is it?" he asked Kakashi, knowing he would not have summoned him if it was not a dire situation. "It's Naruto, Master Jiraiya." The seal holding back the 9 tails seems to be failing, Kakashi answered. With a questionable and horrified look on his face, Jiraiya quickly spun around and seen Naruto laying on the ground in extreme pain. Running over to his side, Jiraiya knelt down and lifted up Naruto's shirt and male underarmor. Pressing his hand against his stomach, he sent a tiny amount of chakra into the seal to make it visible to the naked eye. "What the hell is going on?" he asked. "I do not know. Hinata found me and brought me over here. Other than that, I don't know anything," Kakashi said. Jiraiya went through a few hand signs and placed his hand back on Naruto's stomach.
Se al reinforce.
A circle of small symbols appeared around the main 8-trigram seal. As soon as it appeared, though, it dissolved. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. That's impossible. This time he went through many more hand signs. Ancient seal reinforce. A circle of large symbols appeared this time in place of the smaller symbols. To his comfort, the seal did not evaporate, but he could tell it was under great strain and would not hold for very long. "Master Jiraiya, what is going on?" Kakashi asked. "I didn't think it was possible, but it happened." Jiraiya looked up at Kakashi and continued. When Minato Originality sealed the 9 tails into Naruto, he could only seal half of the fox's chakra. He had to use the dead demon seal to seal away the other half, but for reasons I cannot fathom, the other half has somehow returned. The 8-trigram seal cannot withhold that much chakra, and it is being torn apart. And when it does, Naruto will most likely be killed and the fox will be freed again. Hinata was shocked by what she had just heard. "Naruto is going to die? Master Jiraiya, there must be something you can do. You were the 4th Hokage's teacher after all," Hinata said. Jiraiya turned to Hinata and said, "In theory, I could try and seal half of the fox's chakra into another human vessel, making them a Jinchuriki. The only problem with that is we need an infant, preferably a newborn. And I don't know anyone willing to hand over their child." Hinata quickly responded, "I'll do it. Seal the chakra into me." "Child, it would not work. Attempting to seal a tailed beast or its chakra into a person whose chakra system is already fully grown, it would kill them. I'm sorry, but it just won't work. I have healing abilities. I can heal myself," Hinata frantically said. Jiraiya looked at Hinata and responded, "I'm afraid that wouldn't work either. Using medical ninjutsu just won't. My healing abilities are not medical ninjutsu. They come from the Hyuga clan's first and most powerful leader. She possessed a jujutsu more powerful than the Sharingan or the Mangekyo Sharingan. And now I possess it." Hinata looked directly into Jiraiya's eyes and pleaded, "Please, I can handle it. Just please save him." Jiraiya eyed Hinata closely. "Naruto, you've got something special with this one here. I don't want to hear about you mistreating her. Otherwise you'll have me to deal with." Jiraiya sighed and stood up. He looked over at Kakashi and said, "Watch the surrounding area. I don't know how this happened, but I'm going to take anything to chance. If someone wanted this to happen, they could be watching and waiting for the opportunity to strike." "Jiraiya, you did what?" Tsunade didn't know how to feel. She was furious with the fact that he actually did it, but then she was also glad that he did it to save lives. "I had no choice in the matter. It was either I let the legacy of Minato go down the drain, or I can save his legacy and the village in one single swoop." Tsunade couldn't take anything more for the day. Her mind was already overloaded with the general informational dealings with the village and fellow nations, but now also with the murder of her apprentice and now the unexpected resealing of the 9 tails chakra into another host. Not to mention the new host is the daughter of the clan head that probably hates the demon fox the most of everyone. "I don't know what you were thinking, but I don't really care right now. I have had the worst day of my life, and I'm going to try and end it on a good note." Tsunade got up from her chair and headed for the door. Jiraiya curiously watched her. "Where are you going?" Tsunade stopped and said, "I'm going home and drinking myself to sleep. I want to forget about this whole day as if it never had happened." Chapter 13. Hello everyone. Here is the next installment of the story. This chapter, I guess you could say I wanted to do this, doesn't have that much plot in it. I am still working out the kinks with the plot as a whole, so bear with me. I think some of you will really like this chapter. I know I did. Smiley face. Have fun and enjoy. Disclaimer. I don't know Naruto. Hee, about time you came to. Naruto quickly opened his eyes and looked around. The last thing he remembered was being in his apartment, on the floor in agony. What the hell happened to me? He asked. That woman of yours saved your life. Seems she may have more guts than even you have. What do you mean, saved me life? It's no surprise that you can't remember what happened. You were in so much pain your brain basically shut down and went into a hibernation-like state. The fox gently smiled before continuing. To make a long story short, the seal holding me back was failing, and there was only one suitable solution at hand to solve the problem. Naruto's eyes widened in horror at the realization of what the fox was telling him. No. She didn't. Yes, she did, Naruto. She had my chakra sealed within herself to save your life. Naruto was now very confused. What are you talking about, having your chakra sealed within herself? That can't be possible. I have your chakra sealed in me. You are partially correct, Naruto. You have but only half my chakra sealed within you. When the fourth Hokage sealed me into you, he could seal away only half of my chakra. He used the dead demon seal to seal away my other half. As fate has it, it seems the two halves of my chakra have been reunited. It had to have occurred when she healed you. That makes sense, cause after that I have been having those weird pains. Those must have been the seal straining to hold back your chakra. As Naruto's mind came to a sudden understanding, his thoughts and concerns immediately turned to his lover. Where is Hinata? Knock knock. One moment. Be right there. Hinata walked over to the door and opened it. Her breath was taken away when she seen who was there. Itachi? Itachi read her face like an open book. There is no need to be alarmed. I am no longer your enemy. I am not sure if it was explained to you yet, but I have returned to the village after completing my mission. His mission? What do you want? Naruto isn't here right now, Hinata boldly asked. Naruto does not concern me at the moment. I am here to see you, Hinata Hyuga. Why would you want to see me? Hinata was confused, and now a little scared. Itachi calmly asked, May I come in? I will explain. I can't be rude, that just isn't in my nature. Hinata slowly moved out of the way and said, Yes, come in. Naruto hurried about the hospital, attempting to find out if Hinata was there. Not able to find her anywhere, he could only think of one place she would be. He rushed through the crowded streets of the village, wanting nothing more to get home and see if Hinata was all right. Why would she do something so reckless? I guess I must be rubbing off on her. Not sure if that's a good thing or not. Naruto jumped high into the air and precisely landed in front of his door. Quickly opening it, he was caught off guard by what he saw. Bowing in front of Hinata, Itachi thanked her for her assistance. Thank you, Hinata-sama. I will take my leave now. Itachi straightened up and began to leave, but stopped in front of Naruto. He glanced into his eyes, then nodded and left. Naruto watched as Itachi walked down the street, as if nothing had changed since he left the village. As Itachi walked out of view, Naruto turned towards Hinata, with a questionable look on his face. Hinata immediately picked up on his concerned expression and said, Naruto, it's all right, he just needed my help is all. What did he want your help with? Naruto asked. He wanted me to heal his eyes. Naruto was very curious now. His eyes? How could his eyes need healing? He has the Sharingan. Hinata walked over to Naruto and put her arms around his neck. He explained that with the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the user's eyes eventually will go blind from overuse. I guess he had used his too much, otherwise he wouldn't have come and asked for my help. As Hinata looked at Naruto's face, his look of confusion turned to one of anger and the want to know why. Her happy mood quickly changed to sadness and guilt. Looking into his eyes, she asked, What's wrong, Naruto? I can't fathom why you would do it, Hinata. If you would have asked me, I would have never let you do it. I don't want what happened to me happen to you, 'cause I care too much for you." Hinata turned her head and rested it on his chest, listening to his heart. "Naruto, I did it because I love you. I don't care what people think of me or what could happen. None of that would compare to the pain I would feel if I had lost you. I may just be jealous, but I did it so we would be closer together. That no matter what happens, we will always be a part of each other." Naruto sighed and then rested his head on hers. He wrapped his arms around her back and held her tightly to himself. "I didn't want to put you in danger, Hinata. If something ever happened to you, I don't know what I would do. You will never lose me, Naruto. That's a promise I will never break." Standing there holding each other, Naruto slightly moved his head and took a big whiff. "Holy crap, I stink." Naruto lifted his head and moved his hands to grasp Hinata's hips. Hinata looked up at Naruto, confused. He lightly pushed her away and said, "I don't want to sound rude, but I really need to take a shower." A mischievous grin crept onto Hinata's face. May I join you?" "I'll let her friends know the time and date of the funeral service," Tsunade said. She tried her hardest to maintain her composure while Sakura's parents were in her office. She could not imagine what they had to be going through. Their only child was murdered within the village where she felt the most safe. As the distraught parents left to go home, Shizen walked in. "Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" Tsunade stood up and looked out the window. "I'll be all right, Shizun. I need to stay strong for the village. I am worried about Naruto though. This will be the first time he has had someone that he knew die. It's even worse that someone had to be a person he was very close to." "Do you want me to go and inform everyone, my lady?" Shizun asked. "If you would please do that. I need to stay here and catch up on paperwork from yesterday." Tsunade glanced down at the drawer of her desk that held her sake bottle. "That sounds so good right now." Tsunade shook her head to dispel those thoughts. She had been drinking enough lately for 20 people, and right now she needed her mind intact and focused on her work. Naruto massaged the shampoo into Hinata's dark blue hair. Hearing her moan as he gently played with her hair turned him on. "Okay, all done." Hinata walked forward into the stream of water to rinse out her hair. As she was getting the soap out, she thought, "I wonder if I'm going to surprise him or not." When Hinata felt that she got all the soap out of her hair, she turned around to face Naruto. She walked forward to where the water wasn't running down her face and opened her eyes. She looked Naruto directly in the eyes. A small smile crept onto her face, and she asked in a mischievous way, "Do you want me?" "You have no idea," Naruto responded. He took a step forward and placed his hands on Hinata's hips. Hinata reached up and placed her hands on either side of his face. For what seemed like ages, but was only moments, the two looked at each other. They shared a love that was unlike anything they had ever felt before. Hinata gave in to her emotions and hormones first. She pulled Naruto's head down to her level and mercilessly began to kiss him. Not wanting to be outdone, Naruto responded by yanking Hinata closer to his body. Hinata let out a low moan when she felt his hard member jab into her abdomen. Hearing that, Naruto's hormones went on the fritz. Naruto reached down just below Hinata's butt and grabbed her legs. He quickly lifted her up off the ground. Instinctively, Hinata wrapped her legs around Naruto. He moved her around a little until his dick was directly at her opening. As he started to lower her onto himself, she stopped him. "At first, go slow." "Ok." Naruto's lust-filled eyes slowly turned to those filled with caring and sincerity. "For you, I will do anything." Hinata smiled and nodded her head. She leaned down and kissed Naruto. As her lips were latched onto his, he slowly lowered her. From the moment his dick made contact with her pussy, Hinata felt unbelievable pleasure wash over her. As every inch of him slipped into her, Hinata moaned louder and louder. When Naruto was fully buried in her wet pussy, Hinata shot her head backwards. Even though her eyes were closed, Naruto could see how much pleasure she was in due to her body. Hinata slightly shivered when her pelvis made contact with his. She knew this is what it meant when two people became one. Naruto didn't dare move. He wanted Hinata to get used to the feeling of him inside of her before he let his lust take over. He watched Hinata breath deep in and out, her chest raising and lowering in rhythm. Her breasts were perfect. Both were the same shape and for him were rather large. He smiled as he thought, I wonder what this is going to make her do. Leaning forward, Naruto took one of her nipples in between his lips. Hinata slightly jerked her body at the sensation of another one of her private parts being pleasured. Naruto didn't miss it, he felt her move her pelvic region, even if it was just a little. Wanting to get more of a response out of her, Naruto began sucking on her nipple. Hinata's body again jerked at the sensation. This time she lifted her pelvis region up enough that Naruto's dick slid halfway out. Hinata's eyes shot open. Her breathing picked up its pace. She raised her head to look at Naruto. Watching him vigorously suck on her nipple, she got some much-needed encouragement. I can't believe Naruto wants me like this and this bad. Well, if he wants me, he can have me. Hinata lowered herself, accepting the rest of his dick back into her waiting pussy. Hinata kept her eyes open, if barely, to watch Naruto's reaction. Naruto took in a deep breath when he felt her take him in. Oh, she wants to try and tease me. Two can play at that game. Naruto, in one fell swoop, lifted Hinata up high enough that he was completely out of her. This caused Hinata to gasp, both from the shock of the pleasure and the wonder as to why he did it. Naruto seen the confusion in Hinata's eyes. Before she could ask him what was wrong, he lowered her again so that only the tip was inside her. Oh, Naruto, was all Hinata could say. Her mind was being overrun by pleasure, by pure ecstasy. Naruto grinned as he began to raise and lower her off and on just the tip of his dick. With each cycle, Hinata rose to a higher level. She knew what was coming, and she looked forward to having an orgasm that was brought on by the crush of her life, her lover. Naruto, Naruto. Hinata started chanting as the pleasure built. Naruto sensed that she was getting closer to her orgasm and picked up speed. Naruto, keep going. I'm coming. Naruto felt her muscles start to tighten around his dick. This will send her over the edge. With a thrust, Naruto drove himself all the way into her now vice-like tight pussy. Hinata lunged forward and tightly grabbed onto Naruto's back for support as the waves of pleasure completely encased her entire body. She didn't know how long it would last, but she never wanted it to end. Holy shit, she didn't believe she could have an orgasm as powerful as this was. Naruto smiled as Hinata rested against him, still shacking and coming down from her otherworldly high. Feeling her vaginal muscles loosen up, Naruto knew it was his time to shine. He turned both of them so that Hinata's back was pushed against the wall of the shower. Hinata leaned her head back against the wall and looked at Naruto. Naruto could see the want and need in her eyes, and he was not going to deny her what she wanted. Naruto pushed his chest against Hinata's to make sure she was held firmly against the wall. Looking into her eyes, Naruto began moving his hips so he entered and exited her now soaking wet pussy. Hinata's mouth gaped open as Naruto slowly picked up his pace from a slow and steady rhythm till he was rushing into frantic, unrhythmic motions. Hinata felt the wonderful sensation of another powerful orgasm quickly approaching, and she couldn't wait till it hit her full force. Oh my God, Naruto. Keep going. Keep. Good God, Naruto thought as he winced due to a little pain. Hinata was having another orgasm, and to Naruto it felt stronger than the first one. I'm almost there, just a little longer. Naruto continued his frantic pace, wanting to share in Hinata's blissful moment. Hinata didn't know what to think. Her mind was completely overrun with pleasure. As Naruto kept going, her eyes slowly started to roll back in her head. Hinata was brought back to reality though when she felt Naruto slam into her with all his might. She looked at him through glossy, half-opened eyes. He was panting like an animal completely spent. Hinata could faintly feel him flex inside of her. He must have had his orgasm too. Through staggering breath, Naruto looked up at Hinata. I love you, Hinata. Hinata smiled back, I love you too, Naruto. Chapter 14. The service was held outdoors at the village cemetery. The weather was supposed to be nice and clean, so everyone didn't bother to bring anything in the off chance the weather decided to turn. They should have. The Reverend finished his speech and everyone began walking past the gravestone, placing flowers as they filed by. Tsunade, Naruto and Hinata waited in the back to go forward till everyone else had their time to pay their final respects. Hinata looked up at Naruto, watching as the rain rolled down his cheeks and in between his eyes and off his nose. She looked into his eyes. The eyes once so full of life, joy and happiness, were now devoid of everything but sadness, sorrow and regret. The once deep blue eyes could not get enough of seemed to be replaced by dark, empty shells of a soul. She reached over and grabbed his hand. Naruto didn't show any response. Hinata then moved over and leaned her head against his shoulder. Naruto still didn't respond. Hinata couldn't blame him for not responding to her gestures. He had lost someone that was like a sister to him. If she had lost her sister, Hinata knew she would be in a way worse off state than Naruto was right now. She wanted to help him though, help him through this difficult time. Naruto, it's okay. You don't have to go through this alone. Naruto responded with two simple words. I know. Hinata could hear in the way he said those words that it was him, not just some depressed husk of a man. As it was nearing their turn to go up, Hinata squeezed his hand for reassurance. Naruto squeezed her hand back. Standing in front of the tombstone, Naruto and Hinata looked down at all the flowers around it. Sakura was loved and respected by so many people within the village, both by her fellow ninja comrades and her civilian acquaintances. Naruto and Hinata would add two more to the collection. Hinata placed hers off to the side with one of the groups, knowing Naruto wanted to place his either in front or on top. Naruto knelt down in front of Sakura's tombstone. He placed his flower on top to stand out on its own. He then leaned forward and placed his head against her name and whispered, I'm sorry, Sakura. I'm sorry I couldn't fulfill my promise to you and… Naruto had to stop as tears began to flow freely from his eyes. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you. It was relatively quiet in Naruto's apartment, even though it was filled with his friends. Everyone tried to keep more or less to themselves, not knowing how to act at the moment. A few conversations sprung up here and there, but they died out quickly when they involved Sakura in any way. Naruto and Hinata were in the kitchen getting some shot glasses they recently bought down out of the cupboard and filling them with cheap sake. Naruto got a saddened look when he counted and realized he poured 11 glasses instead of 10. Picking one up, he looked at the clear liquid and thought of what this one glass meant. This one is for you, Sakura. Bringing the glass to his mouth, Naruto quickly downed the liqueur. Gently placing the empty glass into the sink, Naruto picked up the tray and looked over at Hinata. A small smile appeared on his lips and he said, Come on. Can't keep everyone waiting. Hinata also smiled and nodded in understanding. She placed her hand on his back as they began walking into the living room, as to give him encouragement. As Naruto and Hinata walked into the living room, everyone quieted down. Naruto placed the tray on the small coffee table in the middle of the room. He picked up 2 glasses, one for himself and one for Hinata. When he stepped back, everyone else went forward and got their own glass. When they all had a glass, Naruto raised his up into the air and said, To Sakura, one of the best and most loyal friends you could ever ask for. Hear, hear, everyone said in unison as they also raised their glasses into the air. As troublesome as it was, this is the plan I could come up with that has the highest probability of being successful. Shikamaru stood with his arms folded and he leaned against the wall. The room was full with his comrades and his girlfriend. Geez, it took you 5 minutes to come up with this plan and you say it was troublesome. You need to stop being in the mindset that doing work is something bad. Temari could not help herself from lecturing Shikamaru whenever he complained about doing any kind of work. Shikamaru rolled his eyes at her comment, and right after was punched in the arm. I want to commend you on the amount of detail you put into this plan, Shikamaru, in such a limited amount of time. Kakashi stood next to Tsunade's desk with a copy of Shikamaru's strategy for capturing one or more of the Akatsuki members assigned to capture Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki. All the other members of the Leaf team nodded their acknowledgement of Kakashi's statement. Tsunade stood up from her desk and said, "Each of you read over the information and get well informed on each of the enemy's abilities and fighting tactics. I do not want any casualties during this mission. If the Sand Shinobi can get everything together on their end, we should have the enemy outnumbered 3-1. Are you sure this is such a good idea? I mean, she is a new Jinchuriki and all, but we know nothing about her and I don't know how Naruto will react if she actually does leave with us." Kevin was standing next to Eric, who was sitting down at a food stand eating some chicken. Calmly chewing and swallowing his food, Eric responded, "I believe that this will help her as life goes on. As a Jinchuriki, the more training you have and the closer you get with your demon, the easier it will be to use its powers." Eric looked over his shoulder at his young apprentice and said, "I know you can't understand what I'm talking about, but you need to trust in my judgment." Kevin nodded his head in acceptance. He was taught from an early age to never question your mentor's orders. "So what do you want me to do then?" "I want you to go talk with Naruto and Hinata both. I want you to explain to them that it won't be easy nor safe, but she needs the training. I know Naruto will say that he could train her himself, but I believe that their relationship will get in the way. And he himself needs more training before he should give training to another Jinchuriki." Eric went back to eating his meal, leaving Kevin with the task of talking with the teens. Chapter 15. June 16th. The morning sun was about to crest over the horizon when the last member of the team arrived. As he approached the others, he stretched his arms over his head and deeply yawned. "Why did I ever agree to this? It's all so troublesome." Kakashi looked up from his book to notice Shikamaru walking towards them. Time to get going then. Closing the book and shoving it into his back pouch, Kakashi cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. "Now that everyone is here, be prepared to move out." Shikamaru walked over to where Temari was standing. She began getting frustrated at him when he didn't say anything to her. He just stood next to her. All she wanted out of him was a little response, so she decided to see if she could get a reaction out of him. Putting on a sexy smile and looking up at him in that special way, Temari asked, "Why are you so tired?" She knew the answer. She just wanted to see what he would do. Shikamaru chuckled. "You should know why. You did wear me out last night. I'm going to miss you so much." Naruto was holding on to Hinata tightly, not wanting to let her go. He didn't know why he ever agreed to let her leave the village without him. It may have been because it was actually a good idea, or because he couldn't say no to his girlfriend. Hinata had her head buried into Naruto's chest, attempting to breathe in enough of his person to last her while she was away from him. "I'm going to miss you too, Naruto. I'm never going to be able to get you off my mind." While Naruto and Hinata were having a moment to themselves before she departed, Kevin looked over at Eric. Eric was standing firm and looked out at the open road leading away from the village. Eric turned his head slightly to the side, causing Kevin to look in the direction of where he was looking. Kevin saw that the team heading for the sand village was departing. He quickly spotted Anko, who looked back as she was running forward to look at him too. They both smiled at each other. Kevin nodded his head, and Anko did the same. Returning her gaze in front of her, she realized that she fell behind the rest of the team. She picked up her pace to catch up with the others, and they were quickly out of sight. Kevin turned over to Naruto and Hinata. "Better get going, I guess." Slowly he walked over to the young couple, still embraced. When he reached them, he put his hand on Hinata's shoulder. "It's time." Hinata raised up her head and looked at Kevin. "Already?" she asked. "I can tell Eric is ready to get going. He isn't one much for social or even personal things," Kevin answered. Hinata nodded her head in acceptance. She turned to look up at Naruto. As her eyes met his, she couldn't believe what she saw. Are you about to cry?" "Now I think I am." Naruto sniffled and responded, "No, but if you stay any longer then I might." Hinata reached up, fiercely grasped his head and pulled him into her lips. Naruto instinctively grabbed Hinata's waist and pulled her body into his. Kevin turned his gaze away from the teens, knowing that this would be the last time for a while they would feel each other's skin and be in the other's embrace. Hinata was the one to break their blissful moment. Releasing her hold on him, she looked him in the eyes and said, "I love you, Naruto." "I love you too, Hinata," Naruto responded. Hinata smiled and then turned towards Kevin and said, "Okay, I'm ready to go now." Kevin nodded his acknowledgement. Hinata gave Naruto one last glance before she began walking to the gate. Kevin was about to follow her when Naruto grabbed his right forearm. Looking over his shoulder, Kevin looked at Naruto and asked, "What?" Naruto looked at Kevin sternly. He had many different emotions running through his head, but one in particular stuck out the most. "You better make sure nothing happens to her while she is in your care." Kevin looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, I vow on my life that I will bring her back safe and sound." Naruto released his grip on Kevin, knowing that he would keep that promise. He watched as Kevin caught up to Hinata and Eric. As they began to leave the village, Naruto couldn't help himself as his eyes began to water. "Lord Hayashi, I have returned with an update on Lady Hinata." Not removing his eyes from his paperwork, Hayashi replied, "What is it?" The Hyuga guard member nodded his head and answered, "Lady Hinata has left the village with two outsiders, who appear to be friends with Master Jiraiya." Hayashi reacted as though he had never heard his servant speaking in the first place. "I want you to go get a member of the police squad and bring her back to the village. Kill the other two if they try to resist." The Hyuga quickly bowed his head in acceptance and rushed out of the room. Jumping up to avoid another trap, Naruto said, "Good job, Udon. Keep it up with those traps. You're beginning to see the patterns in my movement that give away where I'm going to be next." As he began descending back down to the ground, Naruto glanced behind him to see Moegi darting out from behind some shrubs, charging at him with her bow staff. Looking back, he saw Konohamaru leaping from a treetop, poised to strike at him from the front with a Rasengan. "We got him for sure this time," Konohamaru thought to himself. They have gone over this strategy many times, and believe it was their best chance at possibly beating the sensei. As the three combatants drew ever closer in mid-air, Naruto closed his eyes. Konohamaru noticed this odd behavior and yelled out to Moegi, "Now!" Moegi swung her staff with all her might and hit Naruto in the small of his back, and Konohamaru landed a direct hit with his Rasengan into Naruto's abdomen. Konohamaru smiled with delight, but his moment was short-lived when Naruto exploded into smoke and a large log took his place. Both Konohamaru and Moegi landed on the ground, frustration plastered on their faces. "Man, I can't believe we fell for that. I should have known better." "Konohamaru, don't beat yourself up so much," Moegi said, trying to calm down her teammate. "That's right, you shouldn't blame yourself for being underexperienced against an opponent. You will gain the experience with time and practice." Naruto was standing in an opening, looking out towards the west. His eyes portrayed him to be calm and collective, but his heart was in turmoil and full of longing. Konohamaru quickly turned around, and before he could say anything, Naruto said, "Training is done for today. Go home and relax." The trio casually made their way away from the Leaf Village. Eric walked in the front and Kevin and Hinata walked behind him, casually carrying on a conversation. "Kevin, I don't want to sound intrusive, but I have been curious for a while now about the origins of your name. I have just never heard anything like it before, and I would like to know where you got it from." Kevin curiously looked over at Hinata. "You know, I think you're the first person to ask about my name since we got here." "Really?" Hinata was shocked to hear that no one even asked him about his name. "Yeah, I would have thought it would have stood out like a sore thumb, considering where we came from." "That's enough," Eric said. He slowly turned his head to glance back and reiterate to Kevin that he didn't need to continue that line of conversation any further. "Come on now, there is no harm in telling her about ourselves. What do you think she is going to do? Run all the way over to our country and tell them that we're still alive? Seriously, you need to stop acting like everyone is out to get us or something. Kevin understood why Eric acted the way he did towards outsiders. Ever since he could remember, Eric had always taken care of him. He trained him and taught him everything he knew. He was his master, his mentor, a father figure if you will. Eric shook his head and replied, "Fine, do as you wish." Kevin rolled his eyes and looked back over at Hinata. Now, where was I? Oh yes, my name. For now, I will just give you the quick explanation. There will be enough time before we get back to fully explain. I just don't want to start confusing you from the get-go. Hinata was taken aback when Kevin began to laugh. She didn't understand why he was laughing, but she didn't feel it necessary to ask him either. "Oh, I'm sorry about that." "There is no need to be sorry," Hinata replied. Okay. Before I get off track again, it's time to explain. Why my name sounds out of place is because it's technically not my real name. When we first got over to this continent, Eric destroyed all documentation that was on our ship to ensure that if we were followed or if someone came upon our ship, they wouldn't know who it belonged to or have any information about us. And to help keep my identity even more hidden, he changed the spelling of my name. He thinks because I am of royal blood, that I will be hunted down more fiercely than others. Your royalty? Hinata was dumbstruck. She could not believe that a member of royalty would be wandering around wearing normal cloths. Then again, she didn't understand why they had to flee from their homeland in the first place. June 19th. Lord Kazakage, the ninja from the Leaf Village have arrived. 2 of them wish to speak with you right away. What should I tell them? Gaara looked up from his papers to see a young man, a little older than himself, standing in the doorway to his office. He could see that the man was trembling slightly. It was his first day as a guard/messenger in the Kazakage Tower. The man had heard stories of the things Gaara did as a child and teenager, and couldn't believe that he was now working for him. Gaara calmly looked the man in the eyes and said, "Please tell them that I await their arrival. Thank you." The man quickly bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Lord Kazakage. Immediately." Chapter 16. Night of June 16th. Hinata continued to gape at Kevin as she tried to wrap the mind around the fact that she was talking to royalty. Foreign royalty perhaps, but royalty nonetheless. Across from them, Eric sighed heavily, drawing their attention. "Really, Kevin?" he asked in exasperation. "Royalty? By Damon, are you trying to make things more difficult for us? There's a reason I've tried to keep us a secret as long as possible, you know. Even though the chances of them hunting you down are slim, if they do send people and they hear even a rumor of some foreigner calling himself royalty, they'll bring an army down on us." "Stop being so melodramatic," Kevin said dismissively. "You've said it yourself. The prince probably didn't survive the Empire's counterstrike." "Yes, probably," Eric stressed the last word. "We fled before the rebellion was fully crushed, so I have no idea whether or not he was captured or killed. He could be anywhere in the world, and any Imperial troops that might be hunting him will come down on us like a mountain if we slip up." "I'm sorry, but Prince? Rebellion? An empire?" Hinata asked in confusion. The 2 men looked at her and then back at each other. "Now look what you've done, Eric," Kevin replied haughtily. "Here you are telling me we need to keep a low profile, and then you go and get her all curious?" Eric sighed heavily but nodded finally. A small pillar of earth rising up next to the fire that shaped itself into a vaguely chair-like shape for him to sit down on. "I guess it really won't hurt to follow the same guidelines we set up when we helped Naruto with his training," he said finally. "You mean Naruto knows about this?" Hinata asked curiously. "He knows some of it," Kevin told her. "The old lecher knows the rest. Been keeping an eye out for us in case hunters did land here." "I think we'll start with proper introductions first," Eric said briskly. "Sitting before you is Sivan Raylos. Kevin is a nearest equivalent name from one of our nearest neighboring countries, youngest born heir of the noble house of Raylos and unfortunately the last of his line." Hinata sent a shocked and pitying look towards the younger man who simply shrugged it off. I wasn't even a year old when my family was wiped out, he explained shortly. Eric here is the only connection I have to my family, and if it wasn't for him and his stories, I wouldn't have even known a thing about my heritage. It wouldn't have been right to keep it from you, even if you had to abandon your birth name, Eric muttered. As for me, I am Eric Rinfel, Magus, and I suppose technically the Lord Magister of the House of Raylos Seeing, as I'm the last loyal retainer in its service. Magus, Hinata interrupted curiously. It's what the Empire calls the people who can use mana, or chakra as it's known in the elemental nations, Eric explained. We use it to manipulate the elements in combat much like shinobi do, but we can't mold it like you can since we lack the sheer number of tenketsu your people have. I'm not one, Kevin clarified when the Hyuga turned a curious gaze towards him. Eric made sure I was trained in as much of my family's way of fighting as he could manage to recreate with some supplementary styles from here. So wait. If neither of you can fight like we do, Hinata said slowly, then what exactly can you teach me? I was told this was supposed to be a training trip. There are some universal things we can teach you, Kevin assured her. But it isn't the only thing we have to teach. You're with us for the same reason Jiraiya brought Naruto to us in the first place, to help you control your newly acquired demon. Wouldn't Naruto have been able to teach me how to do that? Hinata asked with a frown. He has the other half of the 9 tails after all. You might think that, but I'm afraid that Naruto has one flaw that would impede any training the two of you could undertake, Eric asserted. His confidence, while an admirable trait, borders on overconfidence at times and is something of a hindrance in the kind of training you'll need to undergo. Yeah, it took us a while to temper his attitude after Jiraiya called us in to help, Kevin added. The old pervert nearly got himself killed when they overstepped Naruto's limitations in controlling its chakra. Furthermore, Eric continued, Naruto told us in great detail about the promotion exam you lot took 3 years ago, including your battle with your cousin and how far you pushed yourself with his encouragement. I don't think it's too much of a stretch to imagine you pushing yourself past your limits and losing control if he expressed his usual unflinching belief in your abilities. Hinata blushed in remembrance but didn't deny it, for it was remarkably close to the truth, and that scared her somewhat when she considered what she might be able to do with her newfound power, especially to her love. Almost as though he was following her thoughts, Eric spoke up. I honestly doubt you could actually harm Naruto seriously considering his control now, but a pitched battle between the two of you, drawing on the 9 tails chakra, would shout out to the whole world that you are a Jinchuriki now, and that is something none of us want. Hence our attempts to take you away from Konoha as quietly as possible. She nodded in agreement of his point, but something was still bothering Hinata, however. So how are you going to teach me? Everything I read after Naruto told us he was a Jinchuriki gave me the impression that I'd either have to learn control through experience or from another Jinchuriki. Well, at least you did your homework. Saves us from going over some of the more boring parts, Kevin quipped. But what makes you think you aren't learning from another Jinchuriki? For the second time that night, Hinata found herself gaping in shock at the younger of the two foreigners in the wake of another bombshell dropped on her. You mean you're... Not me, Kevin replied with a negative shake of his head. A flare of chakra drew Hinata's gaze back to Eric, who was still sitting on his earthen seat, to find him surrounded by an aura of dark golden chakra. Some of his features changed just like Naruto's did when he drew upon the 9 tails chakra, most notably his pupils, which had gone from their usual dark brown to a silvery blue barely darker than the white surrounding them, and red markings the color of blood just under his eyes. He sighed heavily as the chakra dispersed into the air around them and smiled at the young Hyuga. There are many things we can teach you, rest assured, he told her. But not tonight. I suggest you get some sleep. We'll be moving again early in the morning. He waited until she nodded before turning to Kevin. Kevin, would you take the first watch tonight? A look of surprise flitted across Kevin's face for just a second before he managed to hide it, but Hinata still noticed. Sure thing, Eric. Want me to wake you like usual? That sounds good, Eric replied, standing up as his seat sank back into the ground. I'll go take care of some business, then it's off to bed. So good night. Hinata mumbled a reply as she headed for her tent. Out of the corner of her eye she saw Kevin leap away into the trees and frowned as she wondered why he would be so surprised at being assigned watch, especially with such dangerous enemies looking for them. As she stretched out in her sleeping bag, Hinata discreetly activated her Byakugan and searched for her companions. Her curiosity was piqued when she found them both talking not too far away from the camp, but she couldn't make out what they were saying. Hinata wasn't even able to read their lips since Eric was expelling enough chakra into the air around them to hide most of their features. Hinata frowned as she deactivated her dojutsu after Kevin leapt away and Eric turned back towards the camp. What was that about? My Sasuke, you sure are trying your hardest to resist his pull. Kabuto adjusted his glasses with his index and middle fingers. Grinning wildly and licking his lips, he said, "In the end, however, you can never escape my grasp." June 19th. Hinata slowly packed up her sleeping bag and small tent back into her backpack, preparing to head out. Something about last night didn't sit well with her. I wonder what happened the other night that Kevin had to run off in such a hurry for? I would not ponder on it much, girl. You might not like what you find. Hinata jerked her head from side to side, trying to find out where the voice she just heard came from. She looked frightened, for the voice did not sound like the sweet, loving voice that previously spoke to her on several occasions. This one sounded more ominous, ferocious, powerful. Hinata took in a deep breath to calm her nerves before she asked, "Who are you?" She could faintly hear chuckling. Then the demonic voice answered, "Who else would be inside of your body? I am the great nine-tailed fox. I did not know we could communicate so easily. So much you don't know and even less you understand. For setting me free, in a sense, I will reward you with my infinite knowledge and power." While Hinata was listening to the fox, she didn't notice Eric walking up to her. "I see you have begun to communicate with your bijou." Hinata jumped from the shock of hearing another person so close to her. Breathing a little faster, she asked, "What? How do you know?" "It wasn't that hard to figure out. It's a dead giveaway when you start talking out loud to no one," Eric said. "Oh." Hinata lowered her head in embarrassment. "For future reference, if you want to speak with your demon, all you have to do is go into your mindscape," Eric said. "My mindscape?" Hinata asked, obviously confused. Eric turned around and began walking away. "Take some time and meditate. Find your center and you will understand. We leave in half an hour." Kisame held his hand in front of his face to shield his shark-like eyes from the intensity of the afternoon sun. "Man, oh man, I'd forgotten how unforgiving the sun becomes when you cross over into the land of wind." Sasori turned to Kisame and said, "Quite your whining. If this is how you're going to act the entire way, then you can just stay behind in the shade. We are late as it is, and I don't need someone slowing us down even more." "Sasori, my man, give Kisame a break. He's just worried that he might dry out is all." Deidara's sarcasm didn't go unnoticed or unanswered. "Keep it up, boy. My sword hasn't eaten in a long time and it's starving. Both of you shut up. Your bickering is making us even more late. If you don't stop, I'll shut both of you up myself." Sasori picked up his pace, trying to get the others to do the same. Kisame grinned wildly. "You're lucky, boy. If your master wasn't here, I'd teach you how to respect your elders." "I'll give respect to those who I think are worthy of it," Deidara yelled back. He was beginning to get fed up with Kisame's overconfident attitude and his demeanor towards himself. "I'll show you what is deserving of my respect." Deidara reached into his two leather pouches and withdrew large clumps of clay. The mouths on his hands began to quickly devour the material and expelled many small figurines. "Deidara!" Sasori growled back towards his partner. Deidara glanced over at Sasori, realizing that he meant business. Slowly he lowered his hands and deposited his clay back into his pouches. Kisame chuckled at Deidara. "That's right, little pup. Do what you're told." Deidara was about to yell back at Kisame, but stopped himself. He knew that if he continued, Sasori would ultimately interfere, and he would not hold back. For hours the group continued its slow journey through the unending sands. Deidara looked back from time to time, but all he could see was the golden hue of countless pieces of earth. There is a fine art in all of this, but it does not compare with the explosiveness of my art. Though it may be art, it is simple art. We've arrived, Sasori announced to his comrades. Deidara turned his head to look in the direction that Sasori was looking in. With a confused look, he asked, "What are you talking about? Where have we arrived?" Kisame kept quiet, letting Sasori do the talking for the both of them. "Where else would we be, you fool? We're at the village hidden in the sand." Deidara looked harder into the distance, and slowly the shape of a large dune appeared in the distance. "Wow, this place is well hidden." Sasori exhaled in disappointment. "Why do you think hundreds of people every year go missing and are never seen from again when they go in search of this village? The Kazakage of the Sand Village have always used the natural abilities of the sand to make sure the village was defended without them having to do anything. It's very difficult to build walls and towers on the ever-shifting sands." Deidara angrily looked at Sasori and said, "I know that. I'm not a complete retard." Kisame couldn't help but comment, "At least you admit you're a retard." Deidara wanted so badly to kill his shark comrade and have something to eat, but he feared what Sasori would do to him much more. "You know what I meant, fucker. I was just surprised that it appeared out of nowhere, like a mirage." As Kisame and Sasori kept walking towards the village, Deidara stood still. His gaze never moved from the village in the distance. Something didn't feel right to him. How could an entire village just appear out of thin air like that? I know sand has some weird properties and all, but to conceal an entire village? From this distance? There's no way. "It appeared like a mirage," Deidara said to himself. "Like a mirage." Deidara began to wonder if it could just have been his one eye playing tricks on him. He always uses just one of his eyes all the time. His other one is covered up by some kind of device. A mirage. Deidara quickly lifted the device off his left eye and covered up his right eye. Opening his left eye, all the veins in his eye quickly filled up with blood forced there. As he looked at the village now, it began to slowly evaporate into nothingness. "Guys, it's a trap,"